thoughts he's still melting down.
Is he DMing people?
He's just still going in the chat, or he was a few minutes ago.
Yikes. But I'm being cordial and nice, and you guys are being mean.
He's not giving up the refraction ghost. Still chanting about it in the chat.
Being mean and cute.
Oh yeah, he said it was pretty. I don't know. I get it. I know sometimes it's pretty spicy in here, but like this requirement that we need to be nice to them, I feel like that's gone out of the window. Surely they understand this. They've been telling us to drink bleach since 2015. Like, you want us to hold your hand and like ring around the rosy? Like, that's not an expectation that we're gonna uphold. I'm sorry. There's gonna be some people in here that are gonna play the good cop role and be nice to you. That's fine. But if you get a little smoke, like, it is what it is.
I'll match their energy.
Yeah, I think matching energy is pretty good. Usually recommend that. They're so willing to like throw out jabs and not take one back. Even that lady that was here maybe a week or two ago, who said that we just like to feel special and part of a community. We don't really believe this. We just want to form together and feel better about ourselves, type of thing, right? But just because you said that in a nice, friendly tone doesn't mean what you're saying is polite or cordial. So when she got a little smoke back, she was like surprised. Why are you guys being rude? Well, what you said was fairly rude. You didn't even ask us what our position is. You're trying to tell us and discredit us as a. I mean, dude, I think AI called her a C word. I was, I was having a good time in the background. I was laughing my ass off. I wish you guys were here for that. I don't think everyone was here for that. I think Heretic, you caught a little bit of the tail end, if I remember correctly. Some like 55-year-old lady. I was like, bitch, you're old with cats. I don't know what I said, but I had plenty to say. You guys handled it fairly well.
I only just got in there when it was near the end and everybody was super pissed off.
Yeah, she honestly got the chat worked up pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's something that's her credit, though. I think she was just saying bullshit.
It's easy for me to be like, why are you guys all triggered? But like, if I was in the conversation, I probably would have been triggered too.
Well, there's a balance. There's a fine line between getting smoke back and being triggered. I mean, I think most people in here were pretty hot, though. I'm not gonna lie. Matrix was like, you know what? I'm sick of this shit. I'm coming in. It came in hot too. And Mickey and AI were roasting her dumbass. I sat in the back just cheesing for the most part. But it's stuff like that. I wasn't here for the start of the Nuck and Futz conversation, but Crit was
Same old shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Bedford level is not level. He lost a bet, therefore it is curved. It's really weird. Doesn't have any data. Just says things. Most of those things just debunk himself.
I trust your guys' judgment. I heard Crit was flying off on him, so I'm like, if Crit is pretty much done with somebody, then they're probably no good. We're just finished, at least for the day.
Cool.
Honestly, I've never heard somebody get so cooked on refraction from so many different angles. He got cooked from every angle you could possibly think of.
I see what you did there.
Amazing.
What do you do? I missed it, Tito.
Still resetting in the chat. None of it had any effect on him. Still devoted to his ignorance. Didn't waver at all.
He's still in the chat. That's surprising.
You know, so Daza never produces any data for his stories.
He's another guy who just says stuff.
Is Dazzle with us, or he's one of the ops?
Daza's very proud he memorized everything the textbook says, and it must be true because it's in a textbook. Imagine thinking you're intelligent because you memorized a textbook. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But that is a standard, right? Here's a bunch of books. Memorize what's in here, and then write it down on this piece of paper. And if you get the right amount, then you'll move to the next level. You'll level up.
Well, Knucklenfutz thought he was posting a citation when he was only posting a definition from a standard dictionary. Doesn't know what a citation is or a source.
Yeah, that's why it's so tedious asking them for a citation, because then first you got to tell them what a citation is.
Well, here I posted a link.
And then they ignore everything you say about that. So
Isn't that incredible? That happens so much. Here's a link. No. We asked for a citation, but I provided a source. Yeah. So where's the citation? Where's the thing that's citing what you said? But like, there's a link in the chat though. Are you dumb? What the? These guys need re-educating. It's too bad. They've got to feel really bad that they're being re-educated by a flat earther. It's got to feel terrible. Like, you don't know what a citation is, dude?
It's a really shitty car.
Oh, a citation?
Yeah, man. Are you too young for that? You don't remember those pieces of shit?
That was a no. I've never heard of that.
Chevy Citation, dude.
Yeah,
Why
it was
would
one
they
of those
call
K. It was one of those K cars, wasn't it?
It was like a K car, but it was like a hatchback.
Yeah.
No, it was more like a it looked like a big Chevette, kinda.
Yeah, what was the Ford version of that?
They didn't have the same type of thing. It was like the Pony or the Pinto, kinda, or a Comet. A Comet kind of looked like a Citation a little bit. Yeah. I got a picture one.
I thought a citation was what you got for jaywalking.
Yeah, it's spitting on the sidewalk.
Chevy Citation. That's a stupid name for a car.
One of those ones I posted, they kind of made it look kind of cool. Chevy Monza. Kind of looks like a Monza a little bit too.
They had good engines. Well, I shouldn't say they
Monzas
had
look
good
like
engines. Meaning they'd still get you from point A to point B when the engine was completely fucked up.
you talking
Oh,
about the Citation?
Yeah,
Citation?
Citation. Yeah.
Uh,
It could leak oil, blown fucking head gasket, fucking transmission. Like it would still go for some reason.
I just
huh.
remember the Quattro. There was a Quattro motor. It was a piece of crap, and it was because it would pump oil up to the like manifold, and then the engine was on like a slight, it wasn't leveled, so that the oil would drip down the manifold, and that it was so hot, and then it's hot, so the last piston would always blow or something would happen because the oil would get to that last piston,
That's
at
right.
the end. And
I
yeah, it
know.
was never. Dude, that was a shitty motor because of that.
Yeah, but it kept running even with that piston gone. I know because one of my ex girlfriends, she had one, and she used to drive one, and that freaking piston went knock, 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 knock. Dude,
Oh,
dude, that chick was crazy.
you told her to still come over and she'd drive that shit over.
Yeah, you know the
Oh,
motor
dude.
right there, 'cause it always taps.
It's funny as well, bro.
She got this dude from California. We barely even knew it. Like we only knew him for. She's like, "Oh, can I borrow?" He was like, "Can I borrow your car to go to the store, like the gas station, like get cigarettes or something?" He comes back like 2 hours later. He's like, "Here's your keys. Bye." About 15 minutes later, the cops show up.
What the hell?
Yeah. Oh, we're arresting you for hit and run. Not me, her. Like, I wasn't driving. The dude fucking hit like 5 fucking parked cars, man. He was like pinballing it down
Whoa.
the street. Bang, 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 bang. And she's
Whoa.
like,
That's,
"No, I let this dude borrow my car. Like, I've been sitting here. I haven't gone anywhere." Then they went and they went and got him. So,
what was he on? Was he on some shit? That's crazy.
I don't know. He was drunk, but I think he was on something else. Not completely
Gotta be.
drunk. I don't know.
That was
His name was Willie.
bad as
That's all I
hell.
remember. This is a long time. This is like back in 1995. This is way back. 94. One of those
Nice.
years.
That was a good year. Not that I would know. I just spawned that year. Ew, what the hell?
I was 20. Was I
Damn.
20? I think that, yeah. No, so it was 95, so I was 21 by then.
Nice.
Dude, when I turned 21, I lived across the street from a bar. That was bad.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
No, all I had to do was cross the street. Literally, that was it.
Well, no driving. That's pretty good.
Nope, just staggered. Well, I mean, it was a state highway, so could be treacherous. Treacherous. Um, shit faced trying to stagger across the highway, but
Mm.
fun fact: walking and drinking and walking is more dangerous than drinking and driving.
I saw a post the other day that was like, when you're leaving a bar at 3 a.m. and there's one of those scooters, and it was like showing like a Lamborghini or whatever. It was actually really funny because I know how that is. You're like, oh shit, there's a scooter right here. I'm about to take this scooter. They
Do
actually
you guys,
banned those. Go
do you
ahead.
guys, do you guys honestly believe the Earth is flat?
No, it's not a belief, bro. Something you can know. You can know it's true.
Culverters of the believers.
We're not the same. We know things to be true. You guys are the believers. Let's be honest.
It seems odd, you know.
Well, let's be
Yeah,
careful, right? Because your version that you came up with in your head of what you think flat Earth is crazy. We don't think that, so be careful.
How so?
Well, what do you think flat Earth is? Why don't you tell us?
I don't know. It's like a center of the universe. That seems far fetched.
See, you're making up your own version, and then you're calling your own ideas
Far-fetched.
silly.
Yeah.
A universe is far-fetched, bro.
Well, I don't know. That's the
So
perception
check
I
this
had.
out. Check this out. If you had to go to court, right? You had to testify. They got a witness. What's the shape of the Earth? You're going to testify. Could you testify that the Earth's a globe?
I would
Now,
say it's
mind
a.
you, to be a
Oh, sorry.
witness to something, you have to experience it with your senses,
Yeah.
taste, touch, something, right? So, could you testify that you know the Earth's a globe, that you witnessed it?
Yeah, I'd say it's an oblique sphere.
Yeah. So, what experience would you point to for that?
It's mathematics.
Yeah, that's not an experience, bro.
Doing measurements with like sticks and stones, dude.
Oh, that's what you did.
In the northern hemisphere, yeah. A bit of maths,
Well, I mean,
shadows.
that's presupposing it's a sphere in the first place, isn't it?
No.
How do you have a hemisphere when you don't have a sphere yet?
No, I didn't know it was a sphere. I just, shadows and sticks, and like did some maths. I was like, wow.
Yeah, so
amazing.
that's still not an experience, right? You just like stuck a stick in the ground, measured the length of a shadow, wrote down with a pencil on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
That's not witnessing a globe, bro.
No, it is. It is if you understand the maths.
No, it isn't.
It's
It
not. It's not.
Maybe you haven't understood the maths.
You
It
don't
doesn't.
understand.
I understand math perfectly well. Okay, and
Not
the
sure.
ability to do math. I could write down calculations of Superman flying around. That doesn't prove Superman. Okay.
What do you think the sticks and
But
stones
if I
experiment
saw,
explain?
don't ask me a question. We're going to stick to this. Okay, because you said, why do you believe that, right? And this is getting to the core. So
Right.
you would write down some equations on a piece of paper, and you'd believe that the equations are evidence that Earth's a globe, but they're not.
No,
Okay.
no. What the sticks and stones proves is the Earth's moving.
It ain't stones,
What?
man. You're making
How drunk
shit
are you?
up.
So, but you know what you could do if they wanted to test, if you had to testify. Hey, have you experienced the Earth is flat and motionless? You actually could testify to that.
Yep. The Earth's moving, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's in your head. I said testify from experience.
No, I could. That's what I'm saying. I did the sticks and stones experiment, applied some maths, and I worked out the Earth's moving.
Yeah, but what? No, you didn't. You're testifying. Your experience is of sticks and stones. Your experience is of writing equations down on a piece of paper. That's your actual experience.
Yeah, it's moving in correlation to the sun.
Yeah. You can keep looping with your shit argument, but it's not an experience of the Earth being a globe. No matter how you try to construct it.
How else am I meant to explain the weird shape of the shadows on the ground, dude?
Okay, the weird shape. What weird shape is that?
Like the circle that happens like when you do it yearly. Or the weird like a shape that occurs when you do sticks and stone throughout the years.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He's making shit up, chat.
Huh.
And it isn't sticks and stones. It's two sticks or a stick and a well, dude. There's no stones involved.
Dude, you can no.
You don't even know your own argument.
Marker points, dude. You put a stick in the sand, and then you mark the position with a stone. It's sticks and stones, dude.
Okay. And you mark the position with stone. Then what? Then what do you do?
Right, throughout the day, you do that for the whole year. And then I get called up,
Then what?
I get called up in the court of law, and I say like.
And then what? And then you'll have a bunch of stones on the ground and a stick. And then what?
It was a shape, obviously the shape of the shadow.
What do you mean the shape of the shadow?
Like throughout the year.
Yeah, so you're gonna have a stick in the ground and the stones placed at the end of a shadow. Yeah, and
And the
stick
shape
and
the stone
ground,
and
stone
and the,
pattern, therefore globe.
and the shape the stone. No, not a globe. What it proves is that the Earth is moving.
No, it doesn't. It proves that the sun is moving.
Oh, right. So that's another argument. I didn't realize. All right. Okay. Cool.
Well, the sun moves, right? The sun's in a different position, so it's casting a different shadow.
Oh. Okay. Wow. I didn't
Yeah, I've
realize.
grown up.
I didn't realize that's the case I was under. Right, okay. So the sun
So
doesn't
who
move.
has the beliefs again? So this is
So,
crazy, dude. You said we have beliefs? That's nuts.
so the sun doesn't move.
No, the sun does move. We see it move.
Oh, right. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right.
So I could testify in court. I saw the sun move, right?
Nah, dude. Okay, I get it. Like
I
if I'm under
couldn't.
that. No, if the judge has a preconceived idea that the sun doesn't move, I realise that
No,
my
what do you mean? No, no,
evidence
no.
is
That's not how
false.
it works, bro. Doesn't matter what the judge thinks. That's why I'm testifying.
No, I get it.
Can the judge?
You're the defendant.
Can
Yeah.
the, can the judge testify to the facts of the case?
No, of course not. No.
Okay, so we want the facts of the case. The facts of the
Right.
case are given by a competent fact witness that has experienced the events with the census, the events in question. Now, the event in question is the globe a belief or is it knowledge?
I'd say it's knowledge that the Earth moves. Yes.
Yeah, how do you know this?
Sticks and stones, dude. I told you earlier. That's my evidence.
Yeah, yeah, and that
Mm.
that shows the sun moves, not the
Well,
earth.
well, you'll have to like present evidence to the judge that the sun moves.
But you didn't see the earth move. You didn't experience the earth moving. You
No,
experienced the sun moving.
I don't have to, dude. You have to present evidence to the judge that in saying that the sun moves.
Yeah, you see it move.
You see it move. No, dude, I have evidence that the sun moves.
You've never seen the sun move.
No, dude, you and I have evidence that the sun moves. So present your evidence.
Yeah, we see it.
No, exactly. So present your evidence that the Earth doesn't move.
I don't have to. I have no evidence to the contrary. You don't have to prove a negative, bro. If you're going to say, we see the sun move, but that's false, that experience is wrong and an illusion. And you're going to come and say, your experience is an illusion. It's up to you to demonstrate that's actually the case.
Oh, so okay, so the case in the fact is that the sun is stationary.
No, what's your evidence for that?
The sticks and stones.
That's not evidence. The sticks and stones don't measure the sun being stationary.
Well, okay.
And placing the sticks and stones would contradict the conclusion that it's stationary because the shadow changes. That means the light source moves.
Right. Right. So that would be your
that's right.
evidence.
The light source moves. The light source is the sun.
So you're saying the sun moves?
Yeah, for the like a 10th time now.
Right.
The sun moves, not the earth.
Do you have any evidence that the sun moves?
Yeah, we see it move. You're in a loop, bro. I already said it a few times.
You see it.
We see
witness it.
the sun move.
I know, but do you have any evidence that the sun moves?
That is the evidence.
My eyes.
That doesn't work, dude. Okay, in cult, dude, that don't work.
I saw the man rob the bank. Well, yeah, but do you have any evidence? That's fucking stupid, man.
It doesn't work in cult, dude. We need something to measure.
Measure what? The sun moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy.
Oh.
Go outside at like 9 o'clock on a sunny day. Go back out at noon. Go back out at frickin' 3 o'clock, and the sun has moved.
Is that the best argument a flat earther could come up with?
Yeah, you just measured it with time, right?
Time. Right.
Yeah,
Sticks and
time.
stones, yeah. Sticks and stones. You're doing the same experiment I just did.
Yeah, in that experiment, the sun moved.
So you're using my experiment to prove your argument. That's weird.
Well, first of all, yeah, because your experiment doesn't prove your argument. You jump to conclusions contrary to your actual experience.
Right.
You've actually taken your experiment and said, "Oh, what's actually happening here? This is actually wrong."
Okay. So, but we can do the same experiment on the southern hemisphere.
You don't have
Yeah.
a southern hemisphere.
No, but we can, and we do the same experiment on the southern hemisphere, and we get different angles.
Oh wow! Like it's
Yeah.
it's almost like the sun is in a different position.
No, it's just like the thing.
Well,
That's
do you
standing
think
on
like
is
you can
different.
move around the Earth and the sun will just stay in the same place relative to everyone else?
No, of course not. Like you can move like
Yeah, of
a
course
foot to
not. So
one
you don't
side.
even
Yeah.
have an argument. Yeah, you
No,
don't
I know
even
that.
have an argument.
But you can triangulate like how far away it is.
No, you can't.
You can.
No, there's no parallax.
What? You just said parallax like you knew what it meant. You can.
Yeah, parallax. Parallax is how you triangulate an object.
No, I know, but that's what I said. But
You measure the
said that for
baseline,
no
and then you
reason.
measure the shift of the angle. Then you can get the distance. So so you got a baseline, point A, point B on the ground, and then the different angle that they have to get relative to the ground to look at the sun. Then you could
Exactly.
triangulate its position. But so
Exactly.
A and B looking at the sun are going to measure the same angle because there's no parallax.
Exactly. So I can do sticks and stones. You can do sticks and stones. People in the southern hemisphere could do sticks and stones, and we can work out how far away the
I'm
sun
just
is.
about fucking ready to fucking lose it with this cunt.
It's too stupid for this conversation.
Yeah. Why don't you tell us detail exactly how your different shadow lengths or whatever tell you that the Earth is in motion?
By the shape on that it leaves on the ground. It's like in the stones, like when you place the stones in time intervals, and you do calculation, trigonometry, and you can work out that the Earth is moving.
You're just making shit up, bro.
Dude, you said
You
a
literally just
sundial. A sundial proves the Earth is moving. Is something wrong with you?
You can do the same at the same time in a sundial on the southern hemisphere. It'll have a different angle. So
yeah, because you're about 10,000 miles farther in a different position than the first one. It's not mysterious. It doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, bro.
No, but you can.
Or in motion.
I know, but then like another hour goes past, and another hour goes past, another hour goes past, and you do experiments based on that.
Yeah, I was in here last night. I said I was gonna come back, but then I ended up playing Elder Scrolls, and I didn't. Is the guy who was in here talking to last night?
About Elder Scrolls?
What was that, Island Boy?
What was that?
What do you need,
No,
dude?
this ain't the Elder Scrolls chat.
Oh no, I just feel bad because I said I was gonna come back because we were having a good conversation, and then I just didn't come back, so I was playing Skyrim.
Are there any
good,
are there any Australians in it?
Australians in there? God, I hope not.
Yeah, plenty.
Why do you hope not?
I don't know. I just like to have beef with everybody.
I'm just saying, like it's like a big community. You could do these experiments very easily.
Put stones in the ground, bro? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're not experiments. All you're going to end up with is an interpretation which is antithetical to your experience.
I would like to hear what the experiment is.
Anti-thick,
Experiment.
dude.
Give me the experiment. I'm going to go do it. Now that you said we should do it, I'm going to try your experiment. What's the hypothesis?
So, like, we could do this Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere at the same time over the internet. It's very simple.
You don't have sphere yet. You can't use that word. You don't know that it's a sphere.
Tell me, I'll do mine in North America. So go ahead, tell me what my experiment is.
So you work out your so you work out your altitude.
No, tell me what the experiment is.
No, this is a preceding context.
Your altitude. Why do you need your altitude? Why do you need your altitude?
It's fine measurement, dude. Fine measurement. Yeah.
Oh, really? You're measuring what's the precision of the measurement of a shadow?
No, it's a fine measurement, dude.
But tell me, okay, hold on. What's the difference of sea level versus, say, 1,000 meters? What would be the difference?
This dude wants to talk, apparently, but I want to explain the experiment, yeah? So
no, you're incoherent.
What?
You are incoherent. You're an incoherent mess. You said you got to get your altitude, okay?
Yeah.
I want to know why altitude would even matter.
Well, the angle of the shadows
changes with altitude.
Yes.
Oh, shit, dude. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
You don't even know your own model. The sun's supposed to be 93 million miles away, right? So changing your altitude 1,000 meters or 10,000 meters or probably 10,000 miles isn't going to change the angle to any degree, because the ratio of the change in your altitude versus the distance to the sun, 93 million miles, is so insignificant it's not even measurable. You're just talking out your ass.
No, it is measurable. This is the whole point of it.
Yeah, so, okay, what's the difference between 10,000 meters and sea level?
I don't know why this guy's talking to me. I'm trying to explain the experiment.
Yeah, you can't answer. Why not?
It is measurable by definition.
Matters, but you can't say, look, I'm exposing you. You're saying it matters, but you can't say why it matters. You can't say what the distinction is between sea level and 10,000 meters. So why do I need to account for it if you can't say what the difference is?
Dude, whatever. Whatever.
Whatever.
I only said that statement because, of ease of experiment, you want to make it comparable to the Southern Hemisphere. You want to equalize. In science, you want to remove any variables. Yeah. So if you're doing your counterpart at 10,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, you want to make sure your counterpart in the Southern Hemisphere is at the same altitude. That's why I brought it up, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
What the fuck?
Why?
Because it's a variable in science, dude.
Altitude is a variable in science.
No. That's why you remove the variable, yeah? You have it the same science, yeah? Remember, we're trying to do science here, yeah?
At the same science. This guy's just piecing together words like it's an alien, bro.
He might be something might be wrong with him. He sounds unstable.
The gluteus maximus of the altitude
is what the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm. Speaking from sort of crustacean.
That's what you sound like, bro. Just piecing together random ass words.
Zeitgeist.
How do you figure out your altitude?
Okay, altitude is never a variable. Okay, never. Neither is distance or height or any of those things.
I brought up fucking altitude because in the scientific experiment, you try to remove all variables. Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't you need to know the distance from the center of your ball?
I was trying to I was going to get there before you tried to leap on me on trying to leap on me on this altitude thing.
You're speaking to leap on, dude. You're you don't know what you're talking about at all.
Right. And you think the Earth's flat? Brilliant.
I know it.
You don't know what that means to mock it, bro.
Right.
The only way. Look, If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, you'd never have thought of it in the first place.
I really would.
Oh, really? You would have
No, you
figured it out
fucking
yourself.
wouldn't.
Yeah. It's intuitive.
No, it's not.
It's intuitive. From what?
Just making shit up.
Get out tying shoelaces by yourself.
It's intuitive. That's the most ridiculous thing. Yeah, the sun. I see the sun moves, so we must be moving. Oh, it looks flat, so it must be curved. That's my intuition. The exact opposite of what you detect.
The moon's round.
Bruh. We're not like the moon.
Yeah,
It's silly if you start comparing the Earth to the moon.
And intuitively, you look at the Earth and go, it's not. So, what the fuck, bro?
Have you ever been out? Have you ever been out in the Atlantic? Like on a sail ship? And like coast to coast, like you can't see land. Has anybody you flat earthers ever done that? Like you
remember what? Yeah, Sonny's done that. Yeah, why?
You can see curvature, dude. You can see.
That's not seeing curvature. You're not nuts.
You can.
You can see what is it?
This guy, bro.
So what you're saying is because you can't see land, you're seeing curvature.
Yep.
No. No.
You've never done it. You've never done it.
No, we've done that.
Yeah,
it's just that's not seeing curvature and being dumb.
I've been miles out in the ocean.
Dude, you highlighted one person. I have done it, dude, and you can see curvature with your own eyes.
Yeah, we don't have to go anywhere to understand the nature of water. Doesn't behave that way anyway.
In which direction are you seeing curvature?
Left to right, dude. Wherever you look, it's curvature.
Left or right?
Yep.
So you live on a cylinder.
Okay. So whichever
if you
way
saw
you
left or right curvature, right, and then you turn around,
way you look,
and then see left or right curvature, you're on a cylinder, brother.
Is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm, speaking from a sort of crustacean.
Whichever way you look, dude, it's not a cylinder, dude. Whichever way you look.
Yeah, you see left or right curvature. What shape is that, dude?
So who is willing to defend the idea that flat Earth exists?
We'll get to it.
It's not an idea. It's experience.
They've never done it. They think a plane needs to aim down as it goes around the curve.
I'd say an experience is grounded in an idea. Thank you very much.
No, that's disproven by. Well, that's not true. It's easy to prove it's not true because it's easy to prove it's not true because there's people that have brain injuries that react to external stimuli but can't think. So you're wrong.
Well, if you was familiarized with Aristotelian metaphysics, you would understand the distinction between.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's disproven empirically. Disproven empirically.
It is not. No, it is not.
I just gave you an example. People with brain injuries that have sense perception but can't think.
They can think.
Wow.
No, they cannot form coherent thoughts, dude, because they're missing the cerebellum, dumb fuck.
Yes, so if they can't think, they do not have an experience, dude.
They react to external stimuli physically.
No. That is not true. They react
inside your sources. Where are you getting this from?
Internal stimuli, not external.
APGAR, I think it's called the APGAR test.
You're just rambling right now. That does not exist, dude.
The APGAR test, dude. It's a reflex test.
Yeah, is it verified by the academics?
Yes. What do you think? I just made the name up just now?
Yes, dude, because you believe in flat Earth. What else would you do?
You don't know what that means.
No, I don't believe in flat Earth. You're the believer.
What?
What?
I don't know what's flat.
What are you talking about, dude? You are insane.
Oh yeah, that's a counter argument.
That's weird.
Counter argument to what?
Yeah, so you're insane. So that's a counter. That's not a counter.
We can demonstrate that it's you with the belief.
I've seen it with my own eyes, dude. I've been out in open ocean, and you can look on a sail ship and look up and go.
But have you been in space?
So you're lying. You know you're lying because we started this conversation with me asking you, could you testify in court that the Earth's a globe? And you said no. Now all of a sudden, now you have an experience of Earth's a globe.
No,
you're full of shit. Just shut your pie hole.
I said yes.
Just shut your pie hole, liar.
Guys, just keep it cordial, please.
I did say
More on the
yes.
panel, obviously, but thanks.
Listen, I'm not cordial with lawyers.
I did say yes. I didn't say no. I said
No,
yes.
you didn't. Yeah, and you didn't say I saw the Earth as a ball. What you said was, "Oh, I'm going to take some sticks and throw
I know,
rocks on the ground where the shadow ends, and that's how I'm going to get Earth as a ball."
No, that's evidence that Earth moves.
I asked you, did you experience the Earth as a ball? Sailing on the ocean and seeing curvature.
Exactly. So you asked me about my experience, and I told you.
Yeah, so sailing on the ocean and seeing curvature would be an experience of Earth as a ball. The thing you said you don't have.
What? No, I told you. Like, you asked for evidence. I tried to do the math.
No, I didn't. I asked for your experience.
All right. No, I told you. I've been now in open ocean on a sail ship, and I've seen Earth's curvature.
Yeah, you're saying that now. Ex post facto.
Yeah.
Since you got cooked.
What?
Guys, come on.
You know, your playing stupid thing is about annoying. Okay.
You're getting pretty tedious, dude. You're like asking me for evidence.
I don't really care what you think, dude. You're just a lying sack of shit anyway.
Holy shit, dude! Please calm down, man.
Jesus.
We should just move on to the other guy's video, okay?
Yeah, just move on to me.
I don't think you'll last very long, though.
Yeah, we are. So if I experience the Earth as flat and motionless, is it a belief?
Yes.
In what way is that a belief?
It's a conception grounded in your experiences.
It's a conception grounded in my experiences.
Yes.
So light hits my eye, and I perceive it as a certain thing, and that's a conception.
Yes, because the idea is that you believe light hit your eyes. That is the idea, grounded in the experience.
Light is an idea.
That's not what I said. Don't strawman me.
No, I'm asking you. That was a question. So light is an idea.
That is not what I said.
Okay. Then tell me, repeat what you said then.
Okay, the light is the experience. The idea is the light hits you.
How is that an idea?
Because it's formulated by the experience.
Okay. We can see light hit the inside of an eye. Okay. We can watch it empirically. We can shine a light through someone's fucking pupil and watch the inside of the retina get illuminated. And the picture that's on the retina is perceived by the human being. It does hit your eye.
Dude,
sorry.
We won't know that. We won't know that without an idea in our head, man. That is the whole point.
We don't know that without an idea. Well, listen. Obviously,
you know you're wrong. You know you're wrong.
Obviously, you can't think without ideas.
Thank you.
Obviously,
thank you.
But you can have ideas and still not think, which is what you're doing.
What?
Yeah, what?
I know what he's saying, bro. He's trying to get rhetorical, bro. He's an idiot.
Which one?
Bro, the dude, he's basically saying you have ideas in your head, but you're not thinking, and that's why you don't think the earth is flat, like him.
No, that's not what I said. It had nothing to do with flat earth. It had to do with this shit fucking argument.
Yeah, bro.
His shit Solipsis Descartes brain in a fucking jar argument. What are you trying to listen? If everything, your shit Solipsis brain in a jar argument. We deal with this all the time. Okay? If we can't know anything, let's just cut to the chase. If we can't know anything is real, what are you in here trying to convince us of?
The earth is not flat.
Why? How do you know that? How do you know that? You just said we can't know anything.
Because that's not what I said. My position is that the earth exists mind independently as a curved, spatially temporal thing.
Well, how do you know that?
I infer it.
Oh, you infer it, so you don't know that.
I know it by inferring it, dude.
No, inference doesn't give you knowledge, bro.
Did he say that he knows the Earth is that way because it's mind independent? Is that what you said?
Yes.
You know, you're in standing violation of quantum mechanics with that statement.
Which quantum? You mean
quantum mechanics? The mind independent reality doesn't fucking exist, you moron.
Yes, it does. It's identical.
So you're against physics. Quantum mechanics is physics.
dude,
you are in standing violation of the laws of quantum mechanics, dude.
Okay,
Yo,
dude,
I have a question. Do you subscribe to
Dude. Yeah, you are. You're a douchebag.
Dude, you are in violation of
You're a
classical
douchebag.
logic. You're in violation of classical logic.
You're in
dude.
violation of logic.
Yeah, no. You literally wait. So
I
you're
literally
saying
what?
So you're saying you could use quantum mechanics to arrive at these certain conclusions, but quantum
certain
mechanics.
conclusions. What
Yes.
conclusions?
Like, for example, that the Earth doesn't exist mind independently.
Yes, that's what quantum mechanics experiments. That's what the experiments show.
Yo, Mr. Moneymaker.
Yo, don't yo me. I'm not a yo.
What are you?
Look, you're gonna be muted if you don't.
Your sister's triumphant.
Grown ass man.
Yeah, that's right. I am a grown ass man.
Yeah, you
Sorry
two
about-
can both shut up. No, that's fine.
Sorry about that, man.
No, don't be sorry. Perfect timing. I was getting sick of that shit.
Why am I getting being perma abused? That's a good one.
Domain expansion, mod abuse.
Yeah. Too funny.
How many guys are in here, bro?
Guys.
Oh yeah, they're like Gen Z or fluid whatevers.
Longer's in here. He says that gravity is science. I wonder if we can get something on him.
Oh,
hey, did you know that you can be temporarily room banned if your name is Quantum Eraser and you act like Quantum Eraser?
You like that?
You're just Quantum Eraser. You're banned.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. Let's find that.
Yeah. Or are they still here, chat?
Yeah, you're not muted, Twonger. You can open up your mic and say stupid shit to everybody.
Dang, Twanger, you're gonna let him talk to you like that?
Hell yeah, he is. He knows better.
Yep, come on, bring us your science on gravity. We all need to hear that.
The probability that even if he did try to give us the science that it would be like correct, like textbook correct, is zero. Completely zero. He don't know his own nonsense. Twonger, come off mute and define mass for us.
Oh boy.
You know he's looking up the wiki page right now. Even the wiki page has 5 definitions.
What about Torvis Maximar? Snupkin, server muted. Who's next, chat?
Yeah, unmute those guys as you see fit. I just simply muted them just to avoid interruption during the conversation with the new people we were having. But if there's nothing else happening, then you just want to have a play, go for it.
I mean, we trust you, man. You don't gotta explain yourself.
I'm getting ready to cook TNWCD officially. Just fucking cook them.
What's that?
TNWCD, cooking them.
Yeah, is that someone in the call?
Yeah, TWNCD. Oh, he's in chat. He was in chat. He's the mind-independent reality moron. I guess I could stop right here. I could go for another hour. Say goodnight, Cram Muncher.
Can you explain what that is? Mind, whatever.
You can't. There is no mind-independent reality. That's more or less philosophical naturalism's main stake in their philosophy, which has been debunked by quantum mechanics.
Mind independent reality. So you're saying you can be mindless?
Let's go by. Let's see if this will explain some of it. Lapquicks in 2011. This stuff's old too. It's not that it's old. It's out of date. It's just been demonstrated years and years ago. This is from Experimental Non-Classicality of an Indivisible Quantum System in Nature. The author showed that unlike what one would expect if reality were independent of mind, that's realism. I'm sorry. Realism is a major tenet of philosophical naturalism, so I use them interchangeably. So unlike what one would expect if reality were independent of mind, that's realism, the properties of a quantum system do not exist prior to measurement via validating the Koch and Specker theorem. Renowned quantum physicist Anton Zeilinger, in a related scientist article, stated in 2011, quantum magic trick shows reality is what you make it. There is no sense in assuming that what we do not measure about a system has an independent reality. Can't be mind independent. You got to have a mind. And it's echoed throughout all the citations. I got about 20 of them, but I just put 3 up there.
Where does he get this from? Was he just repeating something he heard in school or YouTube channel?
Yeah, he's an atheist retard. They're all realist or philosophical naturalists. Same fucking thing to me. Doesn't matter. He left.
Yeah. Low stamina.
Euclidean geometry. You're a fucking moron, dude. I've fucking wasted your ass so many times in the past. Don't be putting shit in chat saying what I believe. You don't know what the fuck I believe or don't believe. All right? You don't know what my favorite color is. You're a fucking retard Egypt. So piss off. Unmute you, big guy. Why? So I could drag you around by your short hairs again? No, thanks. I already fucking crossed that and paid for that real estate. Piss off. And then when you get there, piss off some more.
Piss off some more.
Fucking bozo. Yeah, I'm shaking in my fucking boots right now.
Sounds like it. Are they crying in the chat? I'm not even reading that shit.
He's crying. Of course, the fucking Euclidean trigonometry wouldn't even know how to spell quantum mechanics. As soon as I stated quantum mechanics, he says, QE does not believe in causality, like quantum mechanics doesn't believe in causality. You're a fucking retard, dude. Go back to your cake decorating threads. All right? It's not what quantum mechanics is about, you dumb fuck. Maybe Wiki quantum mechanics or Discovery Channel quantum mechanics. Fucking clueless clown.
Does he even speak? Does this guy talk?
Yeah, no, fuck him. Unless you're going to talk to him.
I mean,
he's a retard, dude. Well, they all are, essentially.
True.
He's. I don't have muting powers in here, glue sniffer. So every claim you make, you pull it right out your ass. I didn't mute you. I can't mute anybody. You fucking idiot.
The desperation is just crazy, bro.
Fucking pathetic, man.
You muted me. You muted me.
Yeah, how? Yeah, how?
I'm fucking. It wasn't me either. I'm driving over here. Need anybody? Oh, is he crying in the chat? Chat.
Yeah, fuck off. And when you get there, fuck off some more.
I didn't know what his voice sounds like. Was he talking before?
I don't know. I just got in here a little while ago.
Is he a kid? He must be.
I ripped.
You know who he is.
I ripped his ass up some time ago. I think Nathan was in. I don't know what server he was in. And Euclidean trigonometry or whatever the fuck he was came on there, asked a dumbass question. I caught a hold of his name and I started asking him trig questions. He didn't know what trigonometry was. That's how bad it got.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's a big fucking yikes.
I thought it was in here during one of the Friday shows.
Yeah,
that's what I thought it was. It was like a couple months ago, right?
I think it was a little bit longer than that, but like I said, where was he at? Was he in? He might have been in the land of misfit toys. I can't recall. He might have been in here. So like I said, I can't remember which VC he was in or server. No, he was in here during one of when Nathan used to have his shows in here.
Was in here during Nathan's show.
Yeah. How long were you going at him before I jumped in here, Indio?
Not long.
Not long, because there was a dumber fool right before him that I got sick of. Saying, sticking a stick in the ground and marking the shadow with rocks proves the earth is spinning.
I'm glad I missed that one.
Was he referring to Eratosthenes? Because he sounded like he was just making shit up.
Eratosthenes didn't use any sticks, dude.
Or stones.
Don't you love the stories that they give the idiot globetards when they commit? They don't even get the fucking story right. It's never correct, right? It's never.
So there was a Chinese guy. Yeah.
It's never an obelisk in a well. One dude made a video. He said that they communicated, that Eratosthenes communicated with his hard pipe hitting surveyors using smoke signals. I shit you not. We started making fun of him on Nathan Show, and he deleted his video.
He deleted the video?
Yeah.
Smoke signals. What the hell? How many miles is 500 Stadia?
I am not fucking lying to you, dude. I'm telling you, I didn't make that shit up. I'm not exaggerating one iota.
I believe you.
Because you've heard some stupid shit before.
I have.
Yeah.
I've heard people say that the sticks and shadows was Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, Newton, fucking Aristotle, Plato.
No way, really?
Who's the other one? There's one more. Pythagoras, he did it.
Lazarus.
BJ.
Lazarus. They'll say anything, bro.
Yeah, they will.
What's a syndrome? They'll say anything syndrome.
Yeah, they'll try to pull it right out of their ass, contradict themselves over and over again, and then talk over you like they're lecturing you. Can't make this delusional Dunning-Kruger shit up, man. That they're all delusional Dunning-Kruger. Every single last one Globetard that I ever met. Yep. Pull one up. I'll show you.
I believe it.
Twonger boot scooted. He's not as dumb as he looks.
Get a little bit of help, I think.
I had someone build my battery. The show goes on.
Wow, this place died. Did I kill it?
No, you didn't.
All right.
The Globers don't have much stamina. They're more inclined for a drive-by. This reminds me of, I've told this a couple times now, but they're over on the beach. They have these Trump guys. They go and set up a tent like once a week or something like that. California's a big blue state, and so it's kind of cool to see some representation over there. But I went up there and just said something to them, like, "Hey guys, keep fighting the good fight, like what you're doing." While I'm standing there having like a conversation, but just people walking up saying dumb shit. You suck. You're ugly. Ew. They're just making noises and stuff, right? The drive-bys. No
How's that related
intellect.
to the channel?
No argument. That's not related to the channel. I mean, related to the behavior that you guys usually demonstrate. You don't actually have an argument. You don't have anything to say. You just come up and just drive by. You suck, and then leave. That's not very effective. But unless you have something better, well, go ahead.
No, I came in expecting one thing and got another.
Go. What are you expecting? Yeah. We got what you need, brother.
We were waiting for you.
I'm good right now. I'll let someone else go.
Classic. See, there it is again. Non-effective
Came
communication.
in here expecting one thing and got the other, but he can't explain what he expected.
No, I'm just trying to steer the conversation back. That's all.
No, we're gonna stick on
We'll control
California is blue and they suck. How do you like that?
Well, then maybe you guys should change the channel name.
We're in politics server, but
we're in a politics.
In case you forgot where you are.
I could do it out of spite.
And we'll run the panel how we say. What's the name on this person anyway?
Goranadic.
Ew.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What?
Don't ask him. He doesn't know his own name.
Is this
You don't
how
even
you
know your
guys?
name?
Is this how you guys treat every new member of the channel?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no fucking around, just like that.
Especially your sister.
What were you hoping for? Complimentary meatballs?
We got meatballs for y'all, right?
Or me to make sandwiches.
Complimentary meatballs. What the hell?
Those are too expensive to be complimentary. You can't be giving them out for free now.
All right.
Especially with that Australian Wagyu.
Are we going to go back to the topic of the room now?
Sounds like you're going to go back to your cake decorating forms any minute now.
Ration Bear, you said earlier something about the nature of water.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah. Would you say the surface of bodies of water are concave, convex, or lighting?
Holy shit!
Well, no, I'm asking you what the nature of water is that you were talking
No,
about.
I'm asking you. I'll give you the answer. But would you say they're concave, convex, or neither? The surface of any body of water.
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, it can only be. I'm giving you the answers in the question. You've only got three options. So why don't you take a pick?
I don't know.
You can do a
Which one
little
do you think I
process
should
of
take?
elimination. You sound fairly smart. Think you figured out?
No.
Well, that wasn't
Can you
condescending
tell
at all.
me?
Oh, we got a color commentator, the White Knight. Is that Garana Dick?
Yeah, another color. Yep, that's who it is.
Please, I don't need all this white knighting. I just want Creation Bear to tell me what the nature of water is.
Yeah, I can help walk you through it.
Go and walk me
Let's
through
try to figure it out together. We've got concave, convex, or neither. Let's take a pick.
I don't know. Which one should
Well,
I
you
go?
gotta choose, brother.
Let's go concave.
All right. Where do you see this happening?
I don't know. You'd asked me to pick one.
Yeah, well, let's walk through it. Why would you choose concave?
I don't know. It was one of the multiple choice. I just picked it
Well,
random.
we're just gonna. Why should we continue this conversation?
It wasn't a conversation. I'm asking you a question. What's the nature of water?
Well, it's either concave, convex, or neither.
Okay.
Wet.
Thirst quenching. So what's the
Thirst
point?
yeah, it's wet. Quenches your thirst. What else you need to know?
So
Lies
you're
flat.
just-
Wet at rat.
we see what you're doing, brother. We see what you're doing. It's not very effective. So you don't
I
actually
don't
think
see
the
what
water's
he's- I don't
concave.
see what he's
We-
See what
doing.
you're
well,
doing. Why can't you answer what the nature of water is? If you don't know what the nature of water is, I don't think you should be bringing it up in a
I'll
conversation.
hold your hand, Sally, and we can walk through it together. It'll be okay.
Okay, hold my hand. What's the nature of water?
Again with the condescension.
Just mute the other
Again
white
with the
knight.
color commentation at the end.
Just,
Garana
just
Dick.
mute the white knight because you said you didn't want to.
I don't need you white knighting for me. I don't need QE white knighting for Creation Bear.
I ain't white knighting for it. I just said it was
You
wet.
definitely don't need
Shush,
my
shush, 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 shush. Don't white knight.
Don't be shushing. Don't be shushing people.
So Creation Bear, what is the nature
So
of water?
concave. Why would it be concave? Have you ever observed bodies
Why
of
would it
water
be concave?
concave? Have you ever observed this?
What is the nature of water, Creation Bear?
I'm walking you through
Can you
it.
answer the
Spamming
question
over and over.
or just say you don't know?
How about this? What is the potato hop? It's anatomy.
It's what? I didn't hear that.
It's neither.
Huh?
It's neither convex nor concave.
Okay. It's neither convex nor concave. So what does that leave us with?
Yeah? What do you say?
Well, of those three options, I guess the last one will be flat.
There you go. Congratulations.
So how do you know that?
Well, you go out and observe bodies of water.
Please, QE, do not white knight.
Yes.
Creation Bear, how do you know that?
Well, it's just basic stuff, right? The bodies of
Just
water.
basic
Have you ever
stuff.
observed? Well, you want the answer? Or? Well, we're holding your hand, Sally, so slow down.
Hold my hand.
We're gonna
How
walk
do you
slow
know
here.
that the nature of water is flat?
Well, we know that you've never observed concave bodies of water, so we can rule that out. So that would
Can we
leave
rule
us
it
with
out that way?
maybe convex. Have you ever observed concave bodies of water?
I've never observed the Pope.
Well, you observed water and bodies of it.
I've observed water.
Lots of it. Yeah. You ever taken a bath? You ever been in a swimming pool?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it concave or convex?
I couldn't really tell. Didn't have a fine measuring instrument on me.
Oh, you're right. I mean, I don't. Maybe
Could you just tell me how you figured out that the nature of water is flat?
I didn't really have to figure it out. It's just that's how it presents itself.
How it presents itself.
Yeah.
So it looks kind of flat.
Well, that's just how it behaves. You ever seen convex bodies of water? So we can rule out concave bodies. I know you don't think the Earth is concave, so we'll just rule that out. Trolling aside, even though it's not very effective what you're doing. So we can rule out convex or concave. But so you would think that the water is convex. And I would ask why you would think that.
No, I'm not taking a position on this. I'm just wanting to know.
Well, we know where your
how you know that
position
the Earth
is.
flat.
We know where your position is.
Okay, you can assume whatever you want about my position. But I want to know how you, quote unquote, know what the nature of water is. And so far all I've got is, it looks kind of flat.
Measure it.
Please don't white knight.
Well, I didn't say it looks flat. I'm just saying we're ruling out that it's neither convex nor concave, unless you want to stand on it being one or the other.
Okay, how did you rule that out? Go.
Well, you observe concave bodies of water?
No. Like I said, I haven't observed
Okay,
the Pope.
so we can rule that out.
I'm still
We can
pretty
rule
sure the
that
Pope
out.
exists.
Well, you've observed
No, we
bodies
can't
of
rule that
water,
out.
my friend. We're not talking
Absence
about
of
the
evidence
Pope.
is not evidence of absence.
That's okay.
I'm sure you know about the black swan and all that. All swans are white until you see a black swan.
Sure.
So, how do you know that no black swans exist?
Would the black swan be concave or convex bodies of water?
Well, the black swan would be white. The black swan would be flat Earth in this case.
And we observe white swans being convex or concave bodies of water?
I'm not saying anything. But I
I
want
know
to
you're
know
not
how
saying.
you have
You're
ruled
really not
out
saying much
concave
at all.
or convex.
Why don't we start with observation? Have you observed bodies of water before?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the water at the surface convex or concave? Or neither?
Like I said, I can't really tell.
You can't tell.
I didn't have any fine measuring instruments on me, so. But you seem like you
have
have.
your eyes.
So how do you know?
You have your eyes. You have observation, right?
Yeah.
What did you observe?
I just observed some water.
Okay. Did you observe the surface of the water?
Yep.
All right. Was it concave?
Like I said, you can't really tell. My eyes aren't that fine.
I think you can tell. I think you can figure it out.
This is a highly intellectual.
Look, this is what
I couldn't.
chat. I'm just gonna mute him for a second because
Okay, he's running away. That's fine. He doesn't have an answer.
Is he
I'm not running away. We're gonna talk to the audience here real quick.
Why are you being a coward?
You see what he's doing, right? He's trying to play like he's the intellectual. I'm very smart and highly educated. I'm gonna try to pick on people in the call, but at the same time, I'm gonna feign ignorance. Like I don't know. I can't tell what concave. I don't know what concave. I don't know what
Vision
convex
impaired.
is. This is you got to pick one here, brother. You got to pick one. Either you're the intellectual, you're the smart guy, or you're the retard. You got to pick one. You can't be both at the same time. We know you're retarded. So which is it, Britnat? What do you think? Which one should he be? Should he be the retard or should he be the smart guy?
Retard.
I just think you're being a coward. That's all.
I'm not being a
Who is
coward.
that?
I'm
Is that
talking
White
to him.
Knight again?
That's that Brit Nasty or whatever.
Who is it?
I'm a flat
I'm not
earther.
being a
You guys
coward.
don't
We'll go back to talking to him. We're not gonna. We're gonna unmute him. He's not muted permanently. We're just talking to the audience. What do you think, Britnat? Should he be the intellectual that he's trying to be, or should he be the retard that he is?
I don't know. You shouldn't be muting people in your own conversation. It's kind of cowardly.
What would I be afraid of? He's not addressing the. We're saying, have you seen bodies of water? I don't know. I can't tell. What's there to be afraid of in that case?
Well, he's asking you so he presented it as he's asking you a question about.
I told him very directly. It's neither convex nor concave. That's the answer. He's like, well, how do you know? What do you mean? How is that possible? He's trying to be the intellectual and retarded at the same time. He's got to choose one.
Yeah, you're trying to make him stand on.
Brit, Brit, he can't even just honestly just say like what it looks like to him. It's pathetic.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but then Mez is trying to make at least try to push Creation back to defending his claim.
Yeah, he's trying to control the conversation, right? Like he's got the upper hand. It's just pathetic.
If let's put it this way: if Creation Bet asserts that we've excluded concave and convex, then Mez has a right to ask, "How did you do that?" It's not unfair for him to ask that.
He has a right to ask.
Yeah, I mean, assuming you could defend that claim, then yes, he has the right to ask.
I don't think it's much of a claim. We're pointing out
is that
observation.
defensible?
Google it. Yeah, Google it.
Is it a defensible claim? Could you defend that you've excluded concave and convex?
Can you listen? It's not a claim. That's why I'm pointing out it's an observation. Have you observed bodies of water being concave or convex?
So you couldn't defend it? Is that what you're saying?
Oh god,
defend
we got
what?
another
Defend an observation? Why do we need to defend observations?
Defend that you've excluded concave and convex.
Would you stand on either one of those?
I'll put it as the final proposition. If you can give me a proposition that excludes concave and convex, then I'll submit.
You wouldn't stand on either one of those.
Hold on. You're asking Creation Bear, and Mez is asking them to disprove non-existence.
Well, you can actually. Well, you can.
No,
prove
you
it negative.
can't. That's
Yes,
a
you can.
logical fallacy.
No, it isn't.
You sniffing idiot. Yes.
It's called. I'll tell you. There's two ways you can do it.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Okay.
It's called proving non-existence. It's a logical fallacy.
You can do it, Quantum Erase, and I'll tell you two ways you can do it.
You can't. It's fallacious.
One, prove it by contradiction.
Shut the fuck. Just shut him up. He's a dumb fuck.
Quantum, if you prove something isn't true by contradiction, then it can't be true, can it?
Look, we don't need to go down this route. Look, the
You're a
point is
fucking
this. You, nor Mez, nor anybody in this call is going to stand on water either being convex nor concave. That's the point. It's very simple. You won't stand on it, leaving us with only one other option. I don't even have to say the word flat because you guys triggered you guys. But you won't stand on those things.
Yeah. In fact, it's two
As
logical
demonstrated.
fallacies into one. It's proving non-existence and shifting the burden of proof. Two of them. You fucking idiot. You want me to cite? I'll cite them for you and take you down to Chinatown. One moment. There you go. Found it. You're fucking done, moron. You're as dumb as Mez is.
Should we try one more time, chat? 'Cause we're not afraid.
Yeah. So if you prove something is
Hold on, Brett. You're not
You're done right
being
now.
on him, it doesn't mean Yappuccino immediately.
You're done right now at 14 minutes after the hour. That's your time of death. You're a dumb fuck. Say goodnight. So, move on, Creation Bear.
Sounds good.
You guys push people away from the movement.
Oh,
Earth doesn't move. It's not a movement.
We got a movement now.
A movement.
It was never moving, so
I just had a
let's try
movement.
though.
Or Black Power.
He just had a movement. Kiwi, good grief.
So what are we calling it, yo?
That was perfect.
Flat power.
A cult? I don't know.
Are we gonna stick with flat power?
Which is it? Do all flat earthers have a bunch of different ideas, or is it a call?
No, but you guys espouse yours as gospel.
What?
You guys call anyone who disagrees with you as a flat earther an infiltrator or a subversive person, but they just have a difference of opinion.
No, we hold you to task. We hold you to task.
You guys have done it to me
If
and
you
many other
claim
people.
something, bro, if you want to claim something, you got to back it up. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Believe me, I've been here long enough to know how you guys operate.
Right. So if you're making claims and not be able to back it up, then you're a moron. All you have is a belief.
That's another fallacy stereotype, you guys.
I mean, I've been here long enough to see it myself.
You've been here long enough to be a dumb fuck.
Yeah. You guys banned Scott. You banned Scott Mackey, who was a reasonable person in the past.
Scott Mackey.
No, it's not.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You got a Scott Mackey white
pathetic.
there.
That's the first Scott Mackey fan I've ever heard from. Must be
Well, I respect him because he's not childish like you guys.
Is that a white knight I hear?
Well, go suck his dick in another channel. What are you doing here? He's banned from here.
My point proven.
My point proven. Dr. What's the bestest scientific evidence you have for your globe?
I'm not. If you listened, I never said I was a glober.
Oh,
that's fucking bullshit.
No, you guys pushed me away from your channel because you guys shut down anyone who's
Good.
Yeah, looks like we really
Get
pushed
the
you
fuck away from here.
Trying to get rid of you, and it's not working.
Stay over there, bro. No one wants you over here.
I'm just trying to help you guys.
Whatever zest you got going on over there.
Mr. Helper.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks.
Thanks, man.
This is Crybaby Friday.
Yeah.
That's got a ring to it, though, Elbow. Oh, and they all came in holding each other's hands. How cute.
You know, if condescension and sass won arguments, you guys probably won.
Do you not like being condescended to? Dude.
Yeah, please stop appealing to format and just present an argument or hush.
It's just always the tone policing.
What are you?
I would engage, but you guys would just shut me down and mute me.
Yeah, really? So you can tell the future too. What's my favorite color?
Is that a fallacy?
Have you guys ever heard of a pattern recognition? Or
have you ever heard of tone policing like a woman, dude?
The mysteries of that. Are you using it metaphorically or visually or what?
You guys are like the Darth Dawkins.
You guys, that's stereotype fallacy again. You keep doing it. And Flatsy's not a guy.
Well, you guys are a monolith. You don't even disagree with each other.
Monolith. You don't.
There it is. So which is
you know that. You know that. We never disagree with each other. You know that for absolute fact. What do you got to do? What you got? Crystal ball? What's next? You going to be guessing people's weights or barking for the yak woman?
I'll take.
If I've been here long enough,
he's been here long enough.
Where Scott Mackey was here, I think I know how you guys are.
Scott Mackey. I don't even know who he is.
Do you have anything for us? Do you have any facts, any proofs, any evidence, anything?
Lotto numbers? You could tell.
We're just hearing tone policing like a bitch.
Scott Mackey is not proof of globe.
Wow. Okay. Anyway.
He never said he was a glober. Weren't you here when he said that?
I'm trying to ask him, what is he?
I already told you what I am.
Oh, no, I didn't hear it. You said you weren't a Glover. I don't think that's telling me what you are.
I don't know what it is. I don't have a claim of what it is.
Well, that's a strong position.
But it's not a globe.
It's not a globe. All right.
You gonna sit there and take that, Brett Nasty?
I smell an ether believer.
He doesn't. He's not that stupid, is he? Garana Dick. You an ether believer?
A what?
Ether.
What is that?
That's my question.
I'm just open to more ideas. I remember when you guys pushed out a Hollow Earther who was just asking questions, which I guess that's not
Hollow Earther.
You guys,
That's another stereotype fallacy. I didn't push anybody. It's another stereotype fallacy. I never did that.
Well, I mean, the gaggle fuck of people that were here that day did.
So now I'm all of a sudden blamed for it? That's why stereotypes are fallacies, by the way.
All I'm saying is people ask questions and you guys,
there we go again. There's another fallacy.
Why do you keep doing it? He keeps calling you out on it and you keep doing it. Quit.
Looks like you guys are the tone police now.
Yeah,
bro, that's all you've been doing since you've been here, dude. Bring some actual smoke or we're booting your dumbass out of here.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with tone, by the way. So it's
you got lined up next, Creation Bear?
Talking about fallacies.
Oh no, they just want to. I don't know what they're doing here. Bro asked him, is it concave or convex? He said, concave. And then you want us to talk to this retard? Come on, bro. Hold on, I'll go sit on my computer here. Let me switch computers so we can actually cook for a little bit.
So, Gory, got no meat and potatoes coming? Or you just...
You need to switch out, Mike.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, you guys said you'd boot me, so why talk?
Because all you throw is fallacies and crying.
You're just crying.
Why are you throwing fallacies?
Because fallacies are better than nothing.
I'm just here to show that you guys aren't representative of...
There he does it again.
Representative.
Name you guys.
Well, Heretic's the
He just
king of
can't
all.
help himself.
Heretic is king? Facts.
Representatives of what?
Your lockstep opinion.
How much of a glue sniffer are you? True or false?
Crayons.
Yeah, I want to engage in that.
Oh my god. I talk with so much zest.
Just take my autograph and get out of here. Another crazed fan on the loose.
Yeah. What is it with these fucking Mr. Whippy Earthers, man?
Wimpy Earthers.
What's
I like
Mr. What's Mr. Whippy?
Mr. Softy. Soft serve.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
they're soft as
the
shit, bro. No testosterone.
the most insecure people always want to appeal to feelings.
So, Mez, which is it? Are you the intellectual or the retard?
I just want to know how you know that the surface of water is flat.
Well, you got to pick one, buddy. Are you the smart guy or the dummy?
I don't think that really matters.
Well, since you struggled with 3 choices, I'll give you 2 now. Smart or dumb? Which one are you?
It doesn't matter. I just want to know how do you know the surface of water is flat.
Yeah, you got to pick one, bud.
No, I don't. I want you to answer the question. Or just admit you don't.
Well, you'll do what you're told. We're going to run the panel how we see
How
fit.
do we know?
Okay. How do you know?
Just by observation and about 18 different citations telling you so.
You have 18 different citations telling you the surface of water is flat.
Yeah, that lies level. Yes.
Does level mean flat?
Want to see them? I don't. Well, I'm not
Does level mean convex or concave?
Let's
level
check
means
it out.
equal altitude.
Okay, let's check it out then. Hold on, Crazy Bear. Let's check it
All right.
out. So, at 24 minutes after the hour, Mez from physics.info or from the physics hypertext book, water seeks its own level, Mez. You dumb fuck. That's one of the realities of life.
Level's not flat.
What?
Yeah, I asked for flat.
We'll get to
not
that.
level.
We'll get to that in a second, dumb fuck.
Convex or concave? From
Isaac Asimov. We'll get to that in a second, dumb fuck. From Isaac Asimov, Understanding Physics. Amazon.com. Shout out to Flatsy. This, in fact, is part of folk knowledge, as witnessed by the common saying, water seeks its own level. From Engineering Lever Text. Shut the fuck up.
Just saying these citations don't really prove what.
Shut up!
Please, don't get angry.
Shut the fuck up!
It's okay, look. I know you're having a PMS right now, but...
Somebody
come on.
mute his dumbass. Thank you. From Engineering LibreText, since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. And then finally, science in pre-K. That's pre-kindergarten, Mez. That means you are pre-kindergarten from the National Air and Space Museum. Listen closely, dumb fuck. Water will always form a flat surface, Mez, unless it is acted on by another force, such as wind. You blowhard. You're dead. Take him off mute. See if he can defend that shit. See if he can get out of it. See, Elmer Fudd sophist the way out of that shit.
Okay, the last one says flat. Now, how did you prove that?
How did they prove that? There's nothing to prove. It's axiomatic. It's fucking flat. Level.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. That's what it just said.
Yeah, but how did you prove that?
How do you prove? Again, how do you prove
things
that?
saying the
Well,
Earth's
you
a
go
ball,
out and
but
you
you won't
find
like
a
that, will
fucking
you?
body of water, and you look at it, and it's fucking flat.
Well, I would present to him a dichotomy. This is kind of going back to what we were speaking earlier.
You'd fail.
We had you choose.
Shut the fuck up, Creation Bear. Maz, you'd fail pre-kindergarten. Right here. Maz. Pre-kindergarten, dude. You'd fail it. You're a dumb fuck, aren't you?
I don't know. I think you seem kind of dumb. You can't prove that water's flat.
Really? I can't prove it. I got 4 fucking citations saying it's fucking
I asked
water.
for a citation. I asked you to prove it.
Surface. Don't fucking overtalk me, Mez. I got 4 fucking citations from physics fucking textbooks from one of the gods of physics, Isaac Asimov, from Engineering Libertex, and pre-K from your own glue-sniffing pseudoscientist telling you that water seeks its own level or flat surface. What the fuck else do you want me to do?
Level.
You want me to put this in braille and shove it up your ass? You dumb fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh you out of there. You're toast.
Level definition by Oxford: a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch. Level: having a flat and even surface without slopes or bumps.
Yeah, baby. You want some more of those, Mez? You dumb fuck.
But can you prove that?
Let's pop. But can you prove the axiom? There you go, Mez. From dictionary.com. Level: having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. Level: being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. From Cambridge: level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, Mez, you dumb fuck, but even in all directions. Horizontal or flat, Mez. Level: to make a surface flat, Mez. Now, do I got to pile these all up, put them in braille, and shove it up your ass for you to get it?
No, what I want is to know how you know that the surface of water is flat.
They're telling me that's the only fucking shit, dude.
So, you just read something on the internet and now you believe it.
Your cake decorating forums. We're done listening to your fuckwit ass.
You're not very effective. You lack the understanding of what a dichotomy is, bro. Do you
What the fuck are
agree?
you talking about a dichotomy for?
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't fucking know what he's talking.
Just shut him up, move on. It's fucking wasting our time. Fucking retard that failed pre-K. It's already been demonstrated.
Yeah, hello.
I mean, maybe we could use Goron as a witness punching bag. Yeah, we hear you, Tito. What's up?
No, someone else said hello. I was just returning the hello.
Hello?
What kind of AI? What kind of AI uses or do you use that calls you the user sugar?
What?
No sugar.
I'd like her to be relatable.
Oh God, you gave it. It's a her. You really are messed up and fucked up in the head, aren't you?
Who are you talking to?
You.
All right. So anyway,
I want my AI to call me sugar. That's hilarious, dude.
How about sugar walls?
Oh, I see now, Flatsy. You were reading their post. Wow. He's crying to the AI that the
He
chat
told
is.
it to call. He told it, "You are a girl, and I want you to call me sugar when you talk to me."
Gosh.
Are you lonely? You know, you're gonna.
let's get back to the topic of the channel, guys.
You talk to it all day long, don't you? Hi, honey. How's your day?
Hey,
I love that you guys marinate on that point instead of the content.
Shut the fuck up. Who's Scott Mackey, by the way? Have I ever dealt with him?
Oh boy.
Yeah? I can't remember.
Good job.
It was
What
reasonable.
that?
It was reasonable and level-headed, and that didn't stand here.
Really? Prove it.
He said
Well, you
space
banned it.
pictures are the reason why the Earth is a globe, and that's what he thinks.
No, wait a second. Let him prove it. Go ahead, Dick.
Prove what?
Prove. You just made a claim that you said that his claims were reasonable And what was the last thing? Honest? Is that what you said?
He was an honest interlocutor.
So he was prove it.
Well, I don't have the recording.
So you made a claim without support.
All right. Okay.
Prove it. Simple.
I'll loop back to what I said. You guys are just debate pervert.
Debate? There is no debate here, son. You're in a category here.
You're doing some weird projection there again.
They just like bounce off the retard mirrors in their heads. It's like all over the place. You never know what they're. It's just like talking to the fucking retard.
The real perversion is having your AI talk to you like you're sugar.
And then you're going to call other people perverts, bro.
What's even weirder is you left it in there for us to read it.
I'm glad I caught that. That was hilarious when I read it. I read it like a lady from New Orleans. Nah, sugar.
How about Sugar Walls?
I don't know what that is, but I call my husband Sugar Booger.
Sugar Booger. Get with me after we'll talk about Sugar Walls.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll explain to you what a sugar booger is later too.
This is a family show.
You're confusing that with booger sugar. Thank you.
Sounds like some pineapple shit.
No, we have a video of a guy eating his boogers, his sugar boogers.
Ew.
Clover.
Gross.
Clover. I don't know who it is.
It's you guys. As in Glovers.
Yeah, I call my son Booger also, so.
That's good. Here,
Derived.
This guy right here. Who's this guy?
That's all Glovers.
If they can use stereotype fallacy, so can we.
Yep.
You're all booger eaters now.
Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah, that's why I love that argument so much.
Yep.
It's nice to know that Mez and who else is a globetard in here? Either way, Mez is a booger eater. Great to know that.
Well, you can't figure out what concave or convex means, apparently.
Oh, God. Thought we left that a long time ago.
Yeah, it's over, bro.
Are you a masochist, Snufkin? You gotta be a dumb fuck, man. You're a dumb fuck, dude. You couldn't get
Heretic. What?
Shut the fuck up. You can prove a negative by a reductio. Oh, really, Snufkin? So prove ducal slopelgerts don't exist in chat right now, dumb fuck. If you can prove ducal slopelgerts don't exist in chat, then they'll take you off moot. Holy fucking shit, he doesn't know the difference between non-existence. Oh my God, you're a fucking dumbass. Okay, let me post the citations again. Obviously, you can't fucking read either. I'll go ahead and do it again. And then I'll read it out to you. Then you'll say, how did you prove that?
Is he a duper slopegert denier?
Yeah, he is. Fucking clown. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, this is gonna smoke his ass. Here we go again, dumb fuck. You illiterate. These are some poor dumb bastards, man. So, 38 minutes after the hour, you looking at that snuffkin. You doofus mumpkin. Logical fallacy, proving non-existence. Follow the flow here. Description, demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. This one's for you. From Hal Steven, Thinking Tools. A negative claim is a colloquialism for an affirmative claim that asserts the non-existence or exclusion of something, you retard. There you go, dumb fuck. Oh my God, he said, you're done. Say it again. A negative claim isn't one of non-existence. It's proof by negation, dumb fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Before I sick my wolf pups on your dumb ass. Or my cat's litter box. One. So we're still waiting, Snuffkin. Prove that ducal slopogurts don't exist, and they'll take off moot. And I'm not confusing proving a negative with proving non-existence, because a negative claim is one of non-existence. You dumb fuck! I just read it to you from Cambridge University Press. Fucking idiot. So piss off.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
How you fine gentlemen doing tonight?
Oh, fucking Charlene. Now the night's all capped off.
Can you sing for me, Kiwi? What was that song you were singing?
Come on, Charlene.
Yep.
Yeah. You want me to sing the whole thing?
Yes,
Get
please.
the fuck out of here.
You gotta pay.
Pay the toll.
Who DM'd you to come join tonight?
Yeah, fucking, who knows? She's a fucking
Full troll.
Did you get the bat signal, Charlie?
I actually haven't been here in a while.
No, you got the
That's probably
retard.
Cap.
I don't know where this is coming from.
I know,
He's not as dumb as he looks.
Your boyfriends are here muted, so they're like,
Shine
"Oh,
a giant
come
R
in,
in the
please."
sky.
Retard, the retard one.
He hasn't been here since Indio challenged him with the ontology of the wave function.
No, I haven't been here since.
Fuck, shut up.
What happened?
You'll never
Let me try to remember.
That, you fucking moron.
Oh yeah, Indio.
Yeah,
was it
that's
Indio?
right.
I think
You
it was
won't.
Indio.
Yeah, it was Indio.
But he dropped the hard R on some poor innocent
Oh
soul.
yeah, and then you whine to the super fucking mods. Indio said a naughty. You fucking. You're a little
I mean, I think it's a little bit more
You're a
morally
little
reprehensible.
Nancy.
This one thing to say, it's another thing to like.
Oh, come on, Charlene.
I love that.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I do.
Did you tattletale to the mods, Charlie?
Yeah.
So no. What happened?
No,
what
I
happened
didn't
was that-
tattletale. I just told on them.
No. What happened was some guy.
Care,
well,
though.
fuck. What
To be
was his
honest,
name?
I really don't give a fuck.
I don't give a
trolling.
fuck
I don't give a
either.
fuck,
He's the
actually.
one who brought it up.
Are you here to help your boyfriends or what?
I mean, you want to talk flat Earth? I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's what we're here
Yeah,
for, bro.
yeah, let's do
Talking's been done.
What do you think? Bodies
Talking
of
was
water
over in
convex concave or
2016.
neither?
Talking was over in 2016.
Sorry, I can't couldn't hear you both talking at the same time.
Yeah,
I
no
heard him.
shit. He's been fucking rumpusing me all night.
Who? Creation Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's intensive Care Bear to you, QE. I don't know. You think Charlie can figure it out?
Oh
Probably
God,
not.
we're gonna go through this shit again.
Figure what out?
I don't want to. I don't want to embarrass his boyfriends, but we just got to help them learn somehow.
Go ahead. What? I got stuff to do, but I'll go ahead and entertain it. Go ahead.
You got your tap dancing shoes on, Charlie, or you want to put those on first?
Can you just make your point?
All right. We're gonna hear the clickety clack in any second, chat. I'm just so you know that if that phone starts ringing, I called it.
I mean,
Charlie.
I'm happy to turn on my
Bodies
camera.
of water. The surface of bodies of water. Are they convex, concave, or neither?
The surface of bodies of water.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna repeat everything. Like,
Are they
speak English to you?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, we don't want to
Why
hear
is it a problem?
We don't want to hear this. What he says again anyway, and now you're going to repeat it, so we're going to hear it 2 or 3 times.
So the
we're not speaking Chinese, so go ahead.
No, you're not speaking Chinese, but I just want to make sure I understand your question correctly.
We're not speaking
Which
Chinese.
I do. Sometimes people they repeat questions that were made to them to signal that they're thinking about an answer to the question, right?
Just answer the goddamn question, Charlie. It's a multiple choice.
So
A, B, or C.
I don't know. I don't know. So here's the thing. I don't know what it means for a surface that has different curvature in different parts of its surface to be either concave or convex. I know what it means for a surface to be concave or convex where the curvature has the same sign everywhere on the surface. But surfaces are bodies of water, right? They're concave in some parts and they're convex in other parts, right? I would think that over in large enough distances, right, that they're convex. Over large enough distances.
Okay. Can you prove that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm just giving you what I think is the case, it's not a statement of fact,
damn.
right?
He's not the one. He's not the one.
Do you even observe this, or you just think this?
I think it's the case, yes. I don't think I've ever observed it to be convex.
Why would you think this then?
Because I have a conceived notion that the Earth is spherical and that mass attracts mass with gravity. And so, over large enough distances, right, ignoring local displacements, then the surface of the body of water would be convex. But not locally so, right? Obviously, you have like waves in water, which can be either convex or concave.
Holy fucking shit.
Ignoring the waves, we're definitely not talking about waves or bumps on the water. That would sort of just be like the topography, right? So, I mean, I guess you're putting forward your position, but like, how would you go about testing this or observing this or measuring this or anything?
Over large enough distances? Sure. I mean,
would you say that all bodies of water behave this way, or only some bodies of water?
Which behavior are you talking about?
The convexity.
Yes, but not in the same way.
How?
The scales make a difference, right?
I would disagree with that, but
really? I mean, for example, bodies of like a very small, like I don't know, like a coin-size puddle of water, right?
Can I stop you right there?
Sure.
Can I stop you right there? When I say bodies of water, I'm referring to like something you could put your body in. I don't know if that's exactly what a body of water means, but in this context, we're referring to things that something you could put your body in, something big enough. We're not talking about small examples, because I could give you multiple examples in small cases where it's both, like not at the same time, but I can give you an example where it's concave. I can give you another example where it's convex, in small examples. But I would say in bodies of water big enough to put your body in, then the water does behave the same in all bodies of water, and it's neither convex nor concave. That's my position.
Okay. Well, I'm still going to give you the same answer, right? Depending on the situation, it could be different. Now, when we're talking about traditional bodies of water like oceans and lakes, right? Then I would generally say they probably all have some level of convexity, but it's difficult to measure, and it's probably the effect is probably more significant the larger the body of water is.
I'm wondering why you would say they'd be different at different scales. What changes?
Mm-hmm.
Why would that change?
The amount of total distance by which they can curve, right?
So either they're curving or they aren't, though. That would be the dichotomy I'd present to both you and your boyfriends down here.
So, do you think that somebody's either tall or they're not?
Oh, God.
That's not a true dichotomy. That's not a true dichotomy. But I would say that a surface can observably
that's a wonderful
be curved or
observation,
not.
but could you answer my question?
That's not analogous. It's red herring. Non sequitur.
Why is it not analogous?
Answer is subjective question.
You can't just declare it's not analogous when I haven't even
answer his subjective question objectively. Creation Bear, for fuck's sake.
What the fuck?
Can some people be taller than others?
He's a fucking imbecile, man. But you wanted it. You got it.
That's not a dichotomy, bro.
Okay. Can some people be taller than others?
That's not a
dichotomy. God.
That's a wonderful.
Define tall, moron.
That's a wonderful observation, but can you answer my question? Can some people be taller than
I'm presenting you a true dichotomy. Bring it up whether someone's tall.
Hey, y'all have a good time now, all right? Get you on the flip side.
You're not going to answer my question. That's fine. All right.
We don't need to answer that question.
All right. Well, I find that to be sort of intellectually incurious, and I'm sad that you don't want to continue the conversation.
Yeah, how is that objective?
How is what objective?
Someone taller than others.
What is your question?
Exactly my point. You have no question because that's subjective. For somebody, that person could be tall, but for somebody else, that person could be short.
Is that what you tell yourself when you look at yourself in the mirror and you measure your height?
No, you're not being a moron, Charlie. Bro, you don't understand that is subjective. It is not an objective question.
You don't think saying person A is taller than person B is an objective?
You didn't ask that question, did you?
All right. Well, this is sillier. This is actually sillier than I thought.
Your question is silly. Yes, it is silly. Your question is retarded.
Well, it is catered to the audience.
No, it isn't. Unless your audience is dumb fuck Glovers, yes, then you might be in the right place, but you're not.
All right, sorry, I thought I was talking to Creation, but I'm happy to continue the conversation with you.
Goran, are you a Glover?
Me?
No.
Oh.
Well, so there's no Glover here. I don't think so. It's Charlie's the only Glover here. So I guess you're talking to yourself.
He's a trauma case. He's a flat Earth trauma case, is what he is.
Why? Because I don't toe the heretic line.
Charlie, I don't understand why you took it there. We were trying to move forward with your bodies of water thing, and now you want to talk about people being taller.
Right. The analogous point would be that some
you're short, whatever.
The analogous point is that some bodies of water, right, because they're larger than the curvature, even though it's the same as the curvature in a smaller body of water, is more pronounced because it has more distance to curve over. I think that's a pretty simple point to understand.
So you're saying that the smaller bodies of water are curved, or they are not?
They are curved, but they have less distance to curve over, so the total displacement is more difficult to measure.
I would present to you a dichotomy that
actually, excuse me, I retract that. Okay. Sorry, I retract what I just said. I don't know if I don't know at what distances other effects become more important and stop and make a significant contribution to the displacement of water.
Cool. Do you agree with the dichotomy I'm putting forward that any surface can either be curved or it isn't?
Any surface can either be curved or it isn't. On its face value, yes. I do think that's a dichotomy.
Cool. So then, like, that doesn't matter the scale then, in terms of, like, if you're saying it's curved on a... Well, this is something we can get globers on pretty easily. You can ask maybe a lineup of 10 globe earthers, are all bodies of water behaving the same? Some will say only oceans are curved and the smaller ones are not. Then you'll get other ones who say they're all curved. What do you say?
Well, they're all curved in different ways and in different degrees, right? They all have the same laws of physics applied to them, but not the result of that isn't the same for all masses.
What would you say? Like, what is making them curved then?
For large enough bodies of water, I would say the main contributor is gravity, but that's not the only effect, right?
Gravity makes the water curved.
Sure.
You
Tell me
sure?
how gravity works. I want to know what the mechanism that gravity pulls on water.
It's mass attracts mass.
And Einstein is rolling in his grave right now.
No, he's not, because he understands exactly what I mean. Obviously, the more accurate theory is the theory of general relativity. I very well understand that. And yes, I understand that general relativity says that gravity isn't actually a force, but it's actually the curvature of space-time, and so straight paths, don't really stay parallel paths don't really stay parallel to each other depending on the curvature of space. Anyway, I understand this theory. I don't know the point that if somebody says gravity is a force, therefore Einstein is going to be rolling in his grave is displays that you don't understand, not physics but language. It's a linguistic problem that you're having.
If you rewind the tape and you understand language, you said mass attracts mass.
Correct.
I didn't even say anything about a force. That's nice try though.
That's what I meant. I inferred.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And by the way, Einstein has no problem with the statement "mass attracts mass," right?
Did you ask him? You asked him that?
I inferred it from his writings, which I've actually read.
That's cap. Well, anyway, we can move forward to the bodies of water are not curved. Number one, visibly so, and secondly, measurably so.
Okay.
And I don't know why you would say the bodies of water are curved like that anyway. I have a whole joke called a hill of water. Maybe you've heard it before. I literally mock people for believing in hills of water, and that would be you.
Okay.
Not a hill of water.
So that's our position, and mainly why we're.
So, do you think
that's why
that
a lot of people are flat earthers is due to the nature of water, which is not convex nor concave? Shout out to our boyfriends down at the bottom of the panel who left.
Okay. Do you think that the surface of water is at the same elevation everywhere on Earth? Is that your impression? Out of the oceans.
I know there's different.
Like just
what do we think,
just the
chat?
oceans.
I don't know. I just don't think that they're convex. I don't see what the elevation has to do. I know that there's locks and channels and things like this, like dams and all types of stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Like that.
I'm not counting
Change
that.
the elevation, but what are you trying to get at?
No, well, my point is that if we just think about the one connected thing that is the collection of all the oceans, right? The height of the surface of the water isn't the same everywhere. I mean, that's obvious if you go out and just observe waves locally. It's obviously not the case.
Is it red herring or is it leading to
and over
some
long
sort of,
distances,
curvature proof though.
And over long distances,
Everybody knows
that's
it's a
what
mean,
the tides
there's
are,
mean
right?
Sea level, you take an average. Yeah, everybody already knows that. Is this getting to a curvature proof sea, or you just
Yeah, I
jerking
mean,
us
what do
off?
you think the tides are?
Oh, okay, so it's a red herring.
Not curvature.
Yeah, because
Tides and waves are not curvature.
Yeah, tides are long period waves.
Tides
Yeah,
are
long
tides
period
are
waves.
absolute.
Tides are long
Tides
period
are.
waves. You're not going to talk
Let's
over
just.
me.
All right.
Let's
Wow.
just-
So
let's
I
just
really
see if
struck
we
a
need-
nerve
Let's
there,
just
didn't
see if we need to talk about tides real quick before we waste any more time on this. Do tides prove a globe?
You're not gonna. Whoa! I didn't know we were talking about. I didn't know we were talking about flat Earth. I thought we were talking about whether or not water is curved.
Well, you need to check where you are and just kind of reset.
No. The point was
That is
whether or not
flat Earth.
water
Yeah. Okay.
is curved.
No. Okay. So, do tides equal globe?
If you're going to be bringing a relevant point,
Okay, we don't need to talk about tides again because they obviously don't equal globe. Try to read the room, figure out where you are, figure out what you're trying to do here. Okay, try again.
So, if you want to talk about flat Earth, why don't we talk about something that I have direct experience about, right? Like, I've actually worked on and measure geostationary satellites. I mean, I have the data right here in front of me. I know where they are. 35,000 kilometers up in the sky, right?
Oh, should I bust out the sound clip?
Bodies of water resting with convexity using those?
Volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
There are fossil records.
No? All right. Man, I thought that was going to trigger QE. So he's always pretty upset hearing that number. He's always pretty upset when none of you guys challenge me on it as well. That's fine.
QE's here. Like, he's not even here. He's not.
Oh, do you
even
leave?
Here,
oh, well.
Yeah.
Situational awareness just keeps dropping lower and lower.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Funny.
And you got the whiny Karen piping up again from the back of the room.
The zesty Nick over in the corner there, gooning to the flat earthers.
Gooning, yeah. Imagine seething for as long as he has been with nobody even fucking noticing who he is.
Like, dude, put your hate boner away, man.
Seething is a subjective statement, not objective.
You're helping Charlene out too much. Stop deflecting, diverting.
Well, why don't you guys answer my question I asked in the side chat if you want a real engagement?
Well, why don't you stick to your side chat questions in the side chat? Stop helping Charlene divert.
Oh, I don't need help at all.
Yeah, you do. Or else you wouldn't have let this.
I know you think that. Dude, it's fine. It's totally fine. Like, I have no interest in changing your mind. I don't. Yes. I think the conversation itself is interesting for human reasons, not for physical reasons.
Here we go again with the psychoanalysis.
Well, he can't provide proof of his claim, so he's got to go to something else, or else it's going to be too painful to admit.
You're right. I agree with you. I'm never going to be able to prove to you things. I agree with that.
Proving to me, I just mean proving at all. Period.
Yeah, in general.
Yes, to you. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say that you guys have a problem with language. You don't understand that those two things mean the same thing in this context. Yes, they do.
Prove it. No, they don't.
Oh gosh,
you can't prove it to anyone.
Yeah, you can provide a logical proof, and I can nut it all day, and it'll still be a proof regardless. But you can't do that, and that's what I'm saying. You can't do that.
Where's your proof?
Provide a proof, dude. It wouldn't matter if I accept it or not. It would just be proof regardless what I think, but you can't do that.
Yes, I agree. I can't prove it to you. Where's my model?
No, the flat earther.
Oh,
this idiot still thinks it's about models.
So, to give you some context, Goran, okay, I've been coming here for a while now. So, I work for a satellites communications company. I write software for the ground systems of a well-known company that deploys geostationary satellites. And I have personally verified that we do, in fact, have, and I have written an algorithm and calibrated ground systems that measure the exact position of several geostationary satellites. All right, and I know for a fact that they are at least 35,000 kilometers up in the sky. That, I would argue, is in severe contradiction with many of the flat Earth conclusions.
Well, they would just say it's a helium balloon holding it up.
What about the main one?
35,000 kilometers?
Don't rest with convexity; they rest horizontally. Is it in contradiction with
that? I didn't hear that. Sorry, repeat that.
And bodies of water resting horizontally. Is it in contradiction with that?
Bodies of water resting horizontally.
Yeah, now we got to teach him English.
They're doing the repetition.
In contradiction to what?
Okay, now he doesn't remember what he just said.
The thing you just said, Charlie.
Do I think that bodies of water laying horizontally are in contradiction with there being satellites up 35,000 kilometers up in the sky?
He got there, chap.
Okay, so do you think that there being bodies of water that are only horizontal is in contradiction with the Earth being spherical?
Oh, now he's going to answer.
Yes, I'm trying to do inductive reasoning with you. So I'll ask again. Do you think that bodies of water being only horizontal over large distances is in contradiction with the Earth being spherical?
Yeah. So he's not going to answer my question. Yeah,
can you answer the question? Okay, excellent. Then it is in contradiction. Then it is in contradiction with satellites.
I asked you the question first.
Then it is in contradiction with the existence of space. Okay, so yeah, there you go. I don't know what else to tell you.
What's your claim here?
That there is a satellite.
If satellites, where you say they are, the surface of water must actually be
into
curving.
space.
Is that your claim?
No. That it is more likely that the Earth is spherical.
Oh, more likely. Okay, so just bullshit.
Yes.
It's probably a globe. You're saying. Well, that's useless.
Well, I mean, it should trigger alarms in your. Well, it shouldn't, right? Because you don't have the data in
It's
front of you.
probably
You're
a
not going to
globe
believe me.
because you said so.
That's
I mean, there
fine.
was no actual logic even for establishing that. Probably you're just saying that.
I know you think that, but
no, it's
that's
what's
fine.
demonstrated. You didn't use any. You just said it's probably more likely it's curving. Yeah.
Well, you should really doubt your own ability to discern what is logical and not. Unfortunately.
Well, do you have any logic? Put it in a syllogism. Let's see.
I've actually done that
Inference rule.
several times.
What inference rule did you use?
What inference rule did I use?
Okay, you don't actually know any logic.
I've actually read
Nice
about
rhetoric,
this.
but you should have.
This was in first order logic.
You should have actually learned what some of these things mean.
So, do you
For
think
chanting it like
that?
rhetoric.
Hold on. Do you think that if I don't have the dictionary definitional name of like a law and logic, that therefore it must mean that I don't know how to think? Or
yeah, I don't think you know how to think. I
logical
don't think you have any logic. Yeah, I don't think you know how to actually reach a logical conclusion because you haven't done it so far.
Bro, you're a flat earther.
Okay, so that's an ad hom. So you're just demonstrating
It
my
is.
point again.
It is absolutely an ad hom.
Yeah, you're failing big time.
But that is not demonstrative of your point at all. No.
Yeah, it is. My point was that you can't use logic, and then you went to an ad hom demonstrating you're not using logic.
What do you want to tell me exactly what an ad hom is? What kind of fallacy?
Yeah, it's an insult in lieu of an argument because you don't have one.
What kind of fallacy is it?
Like what you guys did.
Informal.
Right, he was.
Oh, what does that mean? What does it mean that it's informal?
It's not the form that's fucked up about it.
Tell me what it means for a fallacy to be informal.
I see lioning. Keep using fallacious reasoning. Yeah. So do you
Why is
have,
that fallacious?
You have an inference rule that's
hold on. What is fallacious about me asking you?
Yeah, you're sea lioning.
What does
you're
it
trying
mean
to deflect from the fucking
for
topic,
fallacy to
dude.
be informal?
So it's basically a red herring. So do you have an inference rule?
No, that's not what it means. You don't know what the fuck it means.
Do you have an inference rule that establishes the conclusion of globe using your fuckwit satellites?
An informal fallacy, okay.
Okay, all right.
Is not what you're saying it is.
So I can control your microphone. 1 second here. We're going to keep you right on track, right focused. Okay. So do you have an inference rule that establishes the conclusion of globe from your fuckwit satellites? Go ahead.
Is that the only way in which?
Yeah, okay. You're not going to talk if you actually have to address the points, right? You're going to just put your tap dancing shoes on and just dance all around them, right? That's all you're going to do?
Hey, wait, does anyone else hear that phone ringing? Yeah, because I called it.
Yeah,
I called it earlier when you were going to tap dance.
Yeah, he's tap dancing.
Heretic's giving you the opportunity to present, like the connection between your object at 35,000 kilometers above the surface and the surface of water not being horizontal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that what the connection is between that and the spherical versus flat Earth. And you've already made the connection between, the curvature of bodies of water and the shape of the Earth. Do you need me to connect the dots for you there?
I think they do.
Like, does the transitive is the transitive property just is it not compatible with the flat Earth brain?
Yeah. So what inference rule are you going to use?
I guess so. Anyway, I'm gonna go play Doom. Unless you guys want to talk about something else.
Yeah, logic's not your strong suit. Go play games and jerk off.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I got my wife for that, but all right.
Anyway, like you have a wife.
Have a good night.
Your boyfriend.
I'm going to turn it on. I'll show it to you right now. I can maybe have her sit in my lap if I can get her off of bed.
We don't want to.
Can't turn on my camera here? Fuck, I don't have the rights.
Flat Earthers win again.
All right.
Well, yeah, I mean, no argument.
His wife, what's his name?
All he said was, "Do I really have to spell it?"
You got me in a gay joke. That's great. No, I'm not.
All he said was, "Do I really have to spell the logical connection here?" And he didn't actually establish one at all. Just said, "Do I really have to spell it out? Do I really have to bring evidence? Do I really have to make an argument?" Okay, I'm leaving to play games now.
It's the same shit you guys say.
No, it's not.
Dick.
We use arguments.
Dude.
What was his argument, dude? Yeah, White Knight. What was his argument? Did he have one? I didn't hear one.
You guys just hand wave and over talk him the whole time.
What was his argument that I hand waved, dude? What did you hear? Yeah, me too. Nothing.
That's what I thought.
Why is he
He
quiet
just didn't
now?
make an argument, and he said it's our fault that we didn't comprehend the argument he didn't make.
Yeah, what part did he hand wave?
Satellite, so it's more likely that it's a globe and water is horizontal, but it's still a globe or something. It was kind of jumbled.
I mean, you
Why
were
is he
being
quiet
generous.
now?
You were basically giving him his 35,000 kilometer away satellites, and he still couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, he just said, "Do I really have to spell this out?" And he didn't spell anything out. What was he getting at? Maybe you're the globe whisperer we need right now, White Knight guy. What was he getting at?
Well, I'm kind of like in between doing something else and listening, but from what I heard, you guys kept over talking him, kept pulling up names, things of the nature.
Okay, so you have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, so what part did we overtalk?
Yeah, I let him cook when he was supposed to be giving us an argument.
All right, I'll wait for the next one, and I'll really keep an eye on it.
Yeah,
So
you can't tell. So you're just making shit up.
I didn't interrupt him at all when he was going to give his argument, but all he really said was, "Do I really have to spell this out? You guys just don't
not
get
you,
it."
but your lackeys were.
Shut up, dude. You're such a
Yeah. The Glovers just say shit, and then when we press them upon it, when did we do that? They go, I'll pay attention the next time. That's your answer.
Well, I think that's one thing. He was saying he was going to. This is the thing. He said he was going to think about it. He was thinking about it, and you guys cut him off and said, "Aha, gotcha." It's like, dude.
No, I didn't say anything. I just let him talk, and all he said was, "You know,
he was thinking about it." Was that when he was repeating back the question?
Oh yeah, that was a tough question.
Yeah, what was he? He was thinking. He was thinking about the part that he said he already knew. That's hilarious.
Maybe
So anyways, can I get a model?
You don't
From someone who claimed one, maybe.
Can we get a globe model first? Let's see your globe model. Put it in the chat. We'll take a look at it.
Oh shit!
What do you need a model for?
Like a supermodel, runway model. What kind of model?
Because these idiot Glovers think they have a globe model, so that's why they're asking us for a model. They think they have something to compare, but they don't have a model themselves. What a bunch of doofuses.
But you're also making claims.
What claim?
Well, no, you made a claim of a model. You're claiming you have a model, the globe model. We want to see your globe model first, then we can continue the conversation. Once you provide your globe model.
I don't have one.
Yeah, then don't ask us for one.
Oh,
Wait, you don't have a model? That's a big problem.
You don't have one either. You don't have one either.
For people who are so adamant in their position, you would think they have a model.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, we're so adamant. Yeah, flat water.
Yeah, if I'm going to be adamant about something, I got to have a model.
So horizontal water needs a model.
So what's the frame of reference for your claim?
Sunny. Why don't you just reference the actual
water
thing itself?
Yeah, water laying horizontal. What kind of model would you suggest for that?
What about beneath the water?
Oh, beneath the water.
That's not flat.
Pretty much.
Why
we don't care what's beneath the water.
Any body of water.
Abyssal plains beneath the water. That's pretty flat.
I mean, it's part of the Earth's surface, is it not?
Yeah, it's not curving though.
I've seen it curve.
Really? Present the argument. Put it in the text chat. Let's see your evidence.
All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Crickets. You said you already knew, and now you have to go look. Just like I said before. Thank you very much. Thanks for your concession. You didn't know. You said yes, then you have to go look for your evidence because you didn't have it. retarded.
Man, how long has this? How long has this guy been working up the courage to actually talk to us? He's clearly been mad for a while.
Yeah, true. Is this the first time they spoke?
Well, ever
I've
since
never
Scott
spoken to them
Mackey
before.
got booted out.
Yeah.
Oh, his boyfriend. Yeah. He's about to demonstrate anything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Chat, I'm calling it right now.
Got free rent in places I didn't even know exist.
Did you give him your autograph yet?
I should just give him the autograph so he can get going. The autograph and the T-shirt.
I'm going to disprove your theory with one picture.
What theory?
All right. Take a look at the side chat.
All right, taking a look. Well, look at the surface of the water, though.
Water's horizontal. Looks good to me.
Yeah, I don't care about the water. I'm talking about beneath.
Well, I mean, why would the water beneath affect the surface in any way?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, but I'm more curious about beneath it.
It's irrelevant. It's like putting a fork in a sink and expecting the fork to affect the surface of the water.
I don't think you are.
Is the surface beneath the water a part of the earth?
We're talking about the surface.
Yeah.
Technically that's not the surface then. Beneath it.
Well, water
Is it not? Is it not? Even on the globe side, they say that the surface
It's a layer.
is mostly
I mean, I'm
water.
not a glober, so that's not me.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we're going off of mainstream, they're saying the surface is mostly water. So why would you ignore the
I'm
water?
bringing a revolutionary theory that beneath the water, there's not flatness.
But the good news is that what's beneath the water doesn't affect the surface, which is like, I don't know if you need a news
Well,
flash.
we don't know. We don't even know the depth of the ocean, so I don't see how you guys make any claim.
It's completely
Can't be a
irrelevant.
globe. Can't be a globe if the surface of the water ain't curving. So I don't really care about the rest of this.
Well, it's not flat, so.
Oh, there's topography. You're one of those guys. You think that you discovered hills.
The water is mostly
Pat on the head, little buddy.
Apparently, all of you guys live in flat.
Pat on the head. Go back to fapping in the back of the room where nobody can hear you.
Wait, do you just posted a flat example right there in the chat? Like, why would you deny that?
Take your hate boner for flat Earth and go back to the back of the room.
Yeah, is he still gooning?
Yeah. Put that shit away, man.
That's gross, dude.
At least you were gooning quietly before.
So
You
funny.
guys just don't like intellectual engagement.
You're not really being intellectual. You've been chiming in. Oh yeah, you guys also do this. Zesty ass.
Yeah, and the one time I gave you guys something, you guys hand wave it.
It's irrelevant.
Which is,
I mean, it's actually supporting our point. The surface of the water ain't curving, and that's all we're saying.
Okay, surface of water. I'm talking about surface beneath the water.
why would you do that?
Yeah.
Because it's a
Well,
part
because he
of
wants to talk about the topography.
Yeah, if the surface of the water ain't curving, it ain't a globe, so we're good with
On
that.
land, we have topography.
it also ain't flat.
Oh my god, dude.
Is this a Bevite? Is he?
It's flat. Yeah, it's Bevite, basically. Flat within a tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. Like, actually, that's a good point there. I was just thinking, like, piece of paper under a microscope, super rough and bumpy and stuff, but, like, who's going to say the paper's not flat? You know? You're just talking about bumps, dude.
Well, we don't
Doesn't
even know
change
the
the
full
surface.
depth of the ocean, so how can we argue what's beneath?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll get you an example of a table that's, like, really bumpy and groovy, but it's still a flat table. Let me grab it for you.
If you don't know what's beneath the water, then how can you argue anything?
It doesn't matter. The surface is all that matters.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's like saying like, well, we put a fork in the bottom of a swimming pool. Is that going to affect the surface in any way? The bottom of the swimming pool could be any shape. Literally doesn't matter, but it's still flat on the surface. Welcome to flat Earth.
But you're arguing flat water. You're not arguing flat Earth.
Yeah, no shit. You want us to rebrand it for you?
I mean, it'd be more honest if you did.
Well, actually, I like the fact that it's called flat Earth because it triggers retards like you.
Yeah,
not triggered at all.
Flat Earth. Yeah.
I mean, you're like, but what's underneath the water though?
Yeah, expand your mind. Ask yourself new questions.
Expand your mind. Look at the chat right now. This is a table I took. This is
regardless of what.
Expand your mind by limiting your vocabulary to be very specific, super ultra specific, and not misrepresent the word or use it in any other context whatsoever, even if that context is appropriate.
Yeah, because the way you're using it,
Well,
CV
is that ground under the water showing any curvature?
That's my point. It's not.
Ooh.
It is showing curvature under the water. That's
well, you had it right the first time. You had it right the first time.
I did not.
Even in your post, that's not curvature. What you posted is not curvature.
What's so hard for you guys to understand here?
You posted it. What do you mean?
You're the one who's deflecting from the point of the conversation, spamming red herring nonsense about hills and mountains and shit that nobody was arguing about.
Well, it's just
Garana Dick, you said you posted it in the chat. Well, there's no curvature there.
It goes deeper than that, and we don't even know the depth. So how do we know what it is?
No, but where's the curvature? Why did you post that? There's no curvature there.
Okay,
that's more like the table that I posted.
I got you.
You see the? Do you see the table that I posted there?
Right.
That's like the table. It's just grooves. It's still flat though. There's no curvature involved.
I'll get another picture.
Okay.
Generally flat within a tolerance, good enough. We don't have to be ultra pedantic. We're saying there's no globe curvature, so it's some sort of a plane, obviously, not a ball spinning around in space.
Well, it's cute that he's saying, "Well, no. Ignore what I posted first. Let me get something else."
Well, that's an animation, just So.
Oh, but we should throw it out. Like, why'd you post it?
Do you guys understand that you can't reference the bottom of the ocean if there's no bottom discovered yet?
We're not good. Well, here's the good news. We're not referencing the bottom. You are. And they're just saying it's curved.
Just need the surface of the water.
If you don't know the bottom surface, then you can't make it.
The bottom ain't gonna make it. The bottom ain't gonna make it a globe if the water on top isn't curving.
So you
Why are you saying it's curved if it hasn't been discovered?
That's what
the water on top is horizontal.
Be so hell-bent on your idea.
The water on top is horizontal. That can't be on a globe. It's not the outer surface of a globe.
What does that prove?
What I just said.
All you proved is that the water's flat on top. That doesn't prove anything.
Right.
Yeah, no
which would be the surface of a globe, which would be curving if that's what it was. Duh.
My God.
Do you not see the irony when you guys
and
say
your mind?
Oh, the moon isn't a sphere because it's circular, right? I'm doing the same thing.
Fuck, dude. Nobody said
what?
That.
You guys say that.
No, we don't. We don't know if it's a sphere or not.
Oh, convenient.
I didn't hear anyone say anything like that. I've been in this call for quite a while today.
Yeah, nobody said it's a circle, therefore it's not a sphere. We're just like, well, it looks circular. You can't really tell for sure.
I'll even give you the fact that sometimes it looks spherical. That's fine.
Well, that's a new opinion. I've never heard that till today.
Just not tracking.
A lot of people would say that. That doesn't mean that's what it is.
I just hear people staying agnostic on that. Usually, they don't know. They don't know of a way to test or demonstrate it, so they just don't make a claim.
Exactly.
Well, I think that's the honest position to hold.
Nobody needs this goofball's pedantic rhetoric to be able to understand what we're talking about. And, nobody comes in here thinking that we mean that there's no change in elevation across the surface of this thing we live on. Nobody. Rarely. Some fucking idiot might come in every now and then and go, you think it's 2D? Like, fucking hell, bro.
What did you say was an honest position?
An honest position is to be agnostic on most of it, but the flat Earth claim itself is not an agnostic position.
Well, I have some more good news for you. It's not a claim.
All right, then change the channel name.
Why do that? It's an observation. We observe the Earth is flat. We measure it's flat. Well, there's no need to make some grandiose claim. Everybody, let's change all of history. Let's change the Earth as it is. You don't need to do that. You live on the same Earth as us. It's not that
What's
you
your
experience
suggestion?
some different Earth. Go ahead.
What's your suggestion?
A rebranding?
Yeah.
It would make you guys appear more open-minded if you did.
Yeah.
What should we call it?
So what do you suggest we call it?
Not Globe Earth Channel. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Why don't you go start a Not Globe Earth channel?
Yeah. Why are you trying to help us? If this is such a great idea, take it to yourself, dude.
Do you agree with the dichotomy?
Go show us
earlier?
up.
Yeah, he's here
Sorry, who
enjoying
asked
the
the
party.
question?
Do you agree with the dichotomy we presented earlier? I
Which
can
one?
represent it. Well, I would say that any surface can either be curved or it isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So then if it's not curved, what is it?
Well, there could be curvature.
Spit it out.
What are you laughing
You
for?
got
I'm
it.
trying to answer honestly.
Spit it out.
Can I not think before I answer?
It's pretty easy. I don't know why you need to think about it.
Just trying to think of a workaround, get around your point.
No, I'm just trying to be
I've
intellectually
got
honest
multiple ways to address
and not
what
get
you're
bullied
saying
into
here,
a
but
position I don't hold.
it's not bullying. It's A or B. You said it's not B, therefore A. A being, what's the word?
Okay, but what does that prove?
Well, that's why we don't need to call it like anything else than what it is. It's not curving, therefore flat.
Okay.
Boom.
Can I ask you
Now, let me
a
address this in another way. Let me address this in one more way, and I'll turn it over to you. The red pill. Maybe you've seen The Matrix. When he takes the red pill, he has this crazy reaction, right? Like he just got electrocuted or something crazy. That is that's part of the red pill process. You have this reaction to it. Flat Earth being triggering to people is a good thing, in my opinion. I want people to have this reaction. I want people to, react to it, basically. So, if you have your own preferred pronouns and you want it to be called something else, that's fine, but it's not going to be rebranded. We're not calling it anything else than what it is.
Okay. The same way that the Globers brand the Earth a globe, and that's a misbranding of what it really is. Aren't you falling into the same trap?
How is it a misbranding when they call it a globe Earth?
Because there's a perception of what flat Earth means to the layman, right? And if we're not arguing the true model of the Earth, when people think flat Earth, they think of something in their head. So why not call it I don't know instead of something that you don't even know if it is?
I explained it to you.
It's
part of the it's part of the reaction process. It's you have a vitriolic reaction to the red pill. It's good.
24/7 I don't know Earth.
That's crazy.
Yeah, nobody's
not
going to
honest position.
Well,
nobody's going to join though.
We do know.
Well, you guys are in
the fact of the matter is that we do know, yeah.
You know what though? Really quick, flat Earth drives the numbers. Calling it that gets people interested. It gets the conversation going. Maybe your angle is to stop it.
Ooh.
No, my angle. No, that's not true.
Well, sitting here calling it 24/7, I don't know Earth. People are just gonna be like, "What the fuck's that about?"
The fuck is that?
Skip over it. They know what we
Flat
mean
Earth,
when we call it this, dude. So we'll just keep crushing it.
Yeah, you guys argue models all the time, so obviously people have different perceptions of the channel name.
We don't argue models, dude. We don't present a model, and we know that the globe Earth has no model.
Yeah, and that position has been achieved because Globers have put you guys into that position. You guys used that model.
You don't know what a model is.
Is that supposed to be like an argument or what?
Did he say we use a model? What model do we use?
Exactly.
I said you used to use models, but now you can't.
Who said what model did we used to use?
It's the stereotype fallacy. Once again, dude, can you address the room without using fallacies?
I don't know. Sea level seems to be a good enough model for me.
Okay, a question. Do we know what's at the depth of the lowest part of the ocean? Yes or no?
Not interested, don't care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't care. Why would we care about that, though?
I mean, it's a part of the Earth, is it not?
Which is flat.
Wow, okay.
So you obviously disagree that if we're on a globe, some point the surface would be curving, just as Heretic said, to make that globe. Or does the Earth curve and then we just have level water off into space somewhere where the water doesn't curve with the Earth?
Okay, what if there's an underground reservoir beneath the Earth that you guys don't know about and I don't know about that's maintaining?
It doesn't make the Earth not flat.
Well, it proves hollow Earth.
Well, where's the surface curving? As per the images we're given, where's the surface curve, dude?
How can I map something that hasn't been discovered?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you mock something that hasn't been discovered? Hollow Earth. It's hollow, even if it was hollow below us, it's still flat on the surface, is it not?
The water level is, sure.
Yeah, so just call it a day. Wrap it up. That's it. Pack it in. It's flat.
But people who've proposed the hollow Earth in the past, you guys have completely made fools of them and discarded.
Are you proposing it right now?
Oh, bullshit.
And you guys also discard Admiral Byrd.
You guys, all this you guys talk. Are you proposing Hollow Earth right now?
I'm open to all theories. I'm more open than you guys are. You guys are narrow-minded.
So are you proposing Hollow Earth or no?
I'm open to it.
We have something called Speculation Sunday, right? Where you can come on Sunday and hollow earth your heart out.
We don't do that. Speculate. We just state on things we know to be true, like the surface is flat. And that's it, dude. We don't need to make up all this extra stuff. Like, what if there's this? What's the point of that? Why, we can't package that and teach that to other people. Who hurt you, Goran? That's what I want to know.
No, he's so open-minded that he can have anything poured into his brain, any kind of crap.
Honestly, you guys hurt me because I used to be part of your group. And you guys just push people out who don't.
I've got a few violins. I can get.
We had a feeling you were arguing from butthurt. That's great.
Does that make you feel a little bit better? We got the violins out for you.
I'm used to this.
You guys believe in bullshit. Okay.
You said that last time, ZX. What do you got for us today?
He's here to destroy the flat Earth.
Yes. TW know me so well. And I'm here to annihilate and touch the flat Earth. There's no way they don't want to be touched.
Go ahead. Let's see what you got.
Okay.
Let's
This is undeniable evidence.
First punch. See if you can land the first punch. Go ahead.
This is undeniable evidence. It would be irrational to assume this is not real. And here is the evidence. Okay. A screenshot. Here it is, guys. Well, tell me why I'm wrong.
What the fuck is this?
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Just what is that?
It's gonna be Earth. A picture of the Earth.
Okay. Was that match reality?
Yeah.
Where do you go in reality to see this?
Outer space.
You've gone there.
Yeah.
And you're already trolling.
No, I haven't gone there.
You missed
They
the first
gone
question.
there.
Yeah.
They gone there.
Nice try though, dude.
Oh, you don't believe they gone there to take a picture? What are you talking about? Obviously, they went up there, right?
No, you believe it, though. You believe it.
I believe what?
You believe in your heliocentric religion. You're a believer. Yeah.
Religion.
Go ahead and laugh, booger eater. Go ahead.
It's funny. It's funny because it's a religion. That's really funny.
Yeah. You go into reality, right?
There's not going into reality. I already am.
You're in reality. So when you show us this picture, does it match the reality that you're in?
Yeah.
Based
It's
off
a picture of reality. What do you mean? Seems kind of retarded.
Where's the resemblance? Yeah.
What do you mean? Was there a resemblance? I'm confused.
Yeah, where's the flat?
Well,
where's the horizontal water in that picture? Yeah, laughter. That nervous laughter is not.
What you said is retarded.
You laugh at horizontal water. So you're laughing about that. That's funny.
You said you're in reality. Then you have a picture. Let's compare the two. What's the resemblance?
There's no comparing to it. That's false.
Then great. Then we
the
can just throw out the picture
is of reality. So you're not comparing reality to reality. That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Well, the picture doesn't match reality. That's what.
How do you know that?
You can't even. Well, then what's the resemblance?
Well, what do you mean? What's the resemblance? If I show you a picture of an atom, are you going to say because I don't see it, therefore it doesn't exist?
Do you know what
Come on now.
is? Like, can you compare what you see in the picture to what you see in reality?
Oh, you mean like landmarks? Yeah, I could go on Google Maps. I could go zoom in a city, and I'm like, hey, I know this city.
Google Maps.
Yeah.
No, you said you live in reality.
Google
do you
World.
live in Google Maps?
Well, what do you think it represents? Do you think Google Maps is just nothing?
You said
It's
you
abstract.
don't need to go into reality because you're already in it. So.
Well, you said some. Wait, what you said is correct me if I'm wrong. Find the resemblance.
In the middle
Is that
of
not
a
what you said?
sentence here, as Sonny pointed out,
Is that not what you said? Correct me if I'm wrong again.
If you can't control yourself, we're going to control you. So just get yourself together. When we go into reality, like Sonny said, we observe horizontal water, and they've already left. ZX.
Yeah, he always does.
He'll be back. He'll be back. We're just gonna. If he keeps doing that, it will be removed.
Presented a cartoon and then claims a W. That's hilarious.
Well, that was
so
yeah. I don't. He missed the first punch. Or a swing and a miss. Flat Lord. Yeah, I mean, did we hit him with the Falcon Punch or what? There was a couple people that joined in the middle there. I saw a Quinn that joined. Let's send her a message. I'm so hungry, Chad. I might have to bounce out of here and get some food. Mike says, love that Ness baseball bat. What's that? Tito.
DB, you don't know where that sound? You don't know that sound?
That's the anime punch. Is that a baseball thing?
I don't think so, man. If it is, it sounds awfully similar to the in Super Smash Bros. Ness, the little boy with the baseball bat and all the toys and shit that beat the shit out of people with. Ever played Super Smash on
I'd have to
GameCube?
look that one up.
Check it out, man. It reminded me when it's identical. They're identical.
It probably was reused multiple times. Cause like just the Wilhelm scream, right? Which you guys are familiar with.
Yeah.
It's been used in multiple things. So I think I titled it Anime Punch. Then anime, if like someone punches somebody, it's like. But it probably is the same sound for the baseball thing,
Go check it out. Go on YouTube and look up like a Super Smash Bros. GameCube battle or whatever, and put NES baseball bat, NES or NESS. I don't know. I was reminded of it the other day when you used the Falcon Punch. I was like, oh my god, because it's the same game. There you go. It's the same. It's the exact same game. So.
Let me watch a video real quick. Dude, Myron uses that Falcon Punch all the time. It's so funny.
They're good. They're pretty good. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be surprised if there are a handful of sounds just from that game alone that would be appropriate. All the kicks and punches and special moves and shit. Yeah.
I'm watching a video right now. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, it does sound pretty similar.
Not the same?
Maybe hold on. Yeah, maybe it is the same. Maybe it is the same. There's just a lot of stuff going on in the background. But like they reuse a lot of sounds all on like anime and games and stuff. So
yeah.
Good shit. Glad you recognized it though. Funny as hell. Mike, where are you from again? One more time. Where did you say you're from?
Quebec.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
I knew it. I knew you were going to do that. I heard
I'm
that
about to get everybody this week.
I fucking died.
I'm about to get everybody on that one.
I thought for a second I thought you were genuine. Like you were genuinely curious.
Set your ass up, boy. And you walked right into it.
Friendly fire.
Holy shit, you're Mexican. Oh, that's about to be a flatter special.
I mean,
forward, guys.
It could be appropriate for me. I mean, you guys do call me snow Mexican. You guys do call us snow Mexicans, right?
Wow, I've actually never heard that. I'm stealing that.
No way. I've heard that.
Snow Mexicans. That's funny as hell.
A running joke. Yeah, it's stupid, but it's a good one.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm stealing that for sure. Grisp in the chat is posting Surface. I'm going to screenshot that. I think the only person that's here that's not with us is Quutwan. Share your screen.
Yeah, he's never spoken up.
Yeah, but we hear you breathing, bro.
I can smell you.
Oh, I see Grisp and Goron are going back and forth in the chat.
Croutons is what Mike puts in his soup.
You're making me hungry, bro. I'm about to go eat something.
Same.
I still have Goron. I mean, so wait, you're not a globe earther, Goron?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
What are you bumps under the water, Earther?
Sunny. Bumps under the water.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's funny as hell. What are you, Goron?
I'm agnostic on the whole topic.
Except about the bumps underwater, right? Because you're not
the things I don't know about.
Well, you said you know about bumps under the water, so you're not agnostic about that.
You're taking me out, Sonny. That's too funny, dude.
I'm just going by what he's saying, man.
It's funny as hell.
I know. Like, if you actually put it in words, what he's saying, it sounds hilarious. But I'm being dead serious. I'm not joking.
I know.
So yeah, Goran. So you're not as agnostic as you might say you are. You think somehow that the bumps underneath the water are part of the surface, and so that means you don't know the definition of the surface.
Exactly.
Thank you for your concession. You don't know the difference.
And we don't know what the depth of the ocean is, so we can't argue anything unless we know the full extent.
Do you get that what's underneath the ocean is not the surface?
In your opinion?
No, not in my opinion. In the definition of surface.
Is there a surface of a table? Is there a surface of an apartment? Like, come on. Stop
There's a surface of water in a swimming pool. There's the surface of the swimming pool water. That's the surface. You don't use the bottom of the swimming pool as the surface of the swimming pool water. Use the water, the top surface of the water.
It's a surface nonetheless.
No, it's not a surface. It's under the water.
I think I could help him out, maybe. Like, let's think of your shit. Can you think of your floor? Goron? Your floor?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at your floor for a moment. So, do you have a carpet on your floor?
No.
No. All right. Well, let's just for a moment, let's imagine we have a zebra rug or like a lion's rug. You're familiar with those? Like rugs like that? I can get you an image in the chat. Like a animal rug or something.
Okay, don't be condescending. Come on.
No, okay, I'm just making sure, dude. I'm not trying to be condescending. Okay, so you have a rug on your floor. Is the floor still flat?
Yes.
Okay. Well, like, let's start putting things on the floor, like, furniture and, different objects on the floor. Is the floor still flat?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's how I think of the Earth. It
Can I
has
ask you a question now?
mountains and things like this, right? There's mountains on it. It's still flat, though. Like,
Can I ask you a question?
even if we let me finish, because what you're kind of doing is like, let's walk through your logic here. We can just say that we remove all the water out of the oceans and everything. That's just like the Earth itself, right? Which has mountains and valleys and stuff like this. It's still flat though. Like saying that there's bumps and hills and mountains and stuff doesn't change that fact. Go ahead though.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying then, because that is the surface that I'm talking about, which is beneath the water surface. But how do we know it's flat when we've never explored the depths of the ocean to its fullest extent?
That's fine. I get what you're saying. But if we remove the water, then it's basically is it no different than just the Earth, which has mountains and stuff?
Yeah, but in your purview, that would change the surface, correct?
No.
No.
What do you mean? It would change the surface by your guys' definition of saying the uppermost
The
layer.
water just
The water's
removes
gone,
all
then
these
that's the layer.
variables. The good thing about the water is it just removes all these variables like hills and mountains and valleys and stuff.
Well, there is an element of flatness even to the part that's sticking up above the water. I mean, the flatness of a country or a piece of land is determined by its average elevation above sea level. So, right. So the way AI Overlord presents it is the changing contours between two parallel planes. So you've got your sea level would be one plane, right? And then you've got something extending upwards in the vertical, right, and changing in elevation above that, and then the highest part of that changing elevation, that'll be the where you draw another horizontal plane, and depending on how thick.
So those are three different surfaces.
Right. So that's flatness, right? So like the Maldives or Maldives, however you pronounce it, that's the flattest country on Earth because it has the lowest average elevation above sea level, right? So that's what we're talking about when we say flat, right?
That's the thing,
that's
right?
That's what we're talking about when we say flat.
But you just said
distributed.
It yourself,
the changes in the vertical, right, is going to be with respect to horizontal.
Right. And if you don't know the base of the horizontal, how can you claim anything about the
We're using the sea level.
Sea level.
We're using the sea level.
That's like pointing at the moon and saying it's spherical.
So we're not saying it's like, we're not including like, even if you were to like, well, you measure your depths of the ocean, right? If you could possibly, like know the entirety of the bottom of the ocean, you would still measure that with respect to, right, a plane, two planes, right? Sea level being the top plane, and then the lowest point, you draw another horizontal plane beneath that. If it extends even further down than that, who knows? Like, we're not making claims to the entirety of this realm. We're not making claims to shape, right? We're basically saying what you're saying. You're agreeing with us, but want to disagree with us at the same time. It's just ridiculous. You don't have to do this, bro.
That's not a correct framing. Let me think about it and explain it in a more palatable way, because I agree with you guys on a lot, but there's a fundamental disagreement that, let me think about it one second.
Well, okay, while you're thinking about it, I put the definition of surface in the chat at 46 minutes after. It's a noun, so it's a name of something. And the definition is the outside part or uppermost layer of something. The uppermost layer of the water. The surface is the uppermost layer, not what's underneath the water. What's underneath the water is no longer the surface.
If an island protrudes from the water, that's the new surface by your logic.
Yeah, the island above sea level is the surface of the island. That is true. And that's true regarding any of its changing topology. But when you get down to sea level, the surface of the ocean is the top layer of the ocean, not what's underneath the ocean. If it goes underneath the ocean, it's no longer the surface. It's beneath the surface.
Okay, I guess I thought of it now. So what gives you guys the authority to claim that the surface of the water is the only measure to which you can gauge what the Earth is?
If you ask it again, I'll try to answer it. What is it?
Okay, so clearly we all agree that
water gives us the authority.
Hold on, no.
Liquid gives us the authority. That's the standard that we're going to use.
But if we all agree that there's three different surfaces, and surfaces can change depending on what protrudes the highest, right? But you guys want to focus in on the water. Why is it the water that is the determining factor for what you claim the Earth is?
That zero level, sea level. Even when you're gonna go deep to explore what is under the surface of the water, you need to use that surface to measure your depth.
Right left turn.
Yeah, that wasn't answering his question. He has a valid question. Here's the reason why. Because they tell us Earth is made up of 70% or more of water. So if we can determine by observation and measurement that all water in this reality, the top surface, there's that word again, surface, the top surface, which is actually redundant because the top is the surface, vice versa. If 70% is water and the top surface is horizontal, then we know the Earth is basically horizontal, level, regardless of its topology above sea level. The water itself is horizontal on the top surface.
Okay, that makes sense, but I don't know.
It's almost like you want to it's almost like you want to deny the obvious things in all of our reality that we all experience for some reason. Like, I'm not really sure what your predilection is to, like, going against what we see with water.
Like I said, it's because you guys use it as the go-all, be-all for your arguments. But if you can't, my main point is if you can't know what's beneath the water to the fullest extent.
Yeah, we don't care. Just like we don't care really what, like, it's not that we don't care, but it doesn't have any correlation to what Earth is. I mean, like, if you're talking about topology underneath the ocean, then if we wanted to investigate topology under the oceans, that would be something. This isn't the under the ocean server.
Just like under the ocean is part of Earth in it.
Yeah, but it's not the top surface.
Okay, if you remove water from a pool, what's now the new surface? The bottom of the pool.
Yeah, we don't have removed oceans. We don't have removed oceans.
Yeah.
So
it really is an unnecessary fight that you're wanting to pick. Like
even the underwater topology, it's measured from the sea level. Even that, the depth, is measured from the sea level. The mean sea level, 0.
This nerd is still trying to miss the point.
Yeah, it's a weird Bevite type of thing that's going on here. Also, Seth Boy Rich, I'm not sure if you were hot micing on purpose or not, but send us a message and we can maybe get you unmuted. Sound like you're doing something weird though. But what's under the water? I don't think you understand why we're pointing at the water. Even this Earth is flat itself without the water. We're just using the water to show you that it eliminates all these variables, like hills and valleys and mountains.
Exactly. I mean, there's going to be a maximum that the land extends above the plane of sea, and there's going to be a maximum that it extends below. Right? So you got 3 planes there if you like, right? We really are not in disagreements. You're really fighting ghosts, man.
No, we definitely are, because, like, when someone brings up like Hollow Earth or Beyond the Ice Wall, you guys completely shut it down immediately.
That's
And those are
speculation.
serious.
That's because it's speculation. We stick to things we know to be true, and we can speculate in a condensed time period. We're live, dude. We're trying to help people understand our position. There's a really big blast out there for flat earth propaganda. I think 10 out of 10 people, if you line them up on a street, just randoms, and you ask them to maybe talk about flat earth, they're going to start talking about a solar system with a flat planet in it. And so we need to, well, my opinion is we need to at least put our position out there, and talking about what's beyond an ice wall and hollow earth is not really educating people on our position. In fact, it feeds fuel to the fire, this like negative propaganda that's already out there for us. So we don't do that.
All right, fair enough.
Also, we have Lego in the chat as well, saying water stays horizontal relative to the center of gravity, the center of Earth. Where's that at? Lego, you want to chime in? Let us know where the center of Earth is and how you discovered that. Or just let us know what sock account you're on. Also, GE Platypus is here as well. Welcome.
I'm very tired.
Yeah, I'm very hungry, so I might make some moves here very soon. But it's been a really good panel the last, I don't know, all day. So glad to see that. Let's see if Lego will chime in about the center of Earth. And we won't do TTS as well, so make sure you speak. We can already hear you breathing. You might as well just go ahead and chime in.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Yeah, so go ahead and chime in when you're ready, Lego. But I'll just do a quick check-in with the panel. We do have a lot of people here. We'll start from the bottom. Trinity Loves You is here. Congratulations on the bottom slot. Pause. We have Toby Dog 503. What is that area code? It's got to be an area code. We have go ahead. What is that?
Oregon.
Nice. Shout out to Oregon. Thanks for chiming in, bro. W's in the chat for Toby. We have T-Dub as well. Dude, honestly, T-Dub might be like top 5 funniest flat earthers right now, but always has me dying laughing, bro. So, shout out to my boy T-Dub. I don't know what that water trickling in the background was, but I know Sonny has like a distiller in the background, right, Sonny? You always got some water rolling in the background there. It sounded a little sus, though, I'm not going to lie.
It's not running right now.
Well, T-Dub had something running. I don't know what that was, but
it was just the sink, man. It was the sink.
Just the sink? Yeah, that's what I would say too. But shout out to T-Dub as well. We have Says Who in the panel. Yeah, facts. Says Who. What up? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys chiming in as well. I'm going to go through everybody. So if you want to chime in, that's awesome. Just kind of shows who's here, who's AFK and whatnot. Rayleigh Criterion's here. I am the Lex. What is that? What is I am the Lex? Maybe his name is Alex or something. We also have Raiden as well. What's up, Raiden? What's going on, dude? Reality Man.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good, dude. Well, we're gonna rip through the panel here and say hi to everybody. We'll come back to you shortly. Quiet Noobs as well. I mean, you guys ever heard that saying username checks out? Dude, they just Quiet Noobs. We also have Orion as well. Dude, I feel like me and Orion need to go like two-manning out here on some 304s. That would be epic. We also have Mike as well. Dude, Mike's honestly the homeboy. That's my cousin right there. Yes, sir.
Last time you said I was your bro. Make up your mind.
Yeah, wait. That's my brother. My bad. We don't have a whole lot of it's funny that the community is relatively, I feel like the average age or the median age is fairly old. Not like old, but it's older. So, we're one of the YNs in here, if you know what I mean. So
Come on, man. I'm only 2 months older than you.
Is he?
That's good though. I feel like exactly. So I feel like we're the young ones holding it down. You know what I mean? Like who we used to have some really, really young guys, but they're not here. So
Yeah, what was his name? That Asian guy?
oh, he's older than us. Are you talking about?
Oh yeah, that's
freaking
true.
Lo-Fi guy?
Fuck.
He just seemed like he was young.
Lo-Fi.
He was like 36.
He sounded like he was young. That was right. My bad.
Yeah. There's another guy in here, Skylies. I think he's like super young, like I don't know, like 15, 16. He's dumb young. But I also think he's told me that he's the son of somebody in our community, but I don't think he wants us to know who the dad is.
Mm.
I feel like it's Amish though, low key. I don't know. I could be wrong with that. But someone has a son in here named Skylies. Which one of y'all got a little junior running around? I'd like to know who that is. Skylights is cool. He's a good kid.
I'm only 33, so I'm not that old.
I'm sorry to hear that, Flatsy. It's all downhill from here.
That's okay. I'm married with a family. There's no downhill. There's only, up and up for me.
Illuminati confirmed. 33.
Illuminati confirmed? Yeah, exactly.
She made it, man. She made it over the finish.
You did the right thing, Flatsy.
I'm 66, so another one.
Oh.
To answer your question, CB.
Sorry. Go ahead, Flat.
No, I was saying, I think it's a slow motion moon buggy. That's the father.
Oh, and Jerry Springer, and you are the father. Very nice. Slow motion.
If I'm remembering correctly, but yeah.
I'm over 40.
Nice. Yeah, Skylines is a good kid, man. He's in my server. He's always goofing off. Good dude. All right. Well, we also have Migo Wego as well. Speaking of Illuminati, I wouldn't be surprised if Migos went off to listen to that song. Like, Barrett, what is this? Yeah, that's a song by the Migos. We were talking about that last night a little bit, actually. So shout out to Migo.
Migo. I wonder if that's short for Amigo.
Yeah, Sterling knew what you were talking about. He doesn't know the group that well, but he knew better than... He called out one of them being dead right before you did.
Yeah, Takeoff. Yeah, Takeoff is... He got shot or whatever. Yep, Takeoff, Quavo, and... Fuck. I don't remember the third guy's name. Offset is the other guy. Who's dating or dated Cardi B? Doesn't even matter, but whatever. Yeah, Toby knows in the chat exactly. All right, we have Lego. We'll cook him in just a second. We have Lautza. X Glober is their name. Very nice. We have Kingsley. Bro's been chiming in more and more lately. Shout out to him. We have Kabuki. This is disinformed. No idea who this is, honestly. Guy's in here changing his name all the time.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
We have Jenna as well. Welcome, Jenna. Glad you're here with us. Mother Flurfer 24.
That'll be Jenna's mom. No, seriously, I think it is.
Wait, what?
Jenna's mom?
Jenna's she has a mom? Wait.
Everyone has a mum.
like
Oh yeah,
no,
we
in
heard
here.
the other night.
That's
We heard her,
Jenna.
like kind of, she was trying to figure out something the other night. I think I heard her.
No, hold on. Hold on. Jenna's mom is named Bree. She's got her own account.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I thought. Oh, that's what I thought. I thought she was a real person.
Jenna's mom has got it going on.
I know. We might have to go up to LB Long Beach and go meet Jenna's mom. She's right here in
Okay.
California.
Okay,
Good,
Sonny.
Sonny.
Yeah, Sonny, get that, Sonny. Hey, she's Brie. We can be the crackers. Wait, is that racist?
Oh shoot!
I like a little Brie and wine and some crackers. I don't know. You guys don't do any charcuterie boards?
I love them. Yeah, I could eat that for dinner.
Yeah, a little Brie. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, a bit of truffle brie.
Yeah,
Well,
a little
maybe
bit
that
of
plain brie.
little preserves.
Not a lot going on.
Exactly. All right, damn. All that bait, she's not going to chime in. She's probably in the kitchen making sandwiches right now. We have Hell's Angles. I think that was dubbed by Oakley. I think came up with that,
I think
right?
Hell's Angles is a regular on FED, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Because I asked him about the name one time. He said that I think he told me that Oakley dubbed it for him by saying something accidentally, or maybe that's Grisp. I think Oakley was like, "Get a grip." What is it, Hell's Angles? Go ahead, tell us.
Yeah, it was Nathan Oakley.
Did he say it wrong, and then you were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna keep this," or what happened?
No, we just started talking about somebody standing in hell taking angles. And I remember the boxer.
That's actually funny. Standing in hell, taking angles. That's funny as hell, bro.
It's just the angle. I'm not trying to hit that angle.
Perfect. I can use the sound clip. Yeah, Hell's Angles. I just added a clip to the soundboard today where this guy has a towel in front of a mirror. And he's like got two friends in the bathroom. And he's like, "How can you see my face?" Right? And then one guy is like, "What? What do you mean?" Like trying to figure it out. And then the other guy in the back is like, "Yeah, I've seen this before, man. It's just the angles, bruh." And the guy with the towel's like, "I'm not trying to hear all that angle shit." So I figured it would work. I feel like it would work fairly well.
Cares. Nobody cares.
Yeah. It's like, "I'm not trying to hear all that angle shit." I'll play it one more time, but yeah, this is, you guys will hear it more and more probably.
I'm not trying to hit that angle.
Too funny. But yeah, shout out to Hell's Angles. That's actually a really funny backstory. Taking angles in hell. I wish I was there for that. That sounds so funny.
What was that referencing? Taking angles from the center of Earth or something, was it?
Yeah, celestial navigation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Angles in hell. That's so funny to me. I love it. Whose idea was that, Hells? Was that your idea or Oakley's idea?
No, it was mine. I've never even talked to Nathan.
You never talked to... We have Jord just joined as well. What's up, Jord? What's going on, dude?
I think you're intimidating, TB.
Well, we heard him breathing, so just go ahead.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Well, just chime in when you're ready, buddy. No worries. We're just going to keep rolling through the panel. We'll say hi to everybody. Guys, next up, you already know who's next up. We got freaking Heretic. Do I even need to say anything else? The guy's name used to be Central Banker. He thought he could steal my
Central
CB
Banker.
swag.
And
Like,
then he was
bro.
2.0. Yeah.
Yeah, like, you thought you were gonna be CB? Like, no. Heretic though, funny stuff. Good guy, all around. Chad donates to the church. He's awesome. Good dude. Good dude. We have Grisp. I think you got a good background story, right, Grisp? I think Oakley called you grit, like he said, like get a grip or something like that. He said get a Grisp.
Get a crisp.
Yeah.
When you talk as much as Nathan, bound to make some mistakes. But yeah, it was kind of funny.
What's
Well,
up,
I like
Chris?
that you kept
How are you,
it.
brother?
Hey, Timbo.
What's happening, mate?
I can tell a difference between Timbo and T-Dub.
Don't worry, no one can. No one can.
No, I
But he said he can or he can't. That's cat, bro. You can't tell.
No, I can. I live in Australia, even though I have heavy accent.
He's in Melbourne, man. He's in my place.
I am, yeah.
Oh. You're one of them kangaroo guys, huh?
One of them naturalized kangaroo.
Damn, bro. I did not know that. That's awesome.
Are we live?
Well, shout out to you. I think it's been confirmed that we are live.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to get a grip. All right, you need to get a grip, sir. We are live. Okay.
Getting a grasp. Yep.
Firmly grasp it. Very nice, dude. That's a great story. I like that you kept the name as well. You know, what is your other name? Get a grasp? No way. It's actually Get a grasp. That's so funny.
It's all on topic.
All right, we'll never change, bro. I love it. Good
W's
stuff.
to CB and Nathan.
Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. I agree. W Grisp. Yeah. Big cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks for chiming in. We have Gemsy as well. Wait, where's Gemsy from?
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
You know how to do it. Oh, don't ask Gemsy what's up. He's just gonna say the heavens or something like that. But shout out to Gemsy, man. He is the homie for real, though. We've had our back and forth, but he's the homie for sure. Next up, we have GE Platypus. I mean, what do you guys think? Matthew Learns or GE Platypus? Who we taking with us on vacation?
On vacation?
I mean, who would you rather rock with, GE or the chat said neither. Damn. I know Matthew Learns gets a lot of flowers. I don't know if it's like his tone or his like. He's kind of a cuck to us a little bit. Like, sorry if that's vulgar.
I don't know. He's too low energy for me. I couldn't have a beer with him. Sorry.
Yeah. He probably,
We
What do
wouldn't
you
be
think,
drinking
Heretic?
beer. I promise you that. It'd be
You can crush a beer with platypus, so I'd go with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Shit. Hey, thanks for reminding me. I brought a 12-pack home. I gotta go open one up.
Oh, nice. Right on. Yeah, I'd probably go with GE Platypus over Matthew. I know, like I said, Matthew gets a lot of flowers, and people are like, "Yeah, I like him. He's cool." But like, I think he just kind of cucks to us a little bit. Like, you believe, right? Yeah, I believe. Like, I don't know. I like a little bit more than that. I just saw a huge flash in the background. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, I'd take GE Platypus over Matthew any day for sure. Shout out to GE. Probably my favorite Glober, I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is there someone better? I think he's a good sport. So shout out to GE Platypus. And then there's like Garon Nick.
Bruh.
I don't know what to think about. This is the first time I think we've spoke.
Right?
How often do you come around? Huh?
He's spoken to them.
Yeah, you weren't here?
Nah, I switched off. I was at work. I had my headphones on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well,
Jump
you
back
dodged
in.
a
I got
bullet.
a 2-hour drive home, so
Yeah, you definitely dodged a bullet with that one. He doesn't like us.
bit of a retardovich.
That's funny. I'm stealing that. I've never heard that before. Retardovich. I'm stealing
Russian.
that. Yeah, I'm gonna steal that for sure. But yeah, Goron, we spoke to him today for quite a bit. He doesn't like us very much, chat. It's all right.
Why? Is he a bigot?
He's like a slightly Bevite. He thinks we're bullies. We push people away.
Oh,
Stuff like this. I mean, hold on. We can get the violence out for him, bro. That's my favorite. I love that one. But yeah, Goron, he's in the chat right now saying, let's see.
that could be better than the elevator music.
Well, that's when they're sad and crying and stuff. It's just that sound effect too. Actually, maybe some like Mike might remember this, but I feel like they would play this sound effect in cartoons when something sad happened. I'd have to look up the sample, like where it's from, because it's actually really pretty. But Kiwi,
Pepe Le Pew when Pepe keeps on getting rejected, like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to look up because it's like an iconic. It's not just a random clip. It's like a super iconic. That sad violin. I literally called it "Sad Violin Mouse" because I think it has something to do with like you said, Pepe Le Pew or Tom and Jerry or some shit like that. Something sad would happen, but yeah, that's what that's from. Anyway, we also have Flatsy Klein, sandwich maker extraordinaire, singer. Probably got the best pipes on Flat Earth.
Sugar Walls.
Oh snap! Thanks.
I mean, who else, Flatsy?
Sugar Walls, their rumpus.
What? Sugar Walls. Is that this is a family show?
Uh-oh.
I've never heard that term before. What does that mean?
That may have given a clue.
Misogyny.
Not a piece of wood, dude.
I'll give some Sugar Walls a piece of wood. Oh man. This next person, bro, gets a Don DeMarco. Flat Lloyd Wright, guys, don't disrespect this man.
Oh shit.
Flat Lloyd, he runs one of our YouTube channels, right? Like, we only have 2 YouTube bots. We could probably use like a lot more, but the fact that he does this for us is a huge W. I would not be here if we were not live. That's I'm always joking around about being live, but I'm dead ass. If we weren't live, this would not be the same. So it's very important that we are live. So thank you, Flat Lloyd, for doing this, man. We really appreciate you doing that for us.
No problem, man.
And he's got a famous interview with Eric Dubay.
True.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a good interview. We got a bunch of people that joined our Discord based off of that interview.
Yeah, I was glad to do
Flat.
He's a great American.
Well,
He's a good guy. He donates to the church.
He was like,
he donates to the church.
You want to interview 24/7? Hell yeah.
How long ago was that again? Like, was that last year or when did you do that interview?
Last August? Or the August before that. Yeah, it's been a while.
Big W to Flat Lloyd Wright, man. Great stuff, man. We appreciate you being here. What can you tell us a little bit about the name real quick before we move on? Flat Lloyd Wright. That's reference to somebody else, right? See what I did?
Yeah, Frank Lloyd Wright.
And what did Frank
Great
do?
American architect. Taught by Louis Sullivan.
Great American.
Exactly.
Nice.
It's the greatest country in the United States, dude.
Look at Falling Water.
Hell yeah.
Frank Lloyd Wright. Anyway.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Flat Lloyd Wright or Flat Level Water.
FL Dub. Facts. He's putting the W in FLW. Very nice. I could just keep giving this guy flowers. I'm a big fan. All right, let me just stop glazing. But yeah, I'm a big fan.
Appreciate it.
Not a friggin' donut.
What? Oh, the glaze part. Oh, that took me a second.
Yeah, it's what the kids say when you glaze. Whatever. Anyway, we have Flat Earth Dude. What's going on, dude? You Mongo?
He's been asleep at the wheel all day, so maybe he'll wake up soon.
I mean,
QE,
you gotta get your rest.
Yeah, QE, my wife was wondering, what do you mean by the greatest country in the United States? She's Filipino, by the way, and English is not her first language.
Oh, nice. You're a passport, bro? Nice.
Let me break it to you. Let me break it to you. America is in the United States.
Is that right, Sonny?
There it is. Or I take it back.
I think she gets it now. She gets it now.
I probably said that wrong. It's probably more like
You did. It was very
America.
comedic, though.
Yeah, United States is in America because you have North America and South America. Canada is part of North America. But I guess
I think, isn't he just calling everything the United States?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but you guys, never mind us snow Mexicans, right? We're just Mexican.
Wait, you're fucking...
snow Mexican.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Wait, where did you say your wife was from again?
She's Filipino and Japanese.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Yes, I knew it was coming. It's super low.
Oh.
Japolino.
Wait, how many parents she got?
She said, yeah.
That's the Mexicans of Asia.
You said Japanese and like Philippine. How many parents does she have?
What?
Dad's Filipino, mom's Japanese, right? Yes.
Oh, she doesn't have 4. Well, that's good.
I think the Filipinos are the best looking Asians.
Yeah. Yep, probably. I mean, I'm a passport bro too, bro. I need to go out there.
Me too,
All right,
man.
we got
I
some
got
more
a
people.
Colombian.
Oh, wait. You got a Mexican?
Yeah. Oh.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Oh, I'm gonna wear that shit out, boy. Oh man. There's only a few left. Let's keep cooking, guys.
There's no way I'd be with an Australian woman.
Oh hell no. Hell no.
Fuck
Oh
that.
hell yes.
Entitled.
Hell
Fucking
yes.
He's
entitled.
hell yes, Effie Batman. Oh man.
Sorry, Batman.
What's up, Batman? What's going on with you tonight?
We don't mess around. We don't mess around down here, mate. We're the real Aussies.
All right.
Damn, you gonna take that, Timbo?
Yeah, but I'm an immigrant anyway.
Holy shit, you're Mexican.
So am I, Timbo.
Yep. Yeah. I thought you were Batman. I could tell by your voice like you were either, like parents were European or something, yeah?
Yeah, parents are European. Came here when I was 9 months old. Just been a bit sick lately, so the voice is a bit fucked up.
That's the most I've heard Effie Batman say in like 6 years.
Honey, that's because you're not on at the right times, mate.
Yeah, that's what it is. You're right. You're right. Well, I want to say
I'm just here to keep the channel open, mate. That's all.
You do a good job. Whenever
Yeah, thanks for keeping the panel lit.
Batman's in there, making sure there's no dickheads on the panel.
Great job. Because by the time I wake up in the morning, they're all gone. And I'm like, what the hell happened?
What'd you do, Batman?
Ban hammer.
Yeah. Knock them all out.
We have another Aussie that's ban hammer, mate.
Oh yeah, that's Metatetrix.
Metatetrix.
He's out playing his girly sport at the moment.
Yeah,
squash.
man.
I just want to make a statement that North America is the greatest country north of Mexico.
She's rolling again.
Oh, shit.
What's the greatest country east of America?
Eurasia.
No such thing.
Eurasia.
Australia.
Oh, Australia. Oh, yeah. I thought you said east.
I did say east.
Yeah, you can go around.
That's fucking west.
Back to Hawaii.
You can go
What?
west.
I guess if you're on the East Coast, it's east. I don't know, man.
It's east for us, west for you.
Where's California?
East of us.
East.
Kakalaki?
That's what I thought. So you're
right,
west
Sonny.
of me.
You're right, mate.
You're west. Yep. Should be called Far West Asia then, shouldn't it?
From what I understand, Australia's owned by the USA anyway.
Pretty much.
A corporation registered in the USA.
Yep. On the stock market.
They even changed their coat of arms.
They did.
Wait a minute. Whose coat of arms?
Yeah, we had a... What did we have? We had a kangaroo and a lion. And it's been changed to a kangaroo and an emu. The lion represents the UK.
Yeah, and we have a fucking unicorn.
That's fucked when I heard that.
Wait
Did
a
you
minute.
not?
Who's got a unicorn?
Canada. Apparently, actually, I think it was Matrix who looked it up, and there's a lot of Commonwealth countries or whatever countries somewhat associated with the crown that have it.
Right. Interesting.
But I was
Unicorn?
like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a lion and a unicorn.
What a strange
It's
pair.
like saying you don't really exist, yeah?
That or there's some freaky shit going on in Parliament or something.
Rainbow unicorn stuff.
I wouldn't know. I just find it very weird.
All that shit means something to these pagans. We may not understand it all, but it means something to them.
Yeah, you're right about that. A lot of symbology in there.
Yeah, look at all these huge corporations. They're all symbolic of, things. Look at their logos and stuff like that. Starbucks one's an interesting one.
Don't bring up Starbucks around Bear Pelagic Coffee. The hell? And disrespect this man.
Yeah, Starbucks has what is that? It's like a nymph or a mermaid like symbology.
Yeah, it's like a mermaid Medusa or something, like.
Yeah.
Belongs to the streets.
Yeah.
It's the worst coffee known to man.
That's horrible.
Who was that? What, like, there's some god or goddess that represents. I forget which one.
Yeah.
Paraplegic. Yeah, his is so much better.
Speaking of coffee, are we going to go and get one?
I think it's Ishtar.
Is it the goddess of lightning or something?
it's the
by any
Whore of
chance?
Babylon. She's spreading her legs, dude.
It's
That's what I
Ishtar. I think it's Ishtar. What were you saying, Clouds? Are you new to the chat, Clouds?
Yeah, yeah. I just wondered if it was the goddess of lightning by any chance. But never mind. And yeah, I'm new to the chat. Sort of, I think. Yeah.
How did you find this place?
I can't remember.
Is tripped
It
and
was
fell
years
into a
ago.
flat Earth
Years
server.
Well, it was like years and years ago. It was like during the well, I suppose it's still going on, the Ukraine war, like when it first kicked off, like or when it kicked off again, or what. If you even believe in war, or if you even believe that.
Are you
over there.
Are you Scottish?
Yeah.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Yep. Born and bred.
Oh, dude. We got a couple Scots in here.
Yeah, I don't think many of us believe in the Earth.
It's a nice change of pace from all the Australians.
Hey, shut your mouth.
Flatsy's
It's probably
Scottish.
more Aussie time right now. It's like,
Flatsy's Scottish.
Flats, you gonna take that?
The hell you say?
Wow, that's a nice Scottish accent, Flatsy.
Yeah, I know, right?
I was about to say, I don't know, that's Scottish.
Who said it's better than hearing all
I
these
was like,
Australians? Said that.
Goron. That's the Goron, dude.
Moron.
No, that's G.
Yeah, you should talk to him.
That's
yeah, Goron
G-Dick.
dick.
That's G Dick. Shut the fuck up.
You said it earlier, Gorana dick.
Gorana dick.
You had to be rolling earlier with that one. Yo, Timbo, you should talk to him, bro.
Really? You know my patience isn't that good.
You got it.
He's the White Knight. Color commentator.
Yeah, he's on color commentary tonight. Loki,
You
I love
guys,
that's my favorite.
You
Are you
guys,
guys
did
think
he
flat
say
Earth
you
or
guys
not?
again?
You guys.
You guys.
Are you gonna take that, Flatsy? You're a girl.
Dude, we've been calling out this guy for his stereotype fallacies all night.
That wasn't even me who said
All
that.
quit.
You guys don't know
Yeah,
my voice
that
by
was
now?
me.
You guys, he did it again.
Stereotype fallacy.
All right, Clouds, go ahead with your question, bro.
Oh, I forgot.
Oh my god.
He forgot how he got in here, and now he's forgotten his question.
Well, he's
I'm only
Scottish.
joking.
Oh yeah, it was just like a general, like how many do you guys actually believe the Earth is round, or do you
Well, I'm
believe
gonna send you
Earth's
2-3 years to
around.
Dagestan and forget.
I forgot. We got the fucking MC here that hasn't got his 10,000 words out yet.
God damn it. Go. It's
Holy
CB.
shit, dude. Fucking relax, man.
Never.
Gracious, man. That estrogen kicking in, ain't it?
Shut the fuck up.
Did you have a soy latte, CB?
No, I had a Talca latte.
Friggin' Mexicans.
What was her name?
It was that 304 from earlier, VIE.
Oh shoot.
You remember her,
Gonna
sir.
swap it over for
Go
a
ahead.
Torcachino.
Go ahead.
Get this shit interesting,
Go ahead.
man. Oh,
Go ahead, Clouds. Oh, I'm lagging, Chad. It's lag.
Yeah, let's keep the topic relevant to the channel name.
It's fucking rumpus, man. It's not lag. Rumpus. Go ahead, Clouds. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't even have anything to say. If my mic lit up, that was my bad.
You said something about round. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round.
Oh well, I mean, like, well, what do you guys believe in?
I
Like,
wasn't fucking
I
done
don't
yet.
know.
I wasn't done yet. So you
Okay,
can have a
weird.
round and flat penny, round and flat LP, CD. It's better to be hyper specific. Is just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, why did he leave? What the hell?
What the fuck?
I think
Yeah.
QE hurt his feelings.
You guys scared him off. I tried telling you this.
What the? What the? What?
No.
That wasn't
No.
nothing. I didn't give above 4 octaves.
Nope.
I know.
If I was talking to you and you spoke to me like that, I would consider it an invite.
No shit.
Garana dick, bro, dude.
What did
Timbo,
I
you should
do
talk to him
wrong?
honestly.
Holy fucking shit. What did I do wrong? I did nothing wrong. Name the movie. Nothing? What did I
Aliens.
do wrong? I did nothing wrong.
Alien.
Nope. No one's going to get it. Few Good Men.
Oh shit! I was gonna Google it.
Yeah, we did. We forgot the fight for Willie. We forgot to fight for people that can't fight for themselves. Get it?
Is that what happened?
All right, let's go. Let's kick this thing up. Hey, Mrs. Estrogen up there. Let's go.
Yes, I'm here.
Did Castle King join? Where's Castle King?
Oh shit!
Oh no, I'll be right.
I don't want to talk to him.
No,
Right to
I'm
the-
kidding, Joey.
Oh, thank the Lord.
That's good. Well, you didn't hear that falsetto. Could have sworn it was him.
I don't like talking to Castle Queen, man. He's annoying.
Now, I don't like listening to it. Like what happened today, him and Mickey's love
Yeah.
affair. I was fucking gone.
Yeah, that's like right when I logged in. I like started doing other stuff. I'm like, nah, fuck all this.
Exactly.
What do you mean, man? I'm a beast. Like, bro, you
Holy
don't care.
crap,
Shave the hair on the
that's
back of your neck.
That's so annoying, man. I'm gonna show the neck beard. What the fuck?
I'm gonna shave that shit, dude.
I was just gonna ask who has that picture, man.
Someone posted.
I got
I
it.
don't have it.
It's funny.
You got it, Sonny?
We don't want to win people over here. We want to embarrass them.
Might take me a second.
Flatloid posted.
Yeah, who thinks we're trying to win people over here? They think this is the Lonely Hearts Club or something.
Isn't that the point of the channel?
No.
No.
Yeah, hold on. Look, dude, look at we posted in the rules and the pin the purpose of the channel. How are you not understanding it? You just not read it? You just didn't give a fuck?
People lie all the time. I don't know.
Because look at what it says on the pinned comment. The purpose of this channel is plain English. at your education level.
You dumbass.
Well, then what's the fucking point if you're not trying to convince people?
Oh, that struck a nerve, Crit. How do you always get under their skin,
Well,
dude?
what's the point? Didn't you read it?
Okay.
What the fuck does it say?
Let me read it real quick.
Oh boy.
Where do I even find this fucking rule?
That's an IQ test. Consider it an IQ test.
Well, I'm just going to assume it's not there because I don't see it.
Bruh.
That's what we do with the Earth curvature.
Ooh. Ooh, got him.
We're going to assume it's not there because we don't see it.
I will say you guys have good rhetoric and quips, but it's not going to convince anyone.
No, the horizontal water will do that, though.
How many people have you gotten to admit that they've been convinced to your position? I'm just curious.
If it's one,
What's
it was
that?
worth it.
Yeah, I agree with Kiwi on this one. Even if it's one, it's worth it. I've gotten a DM personally that was like, "Thank you so much. I appreciate you, presenting this the way you did. Considering things, da da da." Yes, and also it doesn't matter whether they announce it or not. There's a lot of people listening, and you never know whose minds or hearts you've touched. Pause out there, bros. That's why we keep cooking. You know who Andrew Tate is?
Wouldn't it be nice if the masses agreed and understood the position?
No, we don't, because the masses sometimes are retarded. We don't necessarily want all the retards.
My point being is I'll answer that in 1 second. I just have one last question for all of you guys. If we were all at one
all
point,
of us guys.
No, and correct me if I'm wrong, but at one point in all of our lives, we were not flat earthers, right? Which means everybody has the opportunity to have their mind shifted, and the way you guys do it, I think, could use a little work.
Yeah, but it's not going to take talking about the bumps underneath the ocean, though.
Yeah, but calling them retards and idiots isn't going to convince anyone either.
Well, let's be honest. There are a lot of dummies out there.
Yeah. What if they're retards and idiots, though?
Well, then I guess we all were idiots and retards at one point when we believed the Earth is round.
No, you switched.
No, that's not what I meant.
What if the people that come in here, shut the fuck up. What if the people that come in here are retards and idiots? Well, we have to demonstrate that they're retards and idiots. We just don't just call them that. We demonstrate it. Big
Okay.
difference.
Do you say so?
Big difference. Yeah, I say so. I know so because I'm the key ones who demonstrate it. I'll do it to you right now. Yeah? You want that? You want some of that? I didn't think.
Are you up for a conversation with QE, Nick? Are you up for a conversation with QE, Nick?
I'm always up for a conversation. I
Okay.
just don't want to be talked over.
Hello, immigrant.
All right, he won't talk over to you. Go ahead.
Oh, he's back.
Creation
Clouds
Bear.
is
Hello,
back,
immigrant.
guys.
Hello, immigrant.
Hello.
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 Hello, immigrant.
What's up?
All I was gonna say
What's
was
up?
I just wanted to say a quick
I always trigger Scots, bro. I always get under their skin. It's awesome. I love it.
Wait, no, you didn't get it under. Who was it that spoke?
Look at yours.
Who was
you're
it that
spiraling
said?
right now.
I'm gonna cloud up on you.
No, I'm just
Somebody's hovering over that mute button for you, buddy. Go
I
ahead and get it out.
always trigger
Yeah,
Scottish
hurry up
people,
because they're
bro.
about to have a
Every
conversation,
time.
Cloud. So hurry up.
I
Make it
love
fast.
it, bro.
Hey, no cheerleading,
I'm
Vlad.
not getting to the point fast enough. Damn.
No cheerleading, Flatsy.
You're stuttering though, dude.
No, I'm getting to the point. It's just taking a while because
Spit it out, me man. Spit it out, me man.
So basically,
All right, we have Nick waiting to have a conversation. So quickly.
Oh, is it me? Am I sure?
No, we're waiting for Clouds because he interrupted with something extremely important.
Okay, fair enough. I'll wait.
He said, "I left because you gave me weird vibes."
Well, I don't know who that was. Whoever it was, like,
who?
You
Name
they were like,
names.
oh, some Scottish.
Oh, I think that was
blah, blah,
me. Did I give you weird vibes?
Well, that was just weird. It was just a weird, like, interaction. I have
Listen,
with someone.
Mexican, just spit out whatever
So
you
I was
say.
like,
Say
okay, I'm
It
just not
feels
gonna.
that way sometimes when your worldview is being destroyed. So is that all?
Wait,
Oh,
you
shit.
don't even know what my worldview is. What do you think my
You're a
worldview is?
globetard.
No, I'm not.
So is that all?
Is the world?
Wait, is that why you were weird?
You're a flat earther?
Do you guys just attack people that join or something?
They
Yes.
do.
No,
They
is
do.
that
It's a
all?
Oh, right,
common-
okay,
common trope. It's a
okay.
common
That
trope.
actually makes sense then.
yes,
Okay.
we do.
Get
Yeah.
used to
That
it.
actually makes sense then.
Yes.
I thought you guys were just being weird in general. Nah, I don't
No.
believe in I don't. Well, I
All
don't
right, so
know.
that'll be all. So Nick and QE, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Nick,
Go on.
you and
Sorry.
QE, you can continue with the conversation.
Yeah, I actually have a good one. So, how does on the flat Earth model, how does it work where
There is no flat Earth model.
Oh God, okay, I won't erase that part of the statement.
There is no globe Earth model either, by the way.
Well, I agree with both those statements, but I don't think you guys do. Anyways, so
I don't think you guys do. That's another stereotype fallacy.
So, anyways, how does it work where the North Pole has lots of sunlight and then lots of night at certain points of the year? How does that work on them? Not model, but on
How
your
does that work? I don't know. We don't have a theory either. I never made a claim about there's light at the North Pole and then sometimes there's dark. So I didn't make that stupid fuckwit claim. So I don't need to explain it.
Okay, well, maybe one of your cohorts that do hold that opinion can answer.
Hold what opinion? It wasn't an opinion. It was an ambiguous fucking pull out your ass, dumbass, second grade retard statement. Get coherent, son.
So Nick, let's just start over as if you've never spoken
My
to a
God,
flat
that was
earther.
fucking stupid.
Yes.
I am a flat
How long you been out here?
Oh, so you are a flat earther. All right, so cool.
Did somebody challenge him with his ABCs without the song?
Okay, wait a minute. Hard reset right now. Start again.
They
Nick.
should.
Try it again.
Why can't you be as civil as creation?
Shut the fuck up.
I would like to do a restart on our
Shucks.
conversation also.
You're gonna give
earlier.
CB a big head. Stop it.
Knowing that you guys were just
I already
fucking
got
around
one.
there. I feel bad.
So Nick, you're done. Clouds wants to have another conversation.
Yeah, he can take over.
Oh, no, I was just.
I'll tag him in.
Anytime you're done. Are you
Yeah,
done?
we're done.
Go ahead, Clouds.
We're done with that dumb shit. Do you have something coherent?
Yeah, no, I was just fucking around with you guys because, I thought you were just wasting my time. But yeah, I was like, I don't know. Do you guys believe that you can
You guys,
either
that's a
know?
stereotype fallacy.
Sorry,
No, we
sorry,
don't believe
fuck.
shit.
You're
But
gonna
you
make me
walk through right through me. That's okay.
forget my. You're gonna make me.
I'm going to stop
forget my
you
train of thought
every
forever.
time you fuck up. So in the middle of your statement, if you fuck up, I'm going to stop you. So you started with a stereotype fallacy. Start again.
Well, guys, is a unisex statement. First.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you
guy?
horny?
Guys is a unisex statement. That's why you're saying this is a fallacy. Because
Are you horny,
women
dude?
here or something.
No, I didn't.
No, why did
say
you
that.
don't know
women
what a
and
logical
thought
fallacy is.
Stereotype
being a
fallacy because there were girls in
Oh,
here.
wait, people around here
No,
are
I
weird.
didn't. That's
People
dumb
around here are
fuck.
weird.
Shut the fuck up.
You guys
My
are actually
God.
really weird. You
Shut
need
the
to go
fuck
outside.
up. Shut up. Go on mute.
Nah,
So
Just
you
go
don't
on
have a
mute.
question
You guys
or
are,
a claim,
you guys are
Cloud.
hypocrites, honestly.
you guys
Go
have
on mute.
no life.
Listen for like
What the
6
fuck?
years, and
That's
then
really
maybe
weird.
you can talk. Fuck.
Really weird.
That was pretty
Really
stupid.
So
weird.
no
It's not
one
weird.
has
It's
a
fucking
question
stupid.
or a claim aside from the weird conversation these guys are bringing up so far.
Something
You can't even
coherent.
bring your camera on in this chat because everybody's so fucking greasy.
Oh my God.
No, you don't need to.
But the fact that nobody ever puts their camera on just kind of
Oh,
shows that
boy.
it's a greasy channel.
Everyone,
Yeah, they do.
Like in the
There's too
Christian
many
channel.
people here right now. What does that
I
have to
normally
do with
stick
the
my
subject?
I won't
camera
What
attack
are
them
you
for their
talking
like
looks. I won't attack them
more
for their
normal.
looks, but they are
That
hypocrites.
people
They are
are
Holy
weird here.
shit, man. Shut the
I'm not saying looks. It's just it's basic hygiene.
You have something
But you
fucking
don't-
coherent to say.
Yeah, what QE just said. No question or claim, sir. Just nonsense.
Yeah, I'm not making any questions or claims.
So shut up.
Yeah.
Hey, Cloud, can I
Yeah,
take over?
You're literally black. So that's my first.
Can you take over, Mr. Guarana Dick? Where
there's just a
sometimes
glowing
sunlight, sometimes there's sunlight
more
in
normal
North
people
Pole, and then sometimes there's darkness. No, just shut the fuck up.
Well, I just noticed the glowing hypocrisy is all.
Maybe some people that
The glowing
maybe believe that the Earth isn't round, but like
Clouds, are you going to talk forever through the conversation that other people are having, or are you going to
Yeah,
shut
he
up?
will. He said he's that fucking stupid. So, what's the next one, Guarana Dick? Since you had to chime in right in the middle, we're gonna get something a little bit more fucking coherent.
Oh yeah, you guys will like this one. Are you ready?
I can't wait.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, so how can you guys say stop generalizing and stereotyping, but then I hear you guys all the time saying, oh, these fucking globers, oh, this, like, come on, don't be hypocrite.
Really? So prove it.
Yeah, really.
Prove it.
Has it not happened within today?
Prove
Let's
it.
go today.
Prove it. No, what is
Yeah,
this,
that's
a question proof? Prove it.
You guys know you do it.
Prove
Shall we
it.
put it in the form of an argument? We lay out the things that happened. Can you prove it? Do you have any?
You guys, no, he did it again. You guys know you do it. Stereotype fallacy.
Like how you
do it all.
categorize globers, yeah.
Yeah, like how you do. You have any proof?
Nope.
Where's your proof of the flat Earth? Show me the model.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
here we
show you the
go.
model. We
Change the
already fucking
subject.
told you. Hold on a second, guys. We already told you there is no flat Earth model or globe Earth model. You agreed, and then you said, "Show us the flat Earth model." Shut your fucking mouth, all right?
And change the
Shut
room
the
name.
fuck up. Shut up.
We
Shut
already
the
covered the
fuck
name
up.
change thing, dude.
You just contradicted yourself.
Agnostic
you
Earth,
fucking glue. Shut
agnostic
the
Earth
fuck
is
up.
more appropriate.
Glue sniffer. Glue sniffer. You just contradicted yourself. What, do you think we weren't listening? Shut the fuck up. Guarana Dick.
This is
Move on, Creation Bear. Put that dumb fuck on mute.
Yeah, enjoy your
This is like
circle church.
Shut the fuck up.
girl.
This is like a deja vu. We told Guarana Dick that there was no model 2 hours ago.
But he just agreed with it less than a minute ago. He goes,
Yeah.
I agree that there's no flat Earth model or globe Earth model. Remember I challenged him? And then he
Yeah, I
says,
heard it.
ready? Are you ready? I got one last question. Can you please provide your flat Earth model? What the fuck?
Yeah. So QE, I shit you not. We had the same conversation. He did the same thing literally 2 hours ago. The same exact thing
Really?
about the models. He agreed, and then he asked for the model again. Now he did it with you.
Now he did. Okay, gotcha.
Well, in regards to the name change thing too, he's like, "Well, you should change the name." And he said we should call it what? I don't know Earth or some shit like that. Now he's calling it agnostic Earth. But bro, we don't need to change it to your preferred pronouns, dude.
Yep. And we're telling him that water is horizontal on the top surface. And he said, what about the bumps underneath the water?
Bumps under the water.
So I said, what should we call it? The bumps underneath the water, Earth?
Topography.
He didn't know the difference. He didn't know the difference between the bumps underneath the oceans and the top surface of the water. He didn't know the difference.
Grana,
You said you're a flat earther. Go ahead.
Yeah, Grana or Nick. Here it goes. Here's the link right to the guest channel. All the rules and information. Read that and come back with a targeted, on-point question.
Not possible.
Okay, I will. I already have one, but I'll read it.
He already has one.
His question is, what's the model?
Okay, I read it. I got a question.
Oh God.
Ready?
Proceed.
Is the Earth flat an absolute claim?
Yes.
Okay. And absolute claims require absolute proof.
Yep.
Okay. Good. You guys are tracking. Nice. So.
No, not you guys. Just me.
Well, I'm talking to the audience as well, but sure. Okay.
No, you're talking to me right now, Garana Dick.
Okay. Anyway, so if this is all true up to this point, is it also not true, or is it also true? We stumble on words sometimes. I'm fixing myself. Is it also true that we cannot come to absolute conclusions without full context of the topic we're talking about?
What do you mean by full context?
Like you weren't here earlier, but your interlocutors hand waved the surface of the Earth beneath the water, which is a part of the Earth. And so, isn't it not important to understand the full topography of the Earth if we're going to make such claims?
It's not the
So, like I said, so we're changing the name to Topography Earth. We got it.
No, not even that. I told you before, I posted the definition of surface. It's the upper part of something, the upper surface of Earth, not what's underneath the ocean. That's beneath the surface. We don't care what's beneath the surface. We care about what's on top of the surface. And they tell us that 70% of Earth is water. The top surface of the water is horizontal.
Surface is relative depending on where you're at and what you're talking about. It's not an absolute.
It's the uppermost.
What the fuck?
It's
the surface is the fucking surface.
Yeah, I have a surface of a
no
desk.
matter where you are.
So I have the surface of a desk and I have the surface of the ground I'm standing on.
Oh my god.
No. I have the surface of the water in Florida. That's 0 degrees. You have the surface of the water in California. That's 0 degrees. You have the surface of the water in China. That's 0 degrees.
Yeah, the fucking surface of the desk. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, moron.
And what's beneath the water? Is that part of the Earth?
Yeah, we understand topography. We're talking about the surface. Just the surface.
I mean, just for background, right? Even it's in the word surface. In French, the word sur, S-U-R, is top.
Yeah.
Top face. Like hello. Come on, man.
Not under.
Yeah, so I'll use the island above the water surface to gauge what the Earth is. You see how silly you guys sound?
That's dumb fuck. Silly we sound. You're a fucking demonstrated retard with your past 3 questions. You should be institutionalized. You're a fucking moron.
Yeah, so this is how retarded you are. I'm going to explain it. To him.
Sonny's on demon time.
So hold on. So if you have a woman and you would say that this woman has a figure that's based on the outside surface, do you say the woman's figure is what's underneath her skin?
Misogyny.
Oh my god, these semantic word games are silly.
Yeah, you're retarded.
It's not semantic word games. It's being pedantic. You don't know what semantic and pedantic means, you dumb fuck.
Can I illustrate how wrong you are?
No, you can't.
No.
Somebody put this fucking retard on mute. Kick his dumbass out of here. We're done with him. He's wasting our fucking time. Shut the fuck up.
Encore.
No fucking encore.
I mean,
it's a badge of honor.
You got to look at the root word, the etymology of the words.
Etymology? He doesn't know what etymology means.
Even if it was a concertina, how does it go?
Even if it started kicking footballs.
Right. I mean, clearly we're discussing the surface, and he's asking about what's underneath the surface.
Fucking shut up!
You're fucking it up, Ranger.
Do you guys understand analogies? Do you know what analogies
know
are?
What entomology was? If it started kicking footballs up his ass, wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire.
Is this guy normally like this? Is he normally this?
Yes.
No, he's usually better.
Oh, shot Sonny, dude. Shots fired.
Nick,
He's
Nick, if I may, Nick, if I may, you got to start with looking at the meaning of the words. You got to break them up, analyze what each component means, and you'll get an idea of what the actual meaning of the entire composition looks like.
He doesn't know what meanings of words.
I mean, I'm giving him a place to start, a starting point. Should he actually develop the acumen to, follow through with this type of thing?
He needs to go back to pre-K, dude.
Listen, do you guys understand?
I'm not listening. Shut the fuck up.
How this? If you don't like me, you can ban me. But I think you'll respect my position or my comment.
Just shut the fuck up.
We don't think so.
Okay, well, you haven't heard it yet.
Shut the fuck up.
Mike, it also says in the scripture,
Mike,
don't throw pearls before swine.
Yeah, and who the swine is all perspective.
I know.
It's perspection.
I know. Perspection.
It's not prespection, it's perspection.
You guys are going to miss out on a really good analogy.
Shut the fuck up. I can't believe
I'm curious what your analogy is.
With this dumbass. I could be fucking drafting my best ball team. I'm in here dealing with abject retard.
We're missing out because he's going to enlighten us.
He couldn't enlighten a fucking candle.
That would be asking too much.
Can I explain it?
Oh,
no,
God.
you measure the cables underneath them. No.
Hilarious, man. Let him go on.
Let him go. All right. Hey, listen, guys. It's been fun. I'm going to take my leave of it. You have a good evening. Now, you deal with it. I'm not dealing with that shit anymore. Out.
It was nice talking to you regardless.
Thanks, Dewey.
Okay, so if you want...
too bad.
I'm curious what your analogy is.
Okay, let me preface it by one thing to get agreement upon this. So can we draw a conclusion of something, it could be anything, right, without the context of the full nature of what we're talking about? Is that possible?
An example.
I'll give the example in a moment, but just as a philosophical, test,
you can't.
Would you agree?
No,
would you agree with that?
It depends. It strictly depends on what it is.
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about.
I think the general rule is the answer is no. You can't draw a conclusion without full context of the entity, object, or nature of something, right?
It depends on if you're talking about the surface or not.
Okay. So my point being is you can't draw conclusions about what the Earth is if we don't have the full context of the nature of Earth itself, which I think you guys kind of struggle to grasp.
Incorrect.
Unless you,
That's incorrect.
Yeah, unless you're talking about the surface.
Conclusion. You can draw the conclusion that the surface is flat and horizontal without knowing what the totality of the Earth is, right?
So, okay, so follow me real quick. So what if beneath, because the unknown right now, the unknown is beneath the water level, which we haven't discovered yet. So beneath what we've yet to discover.
Okay, but what you're going to say is you can't say that. So you're going to say underneath the water is curving, but the water on top is flat?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're going to have a flat water on top of a curving bowl?
All I'm saying is that the unknown, which is beneath the water, right, currently unknown, is dictates how sea level acts. And if something is unknown such as that, and it's a cause for how the sea level acts, but we don't know the mechanisms of how can we draw conclusions of why the water is level the way it is without knowing what's beneath it?
Incorrect.
Not necessarily. That's not true, dude.
How am I wrong? That's logic.
Picture this. Take any body of water that you can picture that's tangible within reach, and modify the floor of that of the container upholding that body of water, and observe what happens to the surface. 100% of the time, you'll see that nothing happens. So in principle, one can draw that out at scale as the scale of that observation increases, to conclude that no matter the scale, no matter the deformity of the floor of that container of the body of water, the surface won't change.
Correct. Based on current understanding of what we currently know and have observed and learned over the span of time. But
you're thinking too much, man. That's not saying.
Yeah, because what you're trying to extrapolate to is, there may be an instance where this doesn't uphold, so that from now until this undetermined period of time, it's not sufficient to conclude with that premise.
Well, correct, because we haven't even concluded what causes the sun and the moon to orbit the way they do. We just know that they do, but there's no logical explanation for that.
But here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. One would then propose to you, do you have an instance where this does not occur? Thus nullifying the what you might call a presumption.
Well, that specific instance can't be replicated, right? But there are instances of things that can be replicated that are caused by different causes. So that's
sorry. You don't need to know you don't need to know the cause of things to know what is happening, right? So if something is happening, like water being flat and level, if you can measure that, you don't need to know the cause of why the water is flat and level for it to be flat and level. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. And I know you guys probably don't all agree with this, but I've heard this within the community, and I don't want to be categorized you as a monolith, because I know there's differing opinions, and I apologize for earlier doing that. But you guys know as well as I do, because we've been in this community long enough, people have varying different opinions. And I've heard one that resonates with me a little bit, because I'm just very open-minded on this topic, where people do believe that the sky is above us. Like, let me ask this before I go into that. Do you guys? What's your opinion on what is there a dome, or is there a solid object between us and the supposed stars? Dome. Okay, so there's a hard surface in a sense, like a firmament, right?
I don't know what you want to call it. There seems to be a lot of different names attributed to it. But one thing is pretty certain amongst those that I've heard speak in the room, is that we occupy an enclosed or a contained space.
Just for argument's sake, it's a solid thing that can't be penetrated, at least not by us, right?
Well, I don't know, because I haven't been there, but certainly not by gas, because that's the underlying observation.
I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm just saying, based on your current understanding and what you think, right? I'm not going to trap you. I promise. But that's a fair assessment, right? There's something separating us beneath from whatever's above, right?
If there is
an above, yeah.
Okay. If there is a vacuum of space, then we will need a container.
Got it. And I've heard the theory, and it could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong and this being wrong, but there's the theory, and I'm sure you've all heard of it, of the what's above the firmament, or whatever you want to classify it as, is water itself, right? Which is why some people believe, like the stars that we see in the sky, if you look at them through a scope, they're always the lights are kind of reacting in a way of which if water was masquerading or in front of it, right? So
I think they're biblical flat earthers, and I don't know. We spoke to a photographer one time, and he just said that Pretty much when you try and zoom in on stars, you can't, the camera can't focus. So it looks like it's got a watery effect to it, but it's just because the camera can't focus on that item.
And exactly, but is it possible? I'm not saying it's the fact, because there's a lot of ambiguity and nuance in this, but is it possible that there is water above us as so beneath us? Is it possible?
Could be.
And if that's the case, right, and that's water that is now not something that we could observe and test and under the circumstances, because we can't, reach that part of the whatever it's called, whatever you want to call it, then we know that water is behaving in a way that's unnatural to the scientific way that we understand. So that's my point. That's like my overarching point.
But you're jumping a step, because it could be it's not saying, okay, jump to the next step and let's say it's water. Like you can't do that.
You're right, and that's why it does take a leap of faith. But everything comes down, like at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is theory, and you have to propose theories based upon, like you guys say it yourselves, like you only believe what's testable.
A measurement of a flat level surface is not a theory.
Yeah, Nick, you would have to propose. You would have to propose the following, right? When someone confronts you with the surface of calm water is flat, you would have to confront them with, no, it's not flat. It only looks flat, but there's actually a rate of curvature to it that's so minute or minuscule that you can't observe it with your everyday tools, or something to that effect. You would have to come with them, and then they would rebuttal with, well, can you show me? How do you know that? And that's where the burden lies on you to provide such evidence, because at the moment, this is what's observed.
Right, and the mechanics of how, for example, say with just cancer as an example, we know cancer comes about, but that's not necessarily, we don't fully understand the mechanics, but I think the mechanics are important because we can arrive at two different scenarios in certain circumstances, not all, based off of different ways of getting there. So two things can happen, like water being flat being one, and it's caused by one way, and it could also be caused by something that is unknown.
But before you arrive at a cause, you have to determine what the phenomena is. In this situation, is it flat water or is it not flat water? And then you can investigate a cause if you're so inclined. I don't know how you would actually endeavor to do that, but you have to come to a firm observation or understanding of, to some degree, of what you're looking at, of what you're observing before. And at this point in the discussion, that has yet to be determined, correct?
Correct, because we can only determine things based off our current knowledge and current understanding. But that's why I'm saying we can't come to a conclusion if we don't even know what's beneath us yet, because that doesn't correlate to anything that we can compare to if there's an unknown part of this equation.
Why would you factory reset?
I don't know about that, dude. At the moment, check this out, dude. Like, at least one thing that we can compare to, one thing we can compare things to is what we're being told is versus what we observe, right? So if we're told that we live on a water ball, right, giant rock water ball with a specified radius, the geometry of said object can be scrutinized, and it has been. And a lot of people have brought forth observations where that don't coincide with the theory that we actually live on this water ball of said dimensions. So at the very least, we can compare it to that and nullify one of the two based on that. Right?
I agree, but can you guys agree that? And this is the thing I think the biggest disagreement I have with you guys is, and I'm not going to say all of you, but a good amount, is that is it not true that there is some metaphysical aspect when it comes to what we're talking about. It's not as simple as just science, right? Testable, observable, repeatable. Some things are just beyond our understanding. But I think the problem that I have with this channel is that you guys don't want to explore these possibilities and rather just stick to the frame of reference of science, which isn't even a good frame to even land upon or even argue from.
But what would you like us to do, though? Just go and start making speculations and never come to a conclusion because these speculations aren't testable.
And I understand that, and you think it's going to dilute the value of the channel by exploring these, but nothing in this world that...
All right, so what happens is, right, I'll tell you what happens. So we do a speculation Sunday, right? So then after that Sunday, I'll go and look through YouTube channels and I'll see people posting things like, this is what flat earthers think. And they'll have a clip of us talking about things that we've specified are speculation and put them down to these retards think this, right? And then we get people coming in saying, you guys, flat earthers think this. And then we have to explain to them, no, we don't think that. That was a speculation. We think this. And they go, no, you don't. And then they argue about what we think when we're telling them what we think. And we waste 45 minutes speaking to people about what we think, and then instead of them asking us what we actually think.
That's fair. It's totally understood. But when you, like, I've seen in the past, and I brought it up, and I was chastised, and I shut up for it. But when people arrive at flat Earth in different ways, right? Not everyone arrives at flat Earth in the same way. And I think the scientific way that you guys approach it, it's confusing. So not many people will grasp it, even if they try to listen, right? Because no one's experts on this, and no one's spent as much time as you guys have. But for example, and I get it, facts are more important than theories, especially if you're trying to just, make an ironclad case. But you guys, not you guys, but in the past, a certain amount of you guys, mods, were saying completely saying it's derailing to even talk about someone like, say, Admiral Byrd, when that's a completely legitimate story that can be defended within this community. But why would it be hand-waved if that's something that's brought somebody to flat Earth? Like, okay, I just don't get why you push those information.
The information that Admiral Byrd comes from is from Admiral Byrd's journals that weren't actually released by him. They were released by his nephew. Now, where that information comes from and whether that information is correct or incorrect, we cannot tell. We don't know. There's no way of knowing, and there's no empirical information in those journals. So therefore, we say, I can't prove this. I don't know where this information comes from. So therefore, it's no point talking about it because you're arguing over something that no one can confirm.
The discussion can't even be had because one last thing, and I'll definitely let you guys interject because I've been talking a lot, but the conversation I feel like does need to be had because what about the point of, for example, the journal was released and the son who was alive and on the expedition was there, and the mom was still, or the wife was still alive as well after the journal was released, and they could have easily discounted it, but they didn't, right? It's almost like giving it away and it's off of our hands now. And then you have Secretary Forrestal, who commissioned it, who died under mysterious circumstances. These are all things that are context of something that point to it being legitimate. But we came and have this discussion.
That's
right,
fine,
what
dude.
What are you going to confirm from it? Yeah, sorry, Mick.
I was just going to add, to something that you were saying before about trying to look at things within context. Usually in this room, as I think it was pointed out earlier, I'm not sure if you were there or not, where we tend to delegate or relegate these types of conversations to specific days, right? And we call it speculation, like Speculation Sunday, for example, because this is exactly that. It's speculative. So whether somebody came into this, discussion because they landed on something that happened to be speculative, but at the time they weren't really thinking it, thinking of it like that. They just stumbled on it and thought it was wholeheartedly true without, investigating further. That's kind of besides the point, because perhaps they came in with that, started talking to somebody in here, and changed their minds on it, and learned that can be relegated to the realm of speculation, and don't ever really look into that anymore. You know what I mean?
I understand. Like, people can arrive at flat Earth under false pretenses and under lies and under misrepresentation of flat Earth. But I'm just a firm believer that the discussions in themselves need to be had for us to even progress, because the scientific route, I understand you say that, but I've seen it many times in here, and I remember vividly just one specific instance of a guy who was very earnest, very honest in his approach, and he was a hollow earther, not a flat earther, and he was trying to ask questions to better understand this topic, and he was chastised and basically scooted off, and I was like, and he's like, wow, like, what the fuck? Like, I'm literally just here trying to gain understanding, but you guys have a narrow focus where you don't even indulge these other aspects of flat Earth. They all need to be discussed, as crazy as they may sound.
I'm not sure if you've been around a lot, man, because I've heard a lot of people come in with wacky ideas, and they were, welcomed with, open arms and talked through them all. And I think it might just depend on who you're talking to. Like, some people can be a little bit more abrasive, I'll grant you that, but it also could be the day. Again, if it wasn't on Speculation Sunday, and they were going down a rabbit hole of something that cannot be confirmed or has yet to be confirmed, then it might have ended up like the way you're talking. I don't know. I wasn't there.
No, you're probably right. It wasn't on Sunday, but why does it have to be relegated to a certain day?
Because I just explained to you why.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you say that things need to be proven by what you argue, and the easiest way to do that is science, but there's other things besides science. And
I want to bring that up. I want to point on that. You've brought it up a few times. Sorry, T-Dub or Timbo or whoever you are.
No, that's all right, man. You go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, man, like, you keep using the word science. What science are we talking about here?
From my understanding, the science that this community likes to invoke, and I agree with it for the most part, is testable, observable, repeatable. But even that is it's flawed if you rely upon that for your if you're like I was saying earlier, if the concept of flat Earth in itself is metaphysical, which I think it may be because we don't have the full understanding of everything, then sticking to science it limits the. But that's the thing. We don't know the full extent of the Earth or its shape. No one's been beyond the ice wall or whatever.
We're talking about the surface, dude.
Yeah, when we're talking about the geometry of the thing that we're standing on, there's no science in that, dude.
But I understand. What you're understanding for me is I'm saying we don't even have the full context of the geometry of what we're on. So how can we narrow it down to what you guys want to talk about when we don't even know what the full extent of this is? That's why we don't have a model.
You don't need to. So I'll give you an example, right? So if I measure the surface to be flat, do I need to know what's underneath to know that the surface is flat?
I think my perspective is yes. I think every element involved, because if there's an unknown aspect to what we're talking about or observing.
What the claim is the surface is flat and level. Yeah, it's from a level horizontal baseline, right? So things that you can measure is from a water line. So if that water measures to be flat and level, then you don't need to know what's going on. We're just trying to point out to people that the surface measures that way, and it's not the globe that they've been telling you it is. That's it, man.
I agree with that, but isn't
the rest can go? Yeah, but the rest can wait until people start realizing that they're not on this globe that they've been told, and then if that ever happens, then we can take this further, because then people will start getting interested, and they'll start spending money on these observations and things like that. At the moment, the only thing we can do as a group is point out that the surface is horizontal and flat. That's
exactly. I agree, and I'm not saying. Hold on, one last thing. I really want to say this because I don't think I'll take your word. The point of the channel isn't to convince people. I think there is an element of it, but I'll take your word. It's not right. I think we all would like for people to understand, at least at bare minimum, we've been lied to by NASA and by these agencies, right? At bare minimum, but if we're trying to gain exposure and more brains to look at this topic that we're talking about, and we lose a lot of people in the science and we get caught up in the science aspect, which is stagnated and plateaued, because I've been coming here for well over a couple of years and it always leads to the same thing and it's the same topics. It doesn't really evolve from what the discussions are. But the problem with that is that when I said earlier that when people arrive to flat Earth under different avenues, like such as Admiral Byrd or things of that nature, that compels people to start now, or even the fake moon landings with the Bart Seibel guy. Like, it doesn't matter. Those are something that open the door to people. But why would you not get more people by leaning into something like that and more of those discussions? Because that's interesting.
Fine, they can do that in a different group, but our group is not meant for that.
Yeah, it's not necessary, dude. It's not always necessary. It's kind of like just one quick thing, like to what you were touching on before. What I think Timbo was saying before is akin to, if you were to draw it into like a science analogy, before you start investigating the cause of an effect, you got to understand the effect. So here we are describing the surface. I know it's not exactly, it doesn't really parallel with it, but kind of, right? And even then, it's a geometry question, so you couldn't really investigate a why or a how. You can more or less only investigate a what, right? Those types of questions rather than the how, because we're not, like you're touching on the supernatural for to a certain extent. We're not that, so we couldn't really divine what or why something would be in that sense. So there's no real case for trying to investigate why a surface is flat. It just is.
But you don't see how that's an impediment to furthering the conversation and opening more doors.
Well, hang on. Well, maybe, but it may be a naturally imposed impediment. It's kind of like if I ask you, or if I say to you, 2 + 2 is 4. Right, and I show you, okay, here are 2 apples, here are 2 apples, I put them together, I have 4 apples. How much scrutiny does one really need to have, or even can have, into why that's the case? It's just a simple fact.
Yeah, because it's something that's been repeated.
You can start doing fancy algebra and factorizing and building up, fanciful equations, but it bottoms. The bottom line is 2 + 2 is 4.
But okay, let's get back to the science then. I know you guys like to focus on that. Let me ask one last thing then on the science aspect. How do you guys not see the analogy I posed? I'll show you right now. The analogy I posed earlier, which is you guys want to say we don't need to know the underneath of the surface of water for us to make the deductions we make. Yet, how can you also say in the same breath, which I've heard this argument many times in here, say, well, we don't, how can we deduce that the moon is a sphere when all we could see is a circle because that's our frame of reference? We don't have the full context. So why is it picking and choosing now when we want full context and when we don't?
Wait a minute. What?
Who said the Earth? Who said the moon's a sphere? I'm sure someone would have just said
Globers come in here and say that, and you guys usually argue and saying we don't know if it's a sphere because we don't know, we haven't seen the backside of it.
We don't know if there is a backside.
Exactly my point. That's exactly my point. But it's important to what the moon is and how it and what we're going to categorize it at, but we don't know the full context of it. So that's an important aspect.
Yeah, why are you getting so pissed off about something that we have no control over? Hold on, I'm sorry. Why are you getting so pissed over Something we can't solve. What the hell?
Because you guys don't see the hypocrisy, and I guess that's where I can leave it at.
Hypocrisy? We don't make claims about things that we can't prove. That's not hypocrisy. That's, jeez, man.
Who hurt you, Nick?
To be honest, it was you guys. I used to like you guys a lot.
Oh, boo-hoo!
That's it. Now I get it. So, wait, leave it. So you obviously came in this channel and you wanted to explore other things, like stuff that we don't talk about and we shut down because we can't prove. And you brought up a topic and you got shut down, and now you're pissed off that you got shut down. So you're annoyed at this group because we don't talk about things we can't prove. And that annoys you because you want to talk about Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if Secretary Forrestal as well, if you guys don't want to talk about those things, I think it's very...
Not being mean, but why don't you start a channel about Admiral Byrd?
I don't think he can because he's got an emotional stake in it, and what he actually needs is therapy.
This is silly.
Hey, buddy, have you ever heard of a server called Earth Awakenings? You should go there.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'd like it there.
Yeah.
Or
I just see potential in this, and I think you guys limit yourself.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I was saying before, that is a speculative kind of topic. So it almost seems to me like Sunday would be a good time for that. So maybe try coming in on Sunday and bring it up and see if anyone has any ideas. But apart from that, I mean, I don't know.
Fair enough. I just think the whole aspect of it is metaphysical and supernatural, and to just focus on the science, like I said, it's kind of silly in my opinion, and it's not going to grasp more people to look at
Go
this.
somewhere else then. Go somewhere where they don't do that then.
Yeah,
That's because you have a cult-like mentality. You need to do something about that.
You guys need a marketing team, and that's where I come in.
Well, Nick, I mean, if you want to dabble on something, you know, because you're talking about metaphysical or supernatural or whatever. If you want to dabble on something, I think we can all agree with, or most of us at least have come to that type of understanding, is that, you know, this is a supernatural or a metaphysical kind of construct, or it comes from a supernatural or metaphysical place. You know, some people would call it God, higher power, whatever, creator. You know, I've heard that a lot in this room, but the minutia in that type of discussion, it's out of our control, man. I think.
Yeah, but what better place to discuss these things with fellow like-minded people who find interest in this topic, right?
Well, that's what I was saying.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by like-minded? I don't have a cult-like mentality. What do you mean by like-minded?
Like, we all believe that the Earth is not what it is. We all differ on what we think it is. Some of us agree on other
Yes, someone just told you Earth Awakenings is the place for you.
What's it
Yeah,
called?
I think you'd like it there, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been there, but I haven't been to that room, but it's, from what I've heard, it's a lot more fluid, if you want to use that word, in the discussion. You know, so you might get good bites there. Or again, man,
is anyone a member there that can send him an invite?
That'd be nice. I guess I'm gonna leave, but my biggest gripe is I don't understand why you guys push out fellow people that.
Hang on, well, why don't you leave a complaint? Leave a complaint in the suggestions box and fuck off back to your cross-dressing forums.
Yeah, like that right there.
If anyone was going to drop that link, don't drop it in the chat here.
Ah, shit. Sorry. Send him a DM. About that.
Where's Matrix's complaint forum? Who hurt me forum? You know, or what was it? Ah, shit. PDF.
But, like, is he still here?
I don't understand the mudslinging. I feel like I've been pretty civil.
No, you're right, dude. Hey, like, you know, once you travel over there and then you start realizing that these are things that you can't confirm, you're welcome to come back anytime and talk about empirical facts about the Earth's surface. That's fine. You know, we're not kicking you out or anything like that. But when you get sick of those conversations that you go around in circles in that you can't prove, you're welcome to come back here.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, and I mean that too.
Yeah. No, like I said, I've been a member of this community for a while. I do respect a lot of you, especially Alpha Veritas. He's a really good one too. And for the most part, you guys are civil. But yeah, I mean, just a little difference of opinion. But
well,
anyways,
see, you like him, but he's the most empirical person in the room.
It's the way he goes about talking. No mudslinging. And I think
he does. He'll scare you, dude. What are you talking about?
So you like his. So it's about the tone and not the information.
Are we trying to gain people to the movement or not? At the end of the day,
no,
really,
no, friend.
No. Not if they're not.
We're not evangelizing for this.
Even though you said you want to get more people to fund the tours and expeditions, you don't want more people, which is
I didn't say that. I said make people more knowledgeable about where we live, so that then we can get more facts about where we live. That would be good. But we don't just want people coming into our community and making up shite walls and stuff like that they can't confirm. Because they cannot confirm, and it makes us look dumb.
Okay.
And keep in mind, as long as we're doing things that make us look dumb, then the really smart people shun away. You know, they shy away from this place. We don't want that now, do we?
Yeah, but most of what you guys say is very complicated, and people have to learn it and take time, or else they just discard it. So I don't know.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's right. No, that's a good thing, right? So people
simple.
Yeah, I agree with
people are taking responsibility for their knowledge. Okay, and that's their responsibility. I mean, we could start them off, but yeah, they should actually take the initiative and do their due diligence and learn about the place that they live. Jeez, what a thought.
Yeah, the reason I respected Scott Mackey was because it seems like he was knowledgeable and he gave you guys the hardest challenge. Even if you disagree with him, he at least
dude, you can't come in here champion Scott Mackey like that's a stupid move. That guy is a nincompoop on steroids. Okay.
Yeah, keep in mind that guy during the last election said that he told me that he thinks that the courts in Colorado should be legally allowed to stop people in Colorado from voting in the national election. He said that.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a fucking nutcase. Like, the guy is a fucking nutcase. A shitbag, too.
But he gave you guys the hardest challenge and maintained composure, which is something that's respectable.
If you believe that, okay.
What was the challenge? I don't. What day was that?
What challenge?
Was I here?
I judge it based on the amount of time you spend on an individual and without muting. You usually mute or kick somebody if it got to a point where they keep repeating themselves or aren't answering your questions because they've mentally stagnated in their argument.
Also, it's a bias based off of your worldview, so it's just bias.
Scott Mackey keep on repeating himself because his argument was, I know the Earth's a sphere because the sun goes 0 degrees. And he kept on chanting it. That was his argument.
Yeah, there's a difference between Scott Mackey and someone like Geeks who is just trolling, right? Like,
he's a troll, man.
Yeah, or that clan that was harassing this channel for the longest, GF, whatever their names were, right? And I don't respect them. Yeah. I just respect people who can keep a level head and get their point across. But I do think that you guys do a lot of mudslinging yourself, which I don't see it being any benefit. Like, I don't know.
Look, we have it. You know, a lot of it's in fun a lot of the time as well. Like, you know, a lot of us have known each other for many years. So, you know, we kind of have a bit of fun with people and joke around, and we've got kind of in-jokes that only we will understand. And people might take them as offensive, but it's related to a previous conversation or something like that. So,
and most of it is earned based off of how people behave once the conversation is progressed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So you might look at it as mudslinging, but it's kind of an in joke. You know what I mean? Like most of the time. I know some people can be a bit abrasive, but that's part of what we do. Like it's
you guys also one second. You guys also shut people down and tell them you start with the mudslinging when you suspect that they are being deceptive and say it's their first time. But I've seen a number of instances where it's just ignorance and ego involved, so they won't admit it. But you take it as deception, and then it's like a lot of these people just don't understand the concepts you're talking about.
Nick, you don't. There are times where people will snap right out of the gate. You might have heard that. I've heard many instances of that, but it happened to be someone coming in, quote unquote, for the first time, but we recognize their voice. They've been banned. They created an alt account or whatnot. And they're coming back and they're just, trying to skirt the rules and, smoke people up with, bullshit. Right? It's happened many, many times. Now, there may also be times where somebody comes in and you might quickly, you may have come into a conversation late, but a few minutes before that, they would have built up to a moment where it gets very heated because of confrontation that arose from the other person due to, stubbornness or whatnot. And that will get under people's skin. I've noticed that. So
just came to me, as long as you've been here, Nick, you haven't heard about people on the globe side changing their names to like silly flat earther names or calling people's jobs or anything like that. That doesn't have to come from us. That comes from the globe side.
No, I agree. I actually want to change it and actually change it to I do want to learn more, and to my point earlier is I've been in this community quite often, but I'm still lost on with the things you guys talk about. I'm just I don't understand where I can even start. I want to get to your guys' level of understanding, but it gets so muddied so quick.
I know you probably don't like him, but QE's website, Globe Terminator, I think is probably the best website for information that you can find. But are you a member of our main server?
Yeah, I was invited a while. The Flat Earth Discord server, right?
Yeah, so we've got an information section with hundreds of hours of videos. There's actual citations and stuff in there as well, and papers. Maybe you could start there. There's a section called Beginners. Maybe you're past beginner, but I'm not sure what you mean by stuff you don't understand. Like, what are you referring to?
I just want to understand when you guys do engage with somebody who is, obviously knowledgeable to some extent, because there's a difference between those who come in just trolling or with base knowledge of my photographs of the Earth, right? And then there's the ones that come in with more science-based arguments. I get lost very quick because you guys are talking about things that to most people that don't research this are going to be like, what is each side saying? I don't even know how to discern who's right and who's wrong.
Okay, yeah. So in order to do that, you'd have to look up what the claim was and where that claim's coming from, and then where the rebuttal comes from. So you'd have to actually listen where people are getting their information from, and then look up that information. I understand it is a lot of it is that in that you got to it's difficult to find out where the information comes from, but the information is there for you. Yeah. So you just got to nail down if someone mentions a name or an experiment or something like that, then you got to look up that experiment or that name and see what that person's referencing in what they're saying, and then you'll get it.
Okay. Sounds good. And I'll start with of course. And I'll start with the beginner thing in that channel. But if any Glober wants to step up, I think I've said enough now, and I thank you for talking to me, guys, because I do respect you guys and the channel. And
no worries, dude. Come back anytime, man.
Appreciate it.
Okay, give him mod. Actually, give him the whole channel. He can have it.
If it gives me any credibility too, I was friends with Geeks well before I came in here, and he still gives me shit to this day about flat Earth, and he's tried to have me get him unbanned, and I've told him to fuck off because I think he's just a troll. So, although I'm friends with him, I think he's a bad interlocutor.
It's a bad actor around here.
Yeah, thanks for the chat. Anyway, man, it's good.
Of course, I'll sit back and I'll hopefully hear a debate here.
All right, who's up? Some globe called AJ, apparently.
I just want to say on Nick's point, while it's quiet really fast, it's more than just, a lot of people don't understand, the things like he said when it gets sciencey and technical. And it's a lot more than that. You can check or you can start researching yourself, but at the same time, you have to use your logic and track, we're discussing reality and things we can prove in reality and use your logic along with the things you're researching. You don't have to know anything about the subject. Just, use your logic while we're discussing reality and things that we can prove and touch and test. And
yeah, and one last rebuttal to that. That's why, and besides the Admiral Byrd and all that shit, a thing that really got me onto Flat Earth was that Australian guy going around asking people on the street, when have you ever seen water stick to the surface of an object in the way Earth supposedly does? And that's like something that I could wrap my brain around without understanding the scientific technicalities. That's a logical thing. But the problem with you guys doing this when you guys get into the scientific stuff is you guys jump around really fast too. And it's like hard to keep up. If I was researching, now you guys are already on to 2 topics ahead of that tie into the same thing. And it can get confusing at that point.
So I used to just sit down and write the points down as they were coming out. I just have my pen and paper and I'd write notes on it if I didn't understand what the conversation was. And then I would go and have a look later on when I had time to sit down and actually spend some time on it, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll start doing that.
It's just time, man.
I'm just imagining AJ sitting there with his alpaca studying Flat Earth.
Telling the alpaca all about it.
Hey, look, man. Flat.
Oh, a quick question, because I tried convincing my parents about the flat Earth, and I was using I tried. It is, but I'm a man who stands on my beliefs, and I don't budge, even if the masses say so. But the one thing I was really trying to logically bring home, and maybe you guys can help me understand this better, is when the common belief of the ship going over the horizon, but now we know you could zoom in full view. What
Do you know the black? Have you ever been shown the Black Swan?
No.
You haven't?
I've heard of it in here in the past. I don't remember it.
Right, who can do that? I'm driving. Anyone free to do that?
I don't actually even have the Black Swan image anymore. I've lost it.
Bet you someone's posted it in the chat.
Not quite.
It's the thing of your guys' moderator emblem.
Anyone got the original? I can explain it. I just don't have the original. There we go.
Kiwi Buzz.
50 minutes past the hour. You got that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So, I'm just waiting for the explanation of what I'm looking at.
Yep, cool. So
you can read
that
stuff
image,
by reading it out if you want. Sorry, go ahead, AJ. Sorry, mate.
Well, I was going to ask him, in that image, where would you say the horizon is?
The horizon is in the back, the furthest away.
Cool. No worries. So we have a Modus Tollens attached here. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q, the geometric horizon. This is based off the curve calculations, off that radius. And as in this image, we can see, not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth cannot be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. So these two images, these two platforms are there just so that we can see the distance. Yeah, they mark the distances. We can see that platform habitat is 9.41 miles. We can see the observer height was 1 foot. So the max distance to the geometric horizon in this instance should have been 1.22 miles, not out beyond 9.41 miles.
So it's saying that we should have seen curvature at 1.22 or some dip?
Well, we should have seen the horizon, yeah, at 1.22, because on a ball, the horizon's going to be geometric. It's going to be a physical location, a physical curvature. However, we see this horizon not in the geometric location, but out beyond 9 miles.
I see what you're saying. So the platforms are a reference of showing that it's well beyond where the horizon should be, in theory.
Correct.
People just to get that straight away. They're just distance markers. The thing in question is the horizon. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, when I first saw this, I thought that's why I was kind of asking for someone to explain it, because I thought you were going to say, "Oh, look how they're different distances from each other, and see how they're both at the same eye level," in reference to like the curvature. But I do see the one in the background a little dipped down, but I don't think that really matters.
Yeah, it's just perspective. I think they're different heights anyway. Those they're not the same height.
Yeah, it's not as far as the horizon should be. It's as far as the horizon isn't. It isn't is where it should be. It's where the Earth should be falling off from you, but it's still flat horizon in front of you.
So this would so if the horizon, let's call the horizon 10 miles, right? If that was the case, the Earth's radius would be 250,000 miles.
And so let me ask this: if it's kind of the same topic but a little different on the because if I'm trying to explain it to the layman, especially with the going over the curvature, right? Because the way I tried going about it with my parents was saying, with the technology we have with the cameras now, you could use the best of what technology offers now with cameras. You could zoom in as far as you can, and there's no and it's back in full view. There's no dip, or you can't see all of it, right? But is that true that with the current technology we do have, you can see as far as the technology allows, or is there a distance where it starts to not be in frame anymore?
Yeah,
like
so
say with the ship.
I don't know if anyone knows more about it, but the Rayleigh criterion. So it's like angular vision. I think it's a 0.02 degrees or something like that, something crazy like that, which actually equals about 3 miles. So what it is, you once something's out that distance, you can't resolve between the water and the bottom of the object. So it'll look like it's starting to disappear beyond the horizon, but it's just that you can't resolve what's going on. Now,
from your eyes, right? From your eyes.
But if you've got a telescope or something like that, then it's just going to enlarge what you can actually see. But you might be able to see a little bit further, but then it'll start doing the same thing as well, because all optics are limited.
Right. That was my question. Essentially, is with the technology currently that we possess, which the furthest we are able to physically zoom in on that technology, can we still bring back these objects into full frame?
And not only up to a certain distance.
And why is it only up to a certain distance if it's flat?
Because you can't resolve it. It gets too small to resolve.
It's local conditions.
Also the air.
Yeah. Yeah, I think these guys know a bit more about it than I do. I can't explain it properly.
No, that's fine. I'm just honestly curious. I'm not trying to trap anyone.
The best one I've seen... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem of looking across water is that the water is reflective, and that causes the issues with how far you can see.
Is
The
that like
best photographs I've
refraction?
ever taken have been at nighttime across water.
Is that because of refraction, or is that something else?
It's reflections off the water from the sunlight.
Got it.
Also, we can only see through air about 100, 200 kilometers, and then that's it.
I feel like the smoking gun, correct me if I'm wrong, would be like, to like a layman, would just be saying, figuring out what the supposed distance is that the ship should technically be gone at over the horizon where it's completely disappeared. But in just saying, like, by these calculations, the ship shouldn't even be viewed at all. And I guess my question is, what distance is that where we shouldn't be able to see anything at all of the ship?
You won't see it when the light no longer reflects back to the observer.
Hey, Nick,
I'm saying by the Glober calculations, when should we not see it anymore?
Yeah, Nick, Nick, I got you. I'm going to post two things in the chat, and you'll maybe get a sense of what I'm talking about. Along the lines of the question that you're posing there. Do you see my two snapshots?
Yeah.
58 minutes past the hour? Okay. So assuming I understood your what you just posed there a few seconds ago. This is what I threw together using the Black Swan. Okay, so using this Globe Earth calculator from Walter Bislin, in theory, that oil rig, the furthest out in the Black Swan image, the habitat one, I think, it's a height of 96 or 98 feet. In theory, it should be cut off by 45 feet, or just under 45 feet.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Exactly.
Right. Now, this is the interesting part. So in the second image, you'll see what that should look like, assuming zero quote unquote refraction, using their terminology. Okay. So that's just like crystal clear day, no atmospheric effect or whatever. The line of sight should be cut off at around 45.68 feet. In the second image, it took me a little bit of wrangling with the numbers there, but what you see at the top, where I kind of highlighted in green, you see target 1 visible 98 feet, hidden 0 feet. It took a refractive index of 0.989182. You see that at the bottom, to effectively lift the view of the object that far away to be such that it lines up flush with our line of sight, i.e. 0 hidden feet. So a refractive index of almost 1, right? An almost perfect plane, because that's what happens if you put this refractive index at 1. There's some math where you get a division by 0, and the surface becomes perfectly planar, right? That is what gave us the total lift of the amount that was cut off in the previous image. Okay, so using their own tooling, we arrive at a conclusion.
I just hold on. I want to follow you, but this is a thing I commonly hear in here. I don't have any understanding of. What is refraction? Because I know you guys debate Globers all the time on this specific topic. So why is it such a big part of this? And I don't even understand what refraction even really means.
So maybe somebody can elaborate more on it. But my understanding is standard, just to give you an idea, the standard quote unquote refractive index is what they've calculated to be 7/6R. Basically meaning on an average kind of standard day, what we see at a distance or something like that would be effectively akin to if the surface of the earth that we live on, or the ball that we live on, was about 1/6 greater in radius, it would yield that type of observation, right? Like if you're a little Lego man on a basketball, right? You draw a line of sight. It's very, very steep, right? You're basically looking down. But if you put that same little Lego man on a beach ball, that line of sight's a lot more shallow than if it was on a basketball. So the refraction, or the what they're calling refraction, creates that effect where you're basically, looking at, a surface that's more shallowed out or flattened out, the higher the number is. So in this case, the high number, 0.989182, as it approaches 1, it becomes closer and closer to a perfectly planar surface.
Okay, and if I'm understanding and if I'm following, refraction is their way of saying that the reason we could see what we're seeing at the distance we're seeing it at is because of. So refraction is basically a tool they're using to further their narrative, right? It's not like something.
It's an explanation for why they are seeing further or something in the distance further than what they should be according to their radius. But there's two parts to this argument, because when they talk about refraction, they're talking about refraction according to Snell's law, which is the law of refraction 90% of the time. Now, what's occurring in the atmo, or in the atmosphere, as they put it, doesn't meet those laws of refraction, because those laws of refraction state that we need two separate isotropic media with a boundary layer, and there is no boundary in the atmosphere. So then what they're claiming, as who was just speaking? I didn't even see who was speaking. Was it Mick? As Mick was stating, it's based Milk. On a Milk. Sorry, Milk.
Oh yeah, sure. You too now.
This 7/6R, what they're claiming is terrestrial refraction. Now, for terrestrial refraction to occur the way they claim, they first need that radius value for the path of light to bend around. So this is where it brings it back to them having to show that drop over distance and that curve in the first instance to show that this is what's actually occurring. I'll drop some stuff in that for you.
I did notice, because this is what's interesting about refraction to me, and I'm learning more now. I'm still a little confused, but it seems like it's something that both sides use as a way to further their argument. Because it seems like, if I'm understanding correctly, you guys aren't totally discounting the idea of refraction. You're just saying they're not, even under their rules of refraction, they're not meeting the criteria to make the claim they are claiming, right?
Correct. And the other thing is, if they're claiming refraction, then they don't have a geometric horizon to measure to. It takes away their horizon, because then the horizon is not in that geometric location. They no longer have a ball.
Got it. Because I remember,
I'm just going to put it. I'll just put it simply, right? So they say, because the Earth is this size, then I should only see this far. Because I can see further, light is bending around the ball because the Earth is a globe of this size. Right? You see the circular reasoning there?
What's funny is the something I do remember, and now I know more about this, but something that stuck out to me was when Scott Mackey did get tripped up that one time where you guys were talking about this very topic, and he couldn't answer the question of what is the maximum distance, because he was saying, well, it's refraction, which is why you could see it, right? But when he was asked, what's the maximum distance where this refraction would start to fall off and not be what you're saying, and he's like, well, I don't know. And it's like, well, what the fuck? How can you claim that? But I don't know. It was interesting.
Well, some people say if you've got a powerful enough telescope, you can see your ass from looking forward.
So
well, that's my question is like without say, well, sorry, I don't want to. I've had a question for a long time on this very topic too.
Yeah.
If there were no external external elements, like so, for example, if there was no smoke, smog, whatever you want to call it, rain, straight across the ocean, and we had the technology, or let's do what's the lake that everyone now uses the for the flat Earth? What's that one lake in America where people go across the lake with their camera?
Not sure. You're talking about the Chicago.
I don't remember exactly which one, but there's a lake that now, I've seen it a lot being used in videos where people will zoom in full distance to the other side, which technically shouldn't be seen based off curvature measurements. But is that the same? Can that same thing be applied to across the ocean if there was no external elements of nature, or if
like I said before, even if there wasn't, you're still looking through air. But even if there wasn't, things shrink due to distance, right? So they'll shrink. They'll shrink to a certain amount where you can't, you can't resolve them anymore. Like angular resolution.
Perception of from how you're viewing it.
Well, what your eyes can see, and then what the tool you're using can see. So there's a limit. There's a angular resolution limit.
Gotcha.
So things get smaller as they go away.
Yeah, perspective of
Yeah, and then they'll just blend into the background. So you can't tell the difference between what you're looking at the surface and the object that you're looking at. You can't resolve it.
And worse yet.
And what's so silly when people say, "Oh, why can't you see Paris from US or something stupid like that?" Because things. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even things as big as the Eiffel Tower and islands and stuff like that. They get smaller as they go away. And they just blend into the surface.
And even theoretically, right? If you were to take away all the light diffraction that happens, and you take out all the smog and all the humidity and whatnot, and you could zoom in that far, you're still left with the, as Timbo was pointing out, the angular resolution. Things get so small that even, let's say we lived on, or let's say even if the water was purely smooth, no waves, no nothing, and you could zoom in, well, theoretically you could, propose that, you could maybe eventually zoom into something, but we don't deal with that. So even if you did have not smooth water, but purely clear air, and you weren't, faced with, the light diffraction stuff, you're kind of stuck with, at some point, you're going to zoom in so much that even like a small inch or 2-inch wave out in the distance 100 miles away would get in the way and would obstruct your view of something that's 100 feet tall 10,000 miles away.
Right, and that's essentially my question, which is the theory. Obviously, we're not even close to technology, and obviously all the fucking outside parameters being clear. And I'm saying in theory, though, based on what you guys, your understanding of what the Earth is, in theory, if we had the technology, we could zoom in to that distance if everything was perfect, right?
But that's the limitation. There's a number of things, light scattering.
I think
the water,
I think he's confusing zooming in with, what optical devices do. So they don't zoom in; they enlarge what you can see.
Yeah.
So you're not.
What's the difference? Wait, what's the difference?
Well, if you zoom in, you're getting closer, right? You're not doing that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you use them interchangeably, sure. But I guess there may be a technical difference. Like maybe some cameras literally take their, physical, like the physical lens, and they actually protrude it out further from the camera, from the device itself, to actually create that kind of the same effect. I don't know, but yeah, it's very
just
detailed.
Enlarging. Yeah, it's just enlarging what you can see. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. I was just confused because it sounds like when you say those, both things sound like they're just interchangeable words for the same thing. Like you're enlarging it and you're also zooming. I don't know. It sounds. I don't know.
Yeah, you can use zooming in, but it's not really zooming in. It's enlarging.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to actually enlarge what you're looking at without getting closer. Maybe technically that could be feasible, but in my experience, they were used interchangeably, but that might have been in error. I don't know.
Okay, it's the wrong. It's the wrong
In
word.
the photography world, zoom is referred to as the ability to change your focal length. But you can have fixed focal lengths of 3,900 millimeters if you wanted, and that would be called a telephoto lens.
The confusion, I guess, comes from, how, like, with the argument when Globers come in and say, hey, I have a picture of Earth, right? But their understanding of picture is this is something that was taken with a camera, not manipulated or stitched together. But I'm only trying to understand it better between what the two words you're using, because I'm not sure if what you're saying is like, one is, I just don't understand what the technical difference is when you differentiate between zooming and enlarging. I'm not understanding that.
It might be a very nuanced thing that's beyond my understanding. But even if, let's say we just go with the term enlarge, right? You're standing at the beach, you're a foot off the water, and you shoot a camera out perfectly horizontal, and you enlarge your view or your field of view or whatever, quote unquote, zooming in. You're still faced with the same issue. You might run into a little ripple of water, a millimeter or 2 millimeters high, and it's obstructing something super far. There are a number of limitations that, get in the way.
Yeah. The only reason I ask these questions is I'm trying to gain better understanding of these complex things in my worldview.
Good. See, we're not monsters.
No, I like you guys. There's a reason that I don't come in here and just do what certain people do, but I really just want to understand your viewpoints better, because it's just hard to follow along, especially when the refraction thing, like you guys were just talking about. It's still confusing because you got both sides use it as a way for their argument, and it's that gets really confusing when both sides are using the same point.
I'll tell you this, dude. What I've heard on quote unquote our side when refraction is invoked, it's more or less to nullify their attempt of using it. Right? Like that's what I did in the images the screenshots I shared. Right? I'm not using it as a means to try and prove my point. It's more to render their attempt to use it as being null and void, because it can't, unless they can. When I bring that up, I bring the question: what set of circumstances, like mixtures or combinations of humidity, temperature, et cetera, actually yield that type of refractive index? Dude, it's qualified as extreme on that calculator. It's basically 1. It's basically you're looking at an almost planar surface. Technically not, it's just a giant radius, but it's, that's not an everyday thing. But this phenomena of being able to observe the oil rigs that far, being able to see the bottom of it and see the horizon beyond it, that's not a one-off occurrence. So it's unless they can provide those variables, they're kind of just this value that this refractive index. It's what they call an imputed variable. So it's almost, in other words, it's a backwards engineered number to fit their model.
Right,
So they
it's
have
created
all
after the fact to keep the
it's
the foundation's built upon a false premise. It's to help bolster.
So you have the geometry, and then you have a set of unknown phenomena, some mixture of all sorts of shit, and we're gonna tie all those things into a neat package called a single parameter called refractive index, and we're gonna slide that along a value, right, to give us some sort of indication of what the geometry would basically have to look like under these circumstances to kind of fit everything else that we've put together. It's kind of a Band-Aid, right? But at this point, it's basically a Band-Aid. But there may actually be real-world values that are unknown to us. That's why I like to bring that up. Be like, well, bring us those values, and then maybe under that at that setting or that observation point, those values of those levels of humidity, temperature, et cetera, were actually there, but it hasn't been demonstrated to be the case.
It kind of reminds me.
It's their Hail Mary. That's what it is.
It kind of feels like the one concept I do understand in this community is like the Van Allen radiation belt of us going to space, right? And then they say, oh, it's not possible because you would die. But then somehow to make the story work that we got there, they have to say, oh, well, we found a gap in these areas and we timed it perfectly. It's kind of like that, where it's like they create so many. It's just them creating something to help their narrative sound legitimate.
In a way.
But
now this
what's confusing is some things are created that are like just to support the false narrative. But this is the confusing thing for me, and I think others too, is they mix it up with some things and some theory, or not theories, but some equations or whatever that are true. Where now it's like muddying the waters of now you have to sift through which one's bullshit and which one's not.
That's the insidious part about this, is because there's values and numbers and math equations associated with it, not just an idea or a speculative or a speculation of what could have happened, a speculation about a historical situation. This one has math in it. People freak out and think it's true because there's numbers.
Right. So is the easiest way for you guys to get, and I think this will help me like significantly if this is true, the way you guys kind of attack these theories and these things that they propose as to invoke their, being right on the subject. You guys kind of dive into that theory or whatever they want to call it, and you poke holes into saying this is not something that you could prove. It's all based upon, some theory, I guess is the best word. But they espouse it like gospel, right?
I would say more or less. You brought up Miggy earlier. Miggy's like a master of this. Okay, he asks them, "How do you know this? How do you know that? Where'd you get this information?" Da 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 da. At some point, people stumble and say, "Oh, I don't really know this, but I trust this guy, or I trust this institution. I believe this, whatever." And he said, "Okay, well, you believe it then. You don't actually know it." You follow?
It's like the Socratic method of questioning.
I guess. Maybe. Yeah. So it's just to unravel a story that was ingrained in us with critical thinking.
Okay, got it.
And then the rest comes with, like what we were talking about before, what we observe, what we can measure and all that, to not exactly patch those holes or fill in the gaps per se, because it doesn't create the entire story. I don't think anyone in here claims to be able to create or replace entirely a worldview.
Yeah, of course, which is why I'm glad that the community is now evolved to the point where most people do say we don't know, because in the past, I think creating the models, and that's why I was doing that earlier, is because I think like it's just like when you get someone to commit to a model, you're now attaching an ego and something to that, to where now you're going to try to defend it. It's almost like what NASA does. You're just going to defend it just because you think it's the right thing, and that's an ego thing or whatever.
And or you become prone to patchwork, Band-Aid patches here and there, just like this refractive index thing. Oh, there's a phenomena that we didn't expect before, doesn't adhere to our model before, so we're just going to introduce a new variable. And worse yet, it's a variable that is imputed by a bunch of shit that can be random and we can't really calculate, but we're going to do our best guess of it.
Right. You just basically don't want to build the foundation upon something that's no, I get it. Makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I do appreciate you guys taking. This is the most I've probably ever learned in this channel, honestly. Because most of the time you guys debate the Globers, and it just goes into something completely different than what I can even understand. So this is actually very helpful.
More often than not, it goes into pure entertainment mode. At least that's my opinion, because it's fun to watch or listen to.
I guess my question too is, like, when it comes to the scientific stuff, how do you guys do you guys engage or indulge these? Like, if you believe that the theory that they're using to prove their point on whatever topic it may be, with weather, the solar system, how it operates, right? Do you ever indulge their theories as a way to progress the argument, or like, how do you tear apart a theory that's just bullshit? I guess, I guess it's a tough question to ask because I can't really explain it too well, but like,
I think I got
sometimes
I think
you don't even agree on the premise.
I think that's kind of like what I was saying before about what Miggy does. He'll follow through with them to a final conclusion at some point where they say they don't actually know.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So it's basically having them explain it so that you could find the holes within how their perception is of it. Then there's going to be a flaw that comes up at some point.
Assuming there is one, right? Because if they know something, I mean, I want to learn too. But more often than not, people come in here bullshitting. They don't actually know. They think they know, but they don't. And then we end up finding out by that method, let's say.
I've noticed the most common thing you guys run into, just from observation, is when someone gets to the point where they can't further explain themselves, they kind of just stay at that last point and repeat the question. And that is that's a sign to me that even though I didn't understand any of the arguments because it's very complex, if they get to that point where you guys are still going and they can't answer it and they're just repeating their question, it's like, okay, clearly you guys know what you're talking about.
He bets in. Yeah, he bets in. In French we call that betsner, to skate. He bets in. They're skating around.
And which is why, like, with Geeks, for example, like I said, he's my friend. He's really doesn't like that I like the flat Earth stuff, and he debates me all the time. But he doesn't earnestly even debate me, a friend, because it feels like once they get to a point where they can't explain their foundation, it just comes into a trolling mode or a hand waving mode, and it's just like, why even progress this conversation at that point?
Yeah.
But no, okay.
Stick around, man. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, all I ask is that what we just had the last hour or two, is that I have like opportunities, because I know you guys like debating the Globers, but I think it's really important for novices like me to talk with you guys in this type of setting to better understand now the future debates. And I like that I've gained more understanding now, so I could have a better reference for listening.
I see. Well, I appreciate you sticking around, man. I think that was good.
Of course, man.
Sound like I missed a good one, bro. Nice, easy conversation, huh?
When did you get here?
Like 4 minutes ago.
Oh. How long you been in here, Nick? An hour, 2 hours?
Dude, I think it's been at least like 3 or 4, honestly.
Well, you came in earlier. Q was here. Then you left. Then you came back.
Yeah, I took a 5-minute AFK break, but I've been in the channel since I joined.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've been in this community. I joined, like I said, I was back here when Scott Mackey and Geeks back when he was in here, and that was like 2 years ago, man. Like I have a history with this community, and I do like you guys a lot. It's just I got my piece out finally today, and I'm glad that I can now talk to you guys and just get better understanding. I think that's huge.
I think more or less, it's about timing, dude. Type of questions that you ask, if they're speculative, keep them for Sunday. Anything else, anytime. And then, there's characters in here that you might not like, some that you will. You just gotta, be socially aware.
Of course. And I will check out the Sunday thing. Is that this exact channel that we're in right now on Sundays, or is that somewhere else?
Right here.
I don't know. I think wherever it's more popular.
Yeah,
wherever it's more popular,
it
populated.
just changes, like the channel description changes to Speculation Sunday, and it's basically the whole day where you can debate that. Yeah.
And I could talk about Bird and Forrestal and all that.
Yeah, man, and it goes for longer than a day because it's Sunday worldwide. So anywhere that it's Sunday, it'll go for as long as that.
Perfect. I love it.
The Aussies are going to start it soon, then.
Yep, you can start it in 8 hours.
Well, I'll be there.
7.5 hours.
I've been wondering how, like, the majority of
6.5 hours. Thank you.
Yep, that's right. Yeah,
the majority.
Somebody's mumbling. Who's that?
Sorry, I'm not sure. I thought it was you. If he did,
Corvo was sharing a thought.
What's up?
Oh,
you were saying something.
What's his name?
Yeah. I was saying that the majority of flat earthers I've met are Australian. I don't know why. I think that's cool. They're all from down under.
Because they've realized they're not upside down.
Yeah, you mean over there?
I remember some
out over.
I remember some YouTube channels back in the day, and they used to give you matrix on who's watching your shit, and there was a couple of channels that mentioned that like most of their viewers were coming from Australia. This was back like 2016, 2017. And I thought that was interesting. There's a lot of flat earthers in Australia.
Very flat place.
Exactly. Because, you guys got the distinction of being underneath the globe. And that's just got to mess with your head, man. It's like, what do you mean?
I have a theory that, the biggest communities of the flat earth are typically in America and Australia, which so happen to be countries founded upon rebelling against the status quo.
Yeah. There's a lot of UK flat earthers. Apparently, man, if you speak Spanish, man, there's tons of them in South America, man. I mean, they're all over the place. But
Portuguese.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
CP, fucking
manga. So yeah. Anyway, well, welcome.
All right, guys. I know you just came in, but I'm gonna check out. I'll be on YouTube, but I gotta close the app up.
Good talk with you, man. I appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah, no worries, man. Like I said, come back anytime.
Definitely. I do have more lingering questions that I forgot about, but I'll have them later.
Can you write this down? TheGlobeTerminator.com.
Doing it right now.
Yeah.
What's that all about, man?
That's QE's website.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
See you guys.
So he's an eraser. He's a Terminator. Damn. He's got a lot of titles. That QE guy. Lots of titles. I like it. He's earned them all, man. I'll give him that. The boy has put some time into this stuff. More than most. I'll give him that. Fantastic. I would venture to say that QE has put more hours into explaining the physics of our reality and how people, perceive it or don't perceive it. He's absolutely explained it to the fucking 9 fucking decimal point, man. The guy is out there. He's been out there for 10 years now doing this, man. 10 years, bro. I don't think anybody's put more time into presenting flat Earth or presenting globe Earth. He presents both sides, man. He's like, here, look at this stupid globe shit right here. Look. So, shout out to the effort. Appreciate it. Nobody's seconding my motion. Okay, that's cool.
Well, I think he created a great resource, but it's kind of funny how he's the only one who didn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, he might have been. Who knows, man? You catch him at the right time. You guys have a great chat, but pretend you know something and try to talk to him. Don't do that. That won't go well. Yeah. Ask questions. He'll explain it to you. Anyway, what else is going on with NASA, man? I haven't heard anything this week, man. Anything weird?
I think they bought helium last week.
They did what?
I was just making a joke. They bought a batch of helium.
I bought a batch of helium. Dude, yeah. They buy them all the time, apparently.
Whatever happened to the whole Katy Perry story?
Dude, that's so 2 weeks ago news, bro. Come on.
Did it fizzle out?
It fizzled fucking beyond fizzle.
Damn.
It's been extinguished and buried. God.
I know it's not NASA, but it dawned on me. Oh my God.
It will linger in our circles, but it's not going to go. Some glober will come in here and say, "What about space? Katy Perry went space." We'll have to deal with it.
And I actually do have an earnest question on that topic of. This is actually a question I probably want to ask Timbo, which I know that, for example, with the space mission, things are compartmentalized to keep people out of the loop of the big picture. But when we have, say, Russia, USA, other countries that have supposedly been to the moon or in space, is it like a cabal, or is it how do you guys explain that?
Yeah.
Someone says they did something, and then the U.S. is like, "Oh shit, man, we got to step it up." And then they fake something, and it goes back and forth until it gets to the most extreme.
Yeah. Russia was the first one to put the satellite. Russia was the first one to do a spacewalk. Russia was the first to do, all this, crazy TV, fucking live stream. And then the only thing the United States had left was the moon, man. We're going to be first to go to the moon, bitches. So that's all they had to play that card. And then the Russians went, "Nah, we don't need to go to the moon. Fuck that." they just bowed out, said, "Nah, we don't want to do that. It's a waste of time." I thought that was weird. You think everybody's fighting for space, and then we went to the moon, but Russians went, nah, never mind. I just find that impossible to believe, bro, in my opinion.
If you look at the old footage, you'll see the old Russian footage. You'll see it looks like stop motion camera.
Well, so does
ridiculous.
NASA's got some of that stop motion stuff too. Yeah, but a lot of the Russian stuff looks that way. Yeah,
it just seems like how the technology gets better over the years, and so correspondingly does their space video shit.
Yeah,
and then CGI gets better, and now it's like, holy shit, we got 14K video. It's just crazy.
If the moon landing thing was real, by now we would have just a live camera on the moon 24/7. By now,
I just try to understand why countries that are adversaries with each other are coming together to maintain this false thing. Like, what's the benefit? Like all of them doing that.
Have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, that's a good example of the same concept.
They come together to protect this chunk of ice. We're all cool. But yeah, we're adversaries in space, but we're docking with Russia. Yeah, we're docking with them. Come on. Two countries built, spaceships so they could connect each other, man. How else, they have to be in on it together. Come on. Because they're faking it.
The question still remains of why. That's what I'm...
If they're not in on it together, then they're against each other. One of them is going to accuse the other of faking their shit and pointing it out and proving it's fake.
Right.
But if they get together, they're like, all right, look, guys, let's just not do that.
Let's not do that, bro. Let's have some vodka and talk about it.
So, like, say some country, like, for example, Guatemala says, oh, hey, look, we produce footage. Look, we got to the moon, or we got to space. Are they just now accepted into the club? Or is it like, no, like, you don't, you know what I mean? Like, what's stopping every other country from doing the same thing?
I mean, did you see India's moon landing? Or
no.
Did you see Israel's moon landing?
No.
Or who was the other
Japan?
weird? Who was the other weird one that landed on the moon? I think that was just the two, right? I can't remember.
Yeah. Israel sent this stupid probe, and it crashed. And all you saw on the screen was like a progression line across the screen, and then beep, oops, it crashed.
Oh yeah.
But next year, we just need more money.
So
and we'll do it.
There was a private company this year that landed on the moon, and it showed some video of the surface of the moon, and a shadow of the lander looked a lot like the LEM from back in the day. But you never saw any video after that, man. Where's all the rest of the video? Nothing. Did you guys see that one fucking rover they sent out? I think it was Japan. Japan? Oh my God. The video and the CGI on that was so bad, dude. Oh, there's so many examples of really bad CGI of the moon in their little rovers. And yeah, it's beyond a joke.
I think Gus Grissom also said it best when he said, we're supposed to be going to the moon, but we can't even talk between a couple buildings. It's like the technology that they supposedly had that got them there is way beyond what reality would,
Exactly. I mean, we're talking.
It's unbelievable.
It's basically tube technology, some solid state stuff. They had tubes, bro. I don't know. I love a good tube amp, man. Don't get me wrong, man. But there it is. That's it. Is that Migo? Put that in there. I love you, brother.
He said that, but did he die?
He died 2 minutes later.
Oh, he died.
That's why, like, earlier when I was saying I like to have these discussions, because it's so fucking obvious that, like, oh wow, the Apollo 1, which was the flagship training mission that was supposed to go to the moon, who was the most critical of the program, they all get conveniently burned alive 2 minutes after he criticizes the it's funny, man. It's a whole charade.
Yeah, we got a bit of a show we're dealing with. It's very entertaining for the masses. For us, us with critical eyes, it's educational and entertaining. But yeah, we just sit around. I love, there was some guys out there just doing this day in, day out. There was a girl named, she had a channel called The BS of the ISS. The BS of the ISS. And she just spent her fucking 2 years just picking every little bullshit video they put on the ISS, man. I wish her channel was still here, but they took it down. They took it. She was too critical and she'd point out that there's flies on the inside, outside of there's a fly on the outside of the ISS. She had that video, bro. I was like, damn.
On that point, I think this just encompasses the whole even flat earth, right? Where it's and this is what I encounter with my parents when I try explaining it, is people always want to get hung up on the why rather than I found a hole in the narrative that doesn't add up to, if I find one hole that is a foundation of this premise, then it doesn't matter what the why is. It just means there's a lie there in general that needs to now be looked into further.
Exactly. You don't go to trial and say, oh, well, why did he lie about shooting her? You don't fucking, you can't question that part. You just have to look at the actual evidence. You go, wait, well, what's up with this? What's up with that? Well, why? Why would they lie? Oh shit, they're making CGI and they got a green screen but why? No. We're just pointing out the obvious, man. They got the green screen. They're faking the shit. They're hanging on wires, whatever.
But why? And they harp on it. They harp on it.
Dude, we hear that in here at least 5 times a week, man. Every day we hear at least once. Why would they lie? And it's funny.
Why would the sociopaths lie? Come on.
Exactly.
And you know what it is? It's a tactic to get you. This is why I understand your guys' perspective of wanting to stick to hard facts, is because the moment you get into the why, it becomes more of a theory. And at that point, they can now trip you up and be like, oh, where's your proof of that? And then now you're in that rabbit hole.
Yeah, we catch that shit right away. That shit don't slide around here, man. These parts. That shit's going to get destroyed instantly. But yeah, they'll come in and try it. They'll keep trying that. They keep trying all kinds of stuff. It's not working, man. We're still here.
That's why the best answer to that question, and it really pisses them off for any conspiracy or any theory, is I don't know. And then they go, oh. It's what? That's honest.
Oh, I'm being honest. Last night we were talking with Henry, talking about the shape of the universe. He thought it was round, and he didn't have any evidence to back that up. But I've heard other people, even scientists, say that the universe is flat. You guys ever hear that one? That's mainstream shit, bro. I ain't making that up. The universe is flat.
Which scientist? Do you have a link?
I don't know. It was probably in Time Magazine or something. I don't know, but it was years ago. But yeah, they just said the universe is flat. I was laughing. Do you guys remember 2 weeks to flatten the curve? You guys remember that?
Oh shit! Why would they lie though?
Lie, man. Why would they take 2 weeks, bro?
I also think sometimes these people, representatives of NASA and stuff, they slip up all the time, and you just have to kind of take their Freudian slip at their word. When for example, what's the one astronaut? Buzz Aldrin was confronted by Bart Seibel, and he gets pressed to the point where he just says outright, and he's so flustered, and he slips up and goes, "Listen, man, we're just passengers on a ship."
No, that was Bean, man. That was It was Bean. It wasn't fucking.
Yeah, he's like, don't take it out on me, man. We're just passengers, bro.
It wasn't.
We were just exactly. It's
It
like
was-
if you really went to the moon, wouldn't you say something along the lines of, "Dude, you're a fucking nut job. I'm not even going to indulge this any further," rather than saying, "Listen, we're just passengers," implying you never landed somewhere. It's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
That's a good one. I like that one. I remember that one. That's an OG stuff there, man. Because before Flat Earth, man, there was a lot of fucking moon landing people out there going, "Hey, wait, man, check out this moon landing thing's not cool. Something fishy about it." I mean, that shit went on. Even back in the 80s, dude, they were talking about that shit.
My favorite is this capsule that they claimed was the one, or and then everyone's like, "Well, wait a minute, look at this suit. The suit dimensions are ridiculous. It can't even fit through the hatch." So this big thing was, I'm at the museum and I'm filming the capsule, right? Or the the what do you call it? The lunar lander or whatever.
Lander.
I just want to take this little tape measure. Can I cross the barrier to measure the hatch?
Nope.
I just want to measure it. No,
you can't go up there.
Cannot.
Nope.
It's like, well, can you measure it, please? Here's the tape measure. Will you measure that? And they will not.
No.
No transparency.
That was a good one too, man. You guys are taking me down memory lane here. Goodness.
Or what's a good one is when they're pushed on transparency too, people just magically start dying. Like after the Apollo 1, where all those astronauts got burned alive in the training module, the lead investigator for it, went to the commission with his findings, and he had integrity and was moral, and he said, "This stinks to high heaven. This doesn't even make sense. Like this does basically pinpointing all the things that went wrong and how mismanaged, and he thinks it was malice. And then this guy dies on a train track in his car. It's like, whenever someone pushes for transparency, they mysteriously end up dead.
Yep. So yeah, there's a lot to look into here, man. We got decades of videos and people, presentations and at conferences. It's been, in my opinion, man, we have taken this stuff to the woodshed so many times, and we'll continue. We'll keep taking it to the woodshed.
Have you seen the hostage video of the astronauts when they came back from the moon?
Oh, when they were stuck in the Airstream?
No, when they're doing the press conference and they all just got back from doing the greatest thing on Earth, and they're all like fucking as hell.
Okay. Here I am. I just came back from the moon. I'm gonna go with press conference. I'd be like, "Hey, Mikey, man, thank you for that telemetry data, bro. You hooked me up. Thank you so much, bro. That was sick, man. Hey, we got the computer running. I want to shout out to Joey. Joey, you the man, baby. It would have been like
Neil. That was badass when you jumped off the ship, right?
If you go to interview a fucking guy that just scored 50 points in a basketball game, he's like, "Dude, I just want to thank my teammates, dude. That guy, what a freaking, what an awesome defender, blah blah." Yeah, you thank other people. You kind of go and thank the team. Oh, what a team, man! You guys are awesome. Shit, I can't believe we did this. This is crazy. That's the kind of attitude you would see if it was real. But those guys sitting there like 3 lumps on a fucking log, man. I'm like, what? No.
And then one of them,
they got caught screwing the neighbor's cat.
And one of them claimed, I remember watching, I forget which particular thing it was that he claimed, but one of them claimed they couldn't see stars from the moon. And then later on, one of them says he did see the stars, and the guy looks at him like, "You fucked up the script, man."
It's worse, though. It's worse than that. It was a 3-day trip there, 3-day trip back, and I forget how many how many hours they were on the moon. They claim they never saw any stars.
Yes, all of them said never. Well, Collins, man, he was the guy that was up there in the circling the moon while those guys went down to the moon. He would have been on the dark side of the moon, light side of the moon. He would have been, seeing all kinds of stars. And he's the one that says, I don't remember seeing any stars. And that was like, what the fuck? Wait a minute, bro. You just spent 3 days fucking circling the moon and you didn't see any stars? Whoa, bro. What the hell's wrong with this picture? Did they do that on purpose? Just to keep us, like to start the conspiracy theory? I don't know. Was that the catalyst to the moon landing fake conspiracy? And Michael Collins didn't see any stars in space, bro. Okay.
You know what they said?
Wait a minute.
Is the deepest, darkest black you could imagine. Remember, they not only said it, they elaborated and expanded upon it.
Well, what about fucking Don Pettit when he's like, "Oh yeah, it's like a bunch of polka dots."
You could see all the stars in the.
You want to know the craziest one, in my opinion, is when it's so subtle, and if you don't know about the conspiracy, you kind of overlook it. But with that video of Buzz being confronted by Bart Seibel, when Bart asks him during it, and the interview is going great at first, and then Bart goes, "Hey, can I show you a piece of footage that was sent to me from someone at NASA that's never been seen before?"
Stop, man. That was Alan Bean. It was not fucking Buzz.
No, it was Buzz.
It was Buzz?
Yes.
Okay.
It was, yeah. Bart Seibel did it to many astronauts, but the video started out with Buzz, right? And that was another thing that Buzz slipped up on, where his demeanor immediately changed. You would think, okay, if the moon landing's real and it's all true, and there's nothing to hide because it's all legit, why is your first question to Bart Seibel, what are you about to show me? What is this? I didn't know about this. What does it matter? It's all real footage, right?
Right. That's a good point. I appreciate that. Yeah. You would be like, yeah, let's look at it, man. I was there. Exactly. It was 12:37 Tuesday. What's up? I would have been all over it.
Exactly. It's like, why the mood shift? Why don't you want to see a video? It's just a video from the agency that you worked for.
Dude, this is your video. You were there, man.
You're in it actually, buddy.
So tell me what's up. Come on, bud.
He didn't even want to be implicated by seeing it and having the comment, and then he's like, "Oh shit, what am I getting into?"
And right. I believe that he was going to show him the footage of them faking the shot out the window. Right? Is that the one?
That was the one. No, that was the one. That was the one that he showed him.
Mm-hmm. You see, that's got me all fucked up, because it's like, all right, let's just try to disprove this, and then it's like, in fact, they are in low Earth orbit. It's like, wait a minute, are they literally in orbit? Is that what we're trying to say here? Are we disproving? It's like, what are we saying here?
They were supposedly halfway to the moon at that point.
I know, but they're literally in orbit, or how about they're just?
I think they're in a balloon. I think they're in a high altitude balloon. Maybe
like that's what I mean.
Or they could have been. They could have been in an airplane, or they could have been in a studio.
That's what I think it was. I because if we think about it, they say the saying goes that technology of the military and all that, especially secret stuff, is well ahead of what we see currently. So back then, we didn't have something like that. But it's not hard to believe that they did have a high altitude plane that could do that.
Yeah, it's not completely irrational to think they have a high altitude plane. We know they have high altitude planes. I've talked to some of the pilots that have flown those planes, and they're out there. Those things do fly, man, every day.
Yeah, but how high they can fly? I mean, I think the highest they can fly it's 80,000 feet or something.
I think it's between 70 and 80. It's closer to 70, I think. 70.
And that's nothing. I mean,
it's nothing, but it's way high. It's twice as high as you and I can fly.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, still, like, orbit and all these things, it's like doesn't make sense, It's...
Oh, dude, don't get me started on airplanes flying on Earth, because it's flat and stationary. Every pilot I've ever talked to would agree.
Oh,
yeah.
if you don't preface it with saying you're a flat earther, but you just ask them the blunt question of, do you have to account for the curvature in like an innocent way, they'll be honest, and they don't.
Well, don't forget the spin. They got to account for both, and it becomes a extreme mathematical construct to put together a flight from Canada to the equator. You're gonna have all kinds of problems, bro. That you have to account for, but none of them ever do, and that's my point, man. They don't account for that. They might do winds or this and that, but they no curvature, no spin ever. It's not in a manual. They don't teach you about it. You don't learn about it. I've been asking for fucking years. Where's the manual that explains this? How you fly over? They don't have it. Did they account for that shit in the 50s? No. Do they account for it now? No, they don't. Even with the high-tech computers, all that, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's accounting for curvature or spin of the Earth when they're flying, period. Just remember that. If that's the last thing I ever say on here, man, own it, because it's a fact. Pilots don't account for curvature or spin, and that's a problem, man, on a globe. It's a problem.
Devil's advocate, wouldn't they probably just say, I've never heard their rebuttal, but wouldn't they probably say, oh, well, the technology does it for us. We don't have to.
Right. Then they had the technology in 1959 when they came up with the jet. No. Hell no. Didn't have that tech back then, bro. But
I know it's a little early for Speculation Sunday, but I'm thinking in that video where they're faking through the window,
Yeah.
I think the filmmakers are saying that they faked going to the moon, but they're supposing that they are actually in low Earth orbit. When in reality, I'm supposing they're really just sitting there in the studio and faking it through the window. Because what the fuck else are they going to do, right? I mean, they're sitting there in their capsule in the studio, so they have to fake it through the window. Or they have to have a screen outside the window faking an Earth. Yeah. It'd probably be easier to just fake a window, fake the window scene.
Absolutely, man. I don't know. I worked on one Hollywood movie 25 years ago, and I was a sound technician, and you shoot these scenes, over and over and over. Fuck, man. How many times we got to shoot it from this angle? We got to shoot, and the actors just do the same fucking thing over and over and over, and it's crazy. It's, film production, movie production it's so monotonous, bro. It's ridiculous. They do these scenes over and over and over and over to get them right.
Yeah, tell me about it. I did some acting when I was back home, and like for university students, graduation thing, and
on video.
No, short films, like 5 minutes films and things like that for graduation and things like that, and it was a small one. One of them went to a festival, like a small festival, and. But it was like crazy, man. You have to repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat. Yeah, come on, man. Everything is good. Like, what's wrong? No, man, repeat again. Maybe we get better. Like, man.
Cut. Okay, do it again. Cut.
Yeah.
You do that like 12 times, and then you move the cameras and the lights and everything. And then you do the other person's like position, and it's a conversation back and forth. And when you edit it all together, it looks like a conversation, but it's been shot like 6, 8, 10 times from each angle, and then they take the best of those and they clip them together. It's so magic, bro. It's what they call it.
Yeah, it was like 25 years ago or something like that, and
it's funny too, because if you look at like without any context of the build up of like, oh, we're going to the moon, we're working on it, and if you just took like the picture of the module that they supposedly landed in the moon in,
the shelter, it's
like aluminum foil wrapped in some fucking like what the
ridiculous,
fuck,
bro. Now let me ask you this, bro. I'm a next level conspiracy theorist because I would say they did that on purpose just to make it look so shitty. And, as a litmus test to people's intelligence. Let's see if they buy this because before the moon landing, man, I don't know if you guys knew about Star Trek, and Star Trek was clean, man. There was no wires hanging in Star Trek, bro. Ain't no fucking wires everywhere. No, there's no fucking wires hanging on all these movies. Fucking wires everywhere. What's up? Fucking wires everywhere.
I think it was an earnest attempt for them to test the waters, and they tried their hardest to make it work, and they did, because to this day, majority of people believe it was real. But at the end of the day, it also was something they didn't want exposed, because it's just my theory, but I think personally the fact that those 3 astronauts on Apollo 1 were burned alive was also kind of a message to anyone else who even thinks about stepping out of line. It's like, who wants to get burned alive, or who wants to die like that? No one. So even if you have honor and integrity, at the end of the day, you're going to have self-preservation. And I mean, most of the astronauts were Air Force, they were military guys, they were honorable people. Yeah. And so it's probably a hard thing for them to do, to keep that life their whole life.
Well, Neil, I think, spilled the beans slightly when he had a graduation speech he did for a graduating class. Did you ever see that?
No.
Talking about the unveiling of the truth.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He kept hinting the truth.
We're talking some cryptic shit here, bro. I mean, this is super cryptic, but yeah, he was.
Wait, I gotta see this.
You gotta see it, man. It's a must.
That was good.
Yeah, he's talking about unveiling the truth, man. And I was like, oh shit, he's fucking rocking the boat. And he's getting older. He knows he doesn't have a whole lot of years left, And he spilled the fucking beans, man. In my opinion, you guys can take it up, but take it up.
I believe as people get older and they reflect on their life, their honor and they want to be remembered as someone that had integrity or some semblance of it, and they don't want to have their legacy be built upon a lie and lie. Especially if you have just inherent integrity,
You don't want to go out, not saying one thing. And Neil was super private after the moon landing, bro. He kind of disappeared. He wasn't on Johnny Carson or late night television. He didn't do shit for interviews, man. You can't find a lot of interviews with him at all, bro. But when he did that commencement speech at that university, man, that shit was cryptic. Fucking, hey, we got to unveil the truth here.
Well, it's kind of reminiscent of JFK's, one of his final speeches where he goes against the shadow government and says, and it's very cryptic, but it's pretty obvious what he's saying. Right. And, he paid the price.
So I'm going to bring this up, man, a little bit of a speculation, but in 1960s, television was really taking off. Color television came in. A lot of shit, technology was going on, especially in television. By 69, man, they knew they had, they've almost had, 20 years, 49 to 69, about 20 years of television manipulation technology, to manipulate the masses, bro. But I think the moon landing was like an ultimate litmus test to see if people will buy it because it's on their TV. And they knew they had the technology to kind of make it look kind of, realistic. I mean, movies in the 50s were amazing. Have you guys ever seen Technicolor in the 50s? Fucking Blue Hawaii with Elvis. Fucking the quality of the video is fucking ridiculously good, bro. But the moon landing was ridiculously grainy. on purpose.
Exactly, on purpose.
On purpose, man. There was no way. I mean, here's this grainy stuff. We're on the moon now. It's grainy because we're on the moon. We're so far away. We got like a 40-watt transmitter, whatever. Yeah. How the fuck? It was done purposely grainy because then you couldn't see the detail. But we do got pictures of the LEM, man, with fucking Scotch tape and, construction paper holding the thing together with, fucking curtain rods, whatever they could throw together. They've made like several movies about faking the moon landing.
Yeah, there are.
There's a lot.
Let me ask this. What was the purpose of the movie? What was the overall message?
Well, the first movie I ever saw was Capricorn 1. It's called Capricorn 1. And it was a fake, it was a botched launch to Mars. And the astronauts, right before the launch were pulled down into the secret room and said, hey, man, we don't have the technology to really send you there, bro.
Yep.
And we need you to be cool and everything's cool, but we're going to kind of make it look cool, but and the astronauts are like, fuck this. And they ran off into the desert and they were getting chased and they were trying to kill them all. Yeah. Capricorn. You gotta.
Can I say one thing on that? That literally sounds eerily like what I thought in my theory of like Apollo 1-2, where it's like what happened was they sold the lie to even the astronauts until the very end. They're going to let them in on it because they have to. But the whole time they knew they're not going. But to sell it to the public, they want to give the perception that it's progressing, right? But when Gus Grissom started acting out and putting a lemon outside of the press conferences, when he started to get disillusioned, and then he in the capsule right before they die, it's like so fucking crazy how it's literally 2 minutes later they all burn alive. Right before he dies, they say they're starting to get that doubt of like, this doesn't make sense of we can't talk between two fucking buildings, yet we're supposed to be going to the moon.
Yeah, that's a dead giveaway. Hey, Oblivion, man, is that the cryptic Armstrong speech?
Yeah, it's a clip. It's a clip. It's relatively short.
Okay. Well, anyway, there's a clip of it. You can research it some more and listen to the whole speech. I would suggest that too.
Yeah, this is like 50 seconds.
Aldrin telling the 9-year-old, well, we didn't go to the moon because, that's the way it happened, bro.
Now, that one's a little context. If you think about it, you can, that goes both ways. You got to admit.
Right.
That one's different.
That one's a little different. But yeah, the cryptic one from Neil, man, it's fucking awesome, man. I remember watching that 7 years ago. I was like, oh shit, he's telling us fucking there's
I'm actually glad to see this one because I've never seen this, and it, like you said, he became a recluse after the landing, where it's like if he made an appearance and wanted to speak, it's almost like I'm assuming he's trying to clear his conscience a little bit and do the best he can without getting caught.
Like, look, what is he talking about? Truth protective layers. If you really want to read deep, you could be like, oh, well, he's talking about discoveries. It's like, no, really, what is he talking about?
He's saying that the truth has layers that's being protected. Yeah. That's what he's saying, bro. And
now, I posted something 45 minutes after the hour. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false.
Casey.
William Casey, CIA director, 1981.
Okay. I think I was in here last night talking about 1980 was when it switched for me personally, because I was alive. I was, 16 years old. Get my driver's license. I'm cool. Got a job. I bought a fucking car. Worked a job. 1980. This guy comes along, man, running for president. His name's Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan is an actor. And I'm like, an actor is our fucking running for president? What the fuck? I'm just a kid.
It's perfect.
That was when it switched. That's when everything became 100% propaganda after that, bro. I'm like, okay, before that, yeah, we could get away. No. They did the moon landings. They proved they could fake almost anything. And now we got an actor as the president of the United States. Okay. Wow. I mean, I was blown away then, man. And I'm still blown away that happened. And damn. What about this guy in Ukraine, man? Zelensky, bro?
Well, also Arnold Schwarzenegger, another actor.
Man. That guy's an actor.
Have you seen the videos of that guy dancing and trans and shit?
Doing the transy fucking dick.
Justin Trudeau is a drama teacher.
Yeah, there's another actor. Yeah, we're surrounded by actors, but
Macron, the president of France, was in school plays a lot growing up. They're actors. That's their job.
Actors now, but this started in 1980, man. Before that, no. It was a different breed. It was a different media. But after
I think the last real president was JFK, and even though
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you 100% because I really, but I've seen some things with him, and he's kind of a womanizer. He's kind of a built.
Yeah, he has skeletons, of course. But
he's
from the story I heard is
I don't know.
He was disillusioned basically because he obviously got into government with the help of the mafia and with his the CIA and things of that nature. But he changed and he went against them and he paid for it and he tried to do right.
Well, that's the story. Look at his family history. Go back to his lineage. There's some suspect shit going on there, man, for sure. Was he just another actor?
That's the beauty. No, I think the perspective I have on him is that's the beauty of him is that he because I don't think you can get into office unless you're playing ball to some extent with the people that will put you there. And the crazy thing about him is he played ball to get there, but he turned his back on them afterwards and he had a change of heart. And that's where he fucked up.
It's a great story. It's a great fucking story, bro. I love it, man. We can expand on that. However, have you ever seen the comparison between Jimmy Carter and JFK?
In what sense?
Don't say they're the same person, please.
I'm just saying, have you guys seen the comparisons to where they are the same person?
Never seen that or heard the theory.
Never heard that. Okay. Dude, do you guys know New Perspective?
Is that like a movie?
Oblivion. New Perspective?
Yeah, he's a guy here.
You know Dave. You know Dave. Yeah, he sent me some comps years ago. This is years ago. And like, interesting. That's all I'll say. Anytime, I'll tell you what, man. Anytime anybody says that, this celebrity is that celebrity in different drag or whatever, I'm skeptic, bro. 100%. I'm the biggest skeptic there is. I'm like, no. All right, what do we got? The same nose, same ears, same teeth. Let's tear that shit to shreds. Are they doing this kind of thing? Yeah, I think they are, man. I think they repurpose. There you go. Oblivion. There you go.
Well, it's also how they use it. They use that to blackmail. Like J. Edgar Hoover was in drag too.
Well, we know about J. Edgar Hoover was gay. Everybody knows that by now. But in the chat, man, check out the side-by-side of JFK and Kennedy, man.
That is eerily similar.
There's a million of them.
Similar, bro.
Just a million of them.
I'm not saying I know it for sure 100%. I would never do that. But, man, what an interesting side-by-side.
Does the age correlate, though? Like, if JFK was that age, that's how he would...
Height. Yeah, there's ages and there's heights and there's,
Yeah.
Well, they have different eye colors, unless that's just.
What was the other one? Bill Hicks is
And Alex Jones.
Dude, people went deep into that shit. They were analyzing his teeth, their marks on their face, moles, everything.
Everything. Yeah. That one's. I've heard like Bill Hicks and Sam Kinison, but no, I'm not buying either one of those. And Sam Kinison was a real comic in Los Angeles that was a crazy fucking dude. This dude was fucking crazy. Yeah, this dude's fucking, and he was a real dude, and he crashed his car doing cocaine, and he died. What are you gonna do? People are like that. I met a bunch of people just like Sam Kinison, but
people are saying that. Oh god damn it! What's the vice president's name? Vance.
JD Vance.
JD Vance is actually the guy in Fast and the Furious. And I'm like, oh, shut the fuck out of here!
Wait, which guy?
The JD Vance is supposedly the guy in the original Fast and Furious, the blonde, blue eyes guy. Who wrecked his car and was burned to death. And I'm like, no fucking way.
No fucking way. Right? Yeah, okay.
That's an insult to Paul Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a whole nother thing, Paul Walker, man. Wow.
And then there's another one. They said Neil Armstrong is actually this Russian astronaut. It's like, oh, come on.
Neil Armstrong was Gagarin.
Yeah.
He's the same guy as
Gagarin. Like, yeah, it could be if he had all this plastic surgery. It's like, come on, guys.
That one, I never bought that one, bro. No, I'm not buying that. But it was interesting to look at. I laughed, had a couple laughs, okay, what do you got? Let's go. But this Kennedy and Carter thing, man, Kennedy Carter. Do you guys know about the Kennedy and Lincoln I don't know what to call them, correlations or coincidences?
In what sense?
Lincoln and President Lincoln and President Kennedy. Do you guys know the correlations between the two? The coincidences between the two?
No.
Oh, dates.
I had that dude. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like Kennedy, so Lincoln's assassin, Lincoln was shot in a theater.
Yes.
And the guy escaped to a bookshop.
It was called the
Book Warehouse.
What the fuck? Okay. Yes. Yeah, you're getting it. Yeah.
And the book depository.
Yeah, and Oswald shot Kennedy from the book suppository and hid in the theater. There's lots of little things like that.
And they both had three names, three first names.
Yeah.
It's like they got to reveal they got to tell you out in the open, just as like a,
right.
Like a goof.
It's almost like a ritual in a sense.
Yes. It's like, we told you.
Exactly.
You idiots.
Fucking Mongos. You guys don't get it. You fucking
Well, it's also like, did you guys know that before 9/11, there was a X-Files episode released of literally 9/11 happening too? It's like, what?
Yeah, dude. There's 47 of those, from The Simpsons to fucking dude. There's so many 11. What do they call them? Well, predictive programming.
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen 1,000 of those, man. Yeah.
But that kind of ties back into the Paul Walker. I'm glad you brought that up too, like the predictive programming, because something that I noticed right before he seems like, I may be wrong, but he seemed like a morally upstanding guy and like a normal dude, right? He wasn't even an actor, I don't think, before he did that. Like, he wasn't in that industry, but I did notice that the Fast and Furious, one of the movies they did right after he died, or when he was the one that he died in the process of making, was also the same Fast and Furious, where they had this thing that tool to basically zoom in anywhere on the world and be invasive. It's like basically saying priming us for what the government has and what they're doing, right? And maybe he caught wind of something that he shouldn't, and get real. 2 professional drivers die. Like, come on.
Yeah. I say, come on. Now, are you familiar with people that die and come back as somebody else, like Prince? or
Tupac.
Tupac.
I got a good one for you.
Say reincarnation.
Reincarnation. Yeah, let's go with that. I like that.
Yeah. How about an actress, a famous Hollywood actress that was claimed dead, live on TV, wheeling her out on a gurney in a body bag, and then right when they were trying to shove her into the ambulance, she bounces out of it, and they shove her back and shove her
back
in. Yeah, I got that video.
That was a wild fucking video.
All right, so I don't have to post it. You all seen it. All right.
All right.
Yeah. Scary shit.
Man. Dude, that was like...
And her car lost control. She was saying she couldn't control her car. It was going 100 miles an hour and she couldn't work the brakes.
Oh, she dead. But we saw her bounce out of a body bag. Okay.
It's reminiscent of the Tower 7 where BBC is saying Tower 7 has collapsed and Tower 7 is still standing.
Yeah. Exactly. It's that level of fucking what the fuck, man. Yeah, Tower 7 fell, bro. Oh, wait, it's right behind my shoulder. Okay. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, and something I did want to tell you guys too, just to because I think when we think about things, sometimes we don't understand the perspective of the time. And I do want to go back real quick to Forrestal, our first Secretary of Defense. How crazy would that be if right now today, our current Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, was not only so he steps down, retires abruptly. The next day, he's institutionalized. And then within a week from then, he jumps out of a fucking building. It's like, bro, this is crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. James Forrestal, the one who commissioned Byrd to go on the fleet. That's what happened. Literally, the day after he abruptly retired. And by the way, all the newspapers were in lockstep. I read them. I bought a subscription to look at all the old newspapers. They all repeated the same line of, oh, he's feeling unwell. Oh, he needs to take a break. And then
Operation Mockingbird.
Yes, and he gets fucking put into the fucking Bethesda hospital the day after and then dies within the week.
Mockingbird. Yeah, Mockingbird, man. I've told a lot of people to look into that one, man. Check out Operation Mockingbird. What's going on here, man? Oh, we got control of the media. Oh, okay. We can parrot whatever we want. Oh, that's cool. I can parrot would you guys like to have a platform you could parrot whatever you want? I mean, I know I would, man. That'd be cool.
Tell everybody what to think.
What's up, man? I'll tell you what to think. Mongos.
Mongos.
The fucking Earth's flat and stationary.
Flat Earth, dude. I just gotta say, you bought a car when Reagan was president. I was a little shit looking at a black and white TV, sitting on the floor eating popcorn, man.
Oh, wait, 12-inch black and white TV. Yeah, I did. Yep. 1980, bro. 12-inch black and white.
You could have been my daddy.
I could have been. Bro, but I'm not, man. I'm your buddy, bro, not your daddy. And
the best thing I had, man, we had the 12-inch black and white 12 volt as well. It works with the car battery. Man, that was amazing.
Amazing.
Because back then there was no satellites, nothing. If we were going to watch soccer or something, we used to take that TV, go up to the mountain, and try to get.
Go up to the mountain. Did you guys hear that?
From
go up
Cyprus or from Egypt or from Syria or from Israel, just to watch soccer and things like that. It was amazing, that TV. The best thing when I was a kid.
So they voted in an actor as the president of the United States. And it was 1980. And I don't know, Carter was the whole, he was a downer, man. I just remember him being a downer. I was 10 years old when he got elected, But he was a peanut farmer, bro. Peanut guy. And
I like Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter,
because
man.
he was sort of
supposedly, from what I heard, he was a very, even though he's a shitty president in the history's perspective, he was actually one of the best presidents to his staff, Secret Service, and anyone that met him. He was a really good person.
Okay.
He was sort of my first president when I was a kid, and when they said, "Oh, looks like Reagan's going to take over," I'm like, "Who? What the fuck is that?" It's like no more Jimmy Carter that he's going. I kind of felt like that was like,
Reagan.
Whoa.
Reagan
is he?
An actor.
Yeah. I mean, he was nutty when no one liked him. Everyone was like, he was like, "Well," you know how he used to say that, "Well."
So
he was also a very shitty parent, from what I heard too.
Hey, in the movie Back to the Future, Marty goes back to 1955, man, and he's like, "Hey, man, I got some video."
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, who's the president, bro? And he's like, Ronald Reagan. He's like, the actor? You know, but at the first he was like total cog dis, man. He couldn't believe it. His actor was the president. And then later on he goes, of course the president's an actor, because you have to be on stage with the video all the time.
Well, there's a reason they call them bad actors.
Exactly.
There you go.
It's a dual meaning. They're shitty actors, but they're also bad actors.
They're acting. They're still acting.
Oh, it's because he showed him the video camera, because he had the video camera.
He showed him the video camera in 1950.
Like, oh, that makes sense now.
Makes sense,
He
yeah.
has to be an actor because he's on camera all the time.
They're the best liars. They're perfect to be a politician.
Lighting, and he got it. He got it right away, man. Once he figured it, but at first he was like cog dis, man. He's like, "What do you mean an actor's the president?
The actor?
What the fuck?" But then
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like, why did that guy become fucking
an actor? He has to be in front of it. Yeah. I love that, man.
The president in Idiocracy was a wrestler.
Yes.
And The Rock is seriously considering going into politics. So that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
But you got Schwarzenegger being governor.
Yeah.
Fourth largest economy in the world.
Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom.
You know who's also angling is Matthew McConaughey.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, he was trying to start off by being something within Texas, and he was going. I think he stopped though because he did go on a tour where he was talking more about politics, talking about how he'd like to be governor of Texas or something like that. But eventually, it stopped abruptly. But yeah, even him, he was trying to at one point.
Yeah, he's a Mongo.
What's the UFC guy in Ireland?
McGregor.
Conor McGregor's going for like president of freaking Ireland.
McGregor is he's gonna be president. Okay, it's over. Is it a popularity? Dude, it's a popularity contest.
Well, I think a lot of these people say they want to do it, and then they start to realize, holy shit, every aspect of my life, every skeleton is going to get unearthed. And
get racked,
that's what happened with the Supreme Courts after Kavanaugh. Like, people didn't even want to get picked anymore. They're like, fuck all that. Like, I'm not going through that bullshit.
Conor McGregor's like, who gives a shit? Fuck off. You know, he's like, I'll do it. I hope
we need outsiders. That's something I do agree with. Outside the system.
Who remembers the Two Tribes video by Frankie Goes to Hollywood? Do you remember that from the 80s? It was the idea that that instead of having wars, that leaders should personally fight to the death to decide political disputes.
I like that idea.
So yeah, the video is a guy dressed as Reagan, another guy dressed as Gorbachev, and they're wrestling, they're going at it, eye gouging and shit. It's great.
Can I ask you guys a question real quick? Would you guys buy a book that's called "Don't Believe Everything You Think"? Anybody buy
basically questioning what your core foundation?
I would download it for free.
I'd I'd use it to start the fire. I'd use it to start my fire. I'd use it to start the fire, probably. Yeah, or something.
All right.
Make spitballs out of it, I think.
You ever see the movie where the guys wear the glasses and it unveils the real reality in front of them?
Yeah.
That's a good one. But you know what's great about that? The scene that it relates to Flat Earth significantly, and obviously a lot of other theories, but the scene where he's begging him and forcing him to put on the glasses, just fucking put on the glasses, and it's like a 5-minute long scene.
Dude, he fought him almost to the death, bro.
It was intentionally set up in that way to drag out so long. It's to show the struggle of trying to convince somebody that their worldview is like people just don't want to believe it. They don't want to be uncomfortable.
It's called They Live.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? I came up with my own like philosophy on that type of thing. My own like thing I thought of where it's like, how can
I love your thinking on it because that fight scene, man, is very dramatic, bro.
Yeah,
it's like over the top, stupid dramatic, right? It's like, come on, really?
It's too long.
But it's reminiscent. It's reminiscent of the people that come into this fucking channel and you give them all the fucking evidence, all the logic, logical shit, and it ends with them still fucking
put the glasses on, because he's trying to force the glasses on his face. He's like doing everything he can to get the guy to fucking look at these fucking glasses, and the guy's beating him in the fucking face. Yeah, it's crazy, man. So yeah,
but it's the underlying like theme of the philosophy of people don't want to be wrong, right? And so there's always an ego attached to like each belief you have. And I think it comes down to people think like if they admit that they've been lied to, then it's almost like you're just admitting to something that looks bad upon you. So it's easier just to be like, no, I believe the lie is the truth.
Yep, I think you're right. People don't want to like admit they're wrong. Say, hey man, I don't know, dude, man. How do I level that cabinet?
Just telling him the truth wasn't enough. He had to like beat it into him before he accepted it. He didn't just accept it, he had to just bash it into him.
Well, I don't want to have to beat the truth into somebody. I'm just like, hey man.
Exactly.
Do airline flights fly over a flat stationary plane every day? Yes or no? That's all I want to know. If they're accounting for curvature and spin, let me know. I'm here.
What about the boats? How do they navigate?
Oh well. Oh my God! You're a boat pilot, captain, master. I think they call them masters. Yeah.
They navigate on a horizontal water as well, right?
Yeah, horizontal, level, water. Yeah. Usually, unless you get a storm, man, you got to be careful out there.
Right.
But yeah,
in a perfect condition.
It's level and stationary. It's not moving. Water's not conforming to a ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, man. That's crazy. That's like, Star Wars thinking, in my opinion. You've completely lost the plot, bro. You're done. You think you're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? What evidence do you have, bro? What do you got? That'd be cool. Yeah, what do you got? No, I didn't think. Didn't think so, Mongos. Yeah, nobody's flying over a fucking spinning globe. Not happening. A spinning ball. Whatever you want to call it. Spinning ball. I think is that the right term? Spinning ball?
Oh no, it's evolved actually. It's now an oblate spheroid.
Oblate spinning spheroid.
According to the esteemed Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oblate spinning spheroid.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson changed his thing. He said it's chubbier in the bottom. It's like
yeah. little chubbier. Little
yeah, it's changed. That no more oblated spheroid. It changed.
Come on,
How pissed do you think NASA was when they heard him first say that and say, "Fuck, now we got to change the narrative, motherfucker." This guy fucked it all up.
Well, they control the media, so they're not going to.
Yeah, they don't care. They know people they are dumb and they will believe anything, so they don't care.
Now we have to change all the photos. Shit.
Now we have to admit that they're composites. We can't say it's a real photo. Fuck. I'm gonna be honest. I think the smoking gun for like an idiot that's never even heard of any of this is the one photo I saw. The two photos I saw released from NASA themselves of the Earth with the same spherical shape, but then you see the size of the continent significantly smaller in one photo as opposed to the other on the same sphere. It's like, what?
Yeah, what? What the heck?
Doesn't even fucking make sense.
You know, I showed that to a couple of normie friends of mine. I'm like, what's up with this, bro? Look at the size of the continents. These are supposedly the pictures from outer space or whatever. And they're even them are like, oh, well, that looks stupid. That doesn't look right. But could they?
But they still hold firm to their belief.
They knew it didn't look right, and it was just an awkward moment. They had to look at it. You know, that might pay off down the road here. We'll see. I don't know.
I think it will. I think especially in the day and age we're in now, where like when I was saying in the past, how like the media was in lockstep of the narrative of like, it was actually eerie, not only for James Forrestal, but for every other theory or conspiracy I looked into. The different newspapers in different counties, different cities, different states were all repeating the same exact fucking prompt. And it's like, so that's how they kept control of the mass perception. But nowadays we have Twitter, TikTok. It's like, no, you can't get away with it anymore.
It's Operation Mockingbird on, the Internet of Things at this point. What do they call it? The Internet of Things? I think that's the right term. But yeah, everything's on the internet. Your toaster, your car, your freaking garage door opener.
Well, you know what's funny is
your fucking doorbell's on fucking internet, bro. Your doorbell.
And they tried to control the internet too, with like, how we have, and regardless of what you think of Alex Jones or Andrew Tate, the sheer fact that one day you could wake up and have everything fucking banned, including your DoorDash, your banking, or whatever, and they worked in lockstep, right? And then when Elon buys Twitter, and now they can't maintain their narrative in lockstep anymore, because now you can post on Twitter and it can go viral and counter what they're putting out there. But they really tried to control the internet and keep that under their thumb, essentially.
It's
who's they?
Wait. The internet is completely controlled at this point, bro. I'm sure of that. 100%. And it's an amazing.
They still do shadow bans and things of the nature, but it's hard.
Dude, I'm so shadow banned. It's beyond belief. So is Oblivion.
Yeah, but you say they. Who are they? They that debank you. Wait. Yes, you do. They debank you. You can no longer have a bank account.
You're debanked, bro.
From them, who are they? Who runs the banks like that actually debank you?
But that's the thing. It's different entities because, like I said, it was not only just like your social media. It was your DoorDash. It was your Uber. It's like all of them, right? And those are all different entities, quote unquote. So
literally debank you, like from the
Oblivion.
bank.
Oblivion. I'll jump in real quick.
Well, that would be the Rothschild.
I had a bank account, man, and some entity came and took it and said, "Have a nice day, bitch." I think I had $350 in the account. It wasn't a lot, but some entity came along and said, "You owe me this money," and they just fucking took all my money out of my bank account, bro. All of it. It wasn't much, but yeah, I had a laugh and went, "Yeah, oh shit." Yeah. They got some powers, bro. Those motherfuckers got some fucking powers. They can take your money. Yes, you're right, 100%.
They could take, I think, China is a good framework of what every country wants to work towards, where there's a CCTV on every corner. And that's predictive programming right there, too, to like show these, crime shows where Jack Bauer, these things are used for good, so we need them, right? It catches terrorists. But that's to get you conditioned to accept these things that infringe on your...
Because,
Oh, terrorists. Oh, they're so
bad people.
bad.
Robbers.
Exactly.
You got a lot of bad people.
We're here to protect you. The only good thing Reagan ever said, be wary when the government says we're here to help. And that's
Reagan did say that, man.
One good thing he said.
Hey, you know what?
Many, man. He's got many good quotes.
Fucking Reagan was like, oh, my uncle.
Same with Nixon. Look what they did to him.
My uncle loved Reagan, man. He's like, dude, man, that guy's the best. He's the greatest,
He was charismatic for sure. He was definitely a great orator.
Well, he's a fucking actor, man. Come on.
Yeah. Well, it's similar to Tucker Carlson, regardless of what you believe about his views, he's a gifted orator and charismatic to the point where it's like these people they're very persuasive, and their persona alone can convince you of something you might not necessarily even believe, or maybe you're on the fence about.
Yeah, him and Alex Jones and
many others.
And many others, man. Fucking Maury Povich, could be a Mongo for sure. But yeah. I mean,
the power of persuasion.
Phil Donahue. You guys remember Phil?
Yeah.
Fucking Phil was like, he'll question. He was like a fucking flat earther, man. He would question your ass, dude. He was like, "Wait a minute, what do you mean by this, man? What do you mean by?" He would break it down, man. Go watch some Phil Donahue.
Phil Donahue, wasn't it the late night guy?
No,
he's daytime guy.
Daytime, like people that are unemployed would watch him.
Yeah.
Oh, and people who watch The View nowadays.
Stay-at-home mums and that would watch him. I mean, he'd have all these issues. You talk about serious stuff, But,
really? Yeah,
I remember Lady Diana really liked him, and they were at a function or something. She runs up to him and she goes, "Oh, I must dance with you, Phil." Since he got to dance with Lady Diana, yeah.
Get the fuck. I don't remember that, but
yeah, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Phil was interesting. Geraldo Rivera. You guys, anybody remember that?
Oh god,
he's that guy. Shit,
that guy.
Let's talk about
the fuck up he had on Fox News, where he told the people where the troops were and stuff. And the troops are here in this village, and they're hiding out in this building here. And I was like, "Shut up, you mongo."
Yeah.
It's almost, but on that topic, it's like, I think people give too much credit to that's a good example of somebody doing something which you would just assume is you're a fucking idiot, right? But then these people, they plan things too, at least the people above them, right? And so, for example, with Hillary Clinton with her emails, right? It's like, oh, plausible deniability. I just haphazardly set up a very flawed email system. But what if that was a way for her to have somebody infiltrate the email, but say, oh, it just got hacked? It's like a way of getting around the intent of selling secrets and things like that. It's like, I don't know.
The law only works the way they want it to work.
And she was the first time ever where they used intent as the argument, when other people in the past in the military, intent didn't fucking matter. If you did it even unintentionally, you still got hit with the book.
Yeah. Like I said, it only works the way they want it to work, which is one way.
Yeah, protect the elite.
Remember, they went after Trump and they raided his place for whatever documents, and then it's like, oh well, fuck. Then Biden got raided, and it's like, oh, he actually had
Hillary
had classified shit sitting in his garage. It's like, oh,
that was the funniest shit to watch because they had to backpedal afterwards and be like, well, it's different. And so, oh, is it different now? Explain.
But they allowed us to know.
That's part of the game, bro. They make you question like all this stupid shit, man.
Well, that's the hard part, is discerning which one is them leaking on purpose versus them. It's just they fucked up and they slipped up and now we caught on.
Dude, it's all a show, man.
It's a shit show, is what it is.
Shit show, and we have to decipher the shit from the show, and we're gonna continue doing that. By the way, no doubt. And when you see shit, you got to call shit, and that's it, man.
I think one of the biggest eye openers, just in general, to people, because I think people need to just see first. It's baby steps, right? You can't come, in my opinion, you can't go straight into flat Earth, right? Most people start at like the moon landing or something else that's more minor, and they gradually build up. But with
alien, outer space,
exactly, it's shit like that, right? It's a build up, but like similar to that, once you realize the whole thing is a charade, and like for me, I think it was, if I can remember, it was either 9/11 or it was John Kerry and George Bush were both part of the same secret society within Yale. I was like, wait a second, what? Hold the fuck up. These guys went to the same secret exclusive society and they're running against each other?
Yeah. Bush and Cheney, or not Cheney, Kerry. Yeah, they were running against each other, and they were both asked a question about the secret society of Skull and Bones.
Yeah, Skull and Bones.
And they were both evasive about it and didn't answer the question, and the reporter died.
Yeah. Both those Mongos were super evasive about it. One was saying, hey, man, well, it's secret. That's why we keep it a secret. Mongos, shut up.
Yeah.
And then the other one was like, and Bush was like, blah. I don't remember his response exactly.
Yeah, because Kerry did the first response you said, which was, it wouldn't be a secret if I told you. Bush had different. Bush was more slimy with it. Like, he was good at being evasive.
Oh, he said basically the first rule is to not talk about it or something like that, right? It was something like that.
And that's something that Bush, even, like, they're all actors at the end of the day. Bush was a fucking great actor because I think that was just a whole persona of the goofball idiot president. But in reality, this is the man whose father ran the CIA and was a president before him. They're experts in psychology and mass manipulation and all that shit. Like, they know what they're doing.
Did I not bring that up a while back, man? Mockingbird? Fuck. Yeah, they're mass manipulators, and they know it, and they can mass manipulate.
And then they get tied into things that, like other things, like for Kennedy, there was the declassified memo released in the 1980s by the FBI saying there was a oil mogul, whatever the term is, that was, a CIA asset that was in Dallas at the time of JFK's, death, that was helping them. And guess who was an oil mogul in Dallas? George H.W. Bush. It's like, come on, man.
I am so glad you brought that up because I was waiting for a moment to say this. Since you said that, I watched a video where they questioned George Sr. Bush, and they asked him, where were you when Kennedy was assassinated? Just like, because it was a whole 9/11 thing, you know how everyone knows where they were during 9/11?
Right.
And I got a story myself, but I'm not going to tell you. But the whole point is, where were you during when he was assassinated. He couldn't remember. He said, "I don't remember." But there's photographs of him in Dallas.
Exactly.
The day he was fucking assassinated. Oh, he doesn't remember.
And it's very similar to because we all understand basic human nature when something's off or afoot, and it's like back to the whole the moon landing thing with asking Buzz Aldrin, let me show you a video, and it's like a normal response would be, show me the video. Like a normal response on where were you on 9/11 would be, oh, I was here, I remember it vividly. But to get that right there is just very interesting. It doesn't prove anything, but he's being evasive, and that in itself is suspicious.
Yeah, and guess what his position was at the time?
What was it?
I don't recall.
No, I think he was
like head of the CIA. He was like top in CIA or some shit.
He was a asset of the CIA, but he was because I researched this a while back. So he was at the time though he was the head of an oil company in Dallas. But the document got released that an oil mogul in Dallas, which worked with the CIA, was helping during the it's pretty obvious. And then they look at that movie with Oliver Stone, where I think the most crazy scene was they're pointing out where Lee Harvey Oswald was meeting at this newspaper place to convene with his co-conspirators, and they're in the middle of the street as they're investigating, and one guy goes, "Do you know what's interesting about this street?" And he goes, "What?" He goes, "You know what that building is? That's the OSS. You know what that one is? That's the CIA. You know what that one is?" So it's basically a street surrounded by all in the same fucking corners. It's a bunch of secret operative agencies.
What the fuck's going on here, bro?
Yeah, it sounds a little interesting.
Yeah. Truth will prevail. It will.
Yeah, I think it will. I want to say one thing earlier too, which I noticed particularly just because the day it happened, I was in Vegas. But if you guys remember that mass shooting that happened in Vegas,
yeah,
I remember that day vividly because I lived out there, and I even started asking police officers. I listened to the scanners. I watched the videos, right? And the story was not fucking adding up. And that same day that happened, the day after, is the same day they banned a lot of conspiracy channels on YouTube, and they started shadow banning to the craziest extent. And the one video, which I'll find and I'll put it in here, because it's the theory they put forward is it's one shooter, right, who had 20 plus guns for a mass shooting. Doesn't even make sense, right? Doesn't make sense.
Wait, time out, bro. I don't want to get in trouble. Dude, we're getting a little off topic.
Right. Yeah,
you're right. You're right.
I mean, I appreciate the I know where you're going with that. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, we'll bring it back home here.
Did you just rip a bong there?
No, that was me. That was sucking mom.
It did sound like you said, "Wait a second," ripped his bong, and then said, "Okay."
It was my straw.
It's a straw at the end.
That's what I would say too.
No, seriously.
So Earth presents itself as Earth, and it's pretty cool. I checked it out, man. I went up in the mountains. I went to the ocean. Earth will present itself as Earth. Does anybody disagree with that? Anybody?
No. Flat Earth dude got the call and had to get us on track.
Yeah.
I have a friend named Geeks. I have a friend named Geeks. Let me invite him in. He'll give his opinion.
Yeah.
Dude, have you gone by a different name before?
Never. I've never changed my name or my avatar. Period.
Okay.
Same. For like 10 years, man. I've been.
Oh, damn.
Long. Yeah.
Long time.
So Earth presents itself as Earth, and we can check it out, right? Does anybody disagree with that? Anybody? Any Glober? Anybody? We can't check out Earth. I mean, I can check out Earth, man. Rivers, mountains, oceans, snow. I've checked out Earth, man. Earth is so cool. It's so beautiful. It's amazing. Earth kicks ass, man. Let me tell
What's
you.
your favorite part of Earth?
I think oceans.
I like how rounded it is.
I like how oceans, is part.
Wait, did I hear how round it is?
Yeah, you did. How rounded it? Yep.
How round is it? Like,
how
did you
round
measure that?
Oh no!
Who measured that roundness of Earth? Yeah, that'd be
some NASA scientist told me that's how.
Okay, I like that. I appreciate good references. You want some guy to come work on your house, man? Get some references, bro. Who's used this guy before? Is he the guy? He's the guy.
Bro, do you work on houses?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, nice. You work construction?
I have worked construction, yes.
Nice.
Recently, very recently. This week, actually.
Oh, very cool.
Yep.
I want to see.
Nice. And you've taken some measurements then.
Tons of measurements, bro. You got to measure shit 3-4 times just to make sure, man.
You pulled out your tape measure.
Curvature? Anywhere?
Curvature's a different measurement. That has to do with geometry, but that's cool.
What's the longest you've measured, flat Earth, dude?
I'd say like 172 inches.
172 inches.
Something like that. Yeah.
Probably enough to determine the Earth is flat. That's for sure.
Well, no, that has nothing to do with the Earth. I'm just talking about different materials I've measured.
What do you mean? You measured something straight for 172 inches?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
And that's not enough to prove the Earth is flat?
I don't know what measuring 172 inches has to do with Earth, but other than the reality is I measured something and, there was 172 inches.
Okay. And that's it. You can't draw any conclusions from that then.
I don't think I can go any. Anyway.
You can't go any further than other than there's something's 172 inches away from you.
Well, if I'm dealing in the physical reality of a material that I have to measure, and then cut it or manipulate it or I have to do something. Why the fuck am I measuring 172 inches if I'm not cutting something? That would be crazy. But you got to cut different materials, different lengths.
I guess the elephant in the room is where is curvature? Anyone measured it?
Oh,
evidence for
so how long
measurements on curvature?
How long would your tape measure have to be before you can measure curvature?
I think like a 30 footer, 30 foot.
A 30 footer.
Anybody done that before? Flat Earth, dude?
Well, there's that black swan.
Well, I've measured. I've looked at distances from the horizon, from the shore to the horizon, whatever, and yeah, we could see a really long way. I'm pretty sure, man.
You looked at them? Did you measure them?
Well, I took some measurements as far as like different, what do they call them? Dedicated markers that are known distances. And you can see beyond that. it becomes a problem for the globe with the states that there's an exact radius of Earth, and we should see this far, that far, or that. Yeah, there's a problem with the.
So you've taken some measurements then. You said you've seen too far, so you've obviously measured it.
Yeah, but I have, man.
Okay.
Yep.
That's awesome. So how far is it? How far can you see?
I don't know. This one particular place in Southern California, in Santa Barbara, to be exact.
Oh, SoCal, baby. All right.
SoCal, bro. And
dealing with a Californian here.
Hey, Orange County represent.
OC in the house. Yeah, we can see these dedicated markers out there in the ocean. They're called oil rigs, and we can see how far they are from this one beach in Santa Barbara, and we could go check it out, man. And okay,
how far are they?
Well, one of them's like 6.9 miles, one's like 9.8 miles, and according to the geometry of Earth, that's
Wait, and you saw both of those?
I saw both the rigs at like 1 foot elevation. Dude, I'm laying on the beach, bro. I'm sitting on the sand, got my toes in the sand. I got a drink in my hand. Right there, I could see these two oil rigs that are known distances. They're known. They're fucking known.
Are they? Who measured them?
Who measured them?
Mm-hmm.
I think his name was I Measure Shit is his name. Yeah. I don't know. Google fucking measured them. The fucking oil company measured them. I don't know, bro.
Did you use Google Earth to measure them? Who measured it?
Yeah, it's been used. Google Earth's been used. People that have gone out and
use Google Earth to measure the distance of these oil rigs.
That's the claim, bro. These are the distances, bro.
Okay, you're making the claim, so.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. When I was at the beach, it looked like that one was 7 miles and that one could be 10. I don't know. They're way out there, bro. They're out there.
That's all good. So you use Google Earth.
I'm a sailor, man. I sailed sailboats, bro. I can judge distances pretty good. I'm not perfect, but I could see it's like 10, 20 miles. Yeah, I got it, bro. But
use your eyes. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Use my perspective, my reality, what I can see.
And so you looked out at these oil rigs, right? And you think they're 7 to 10 miles out, right? And you think shouldn't be able to see that far.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, bro.
If the Earth is the radius that they claim it.
No,
right?
I mean, I'm sitting on a beach. I got my legs crossed. Let's say I'm laying on my towel, bro, getting some sun, bro. Got my head is on the sand.
Honey, right next to you.
The water's level. Yeah. How far should I see, man? On the globe, they say maybe
8 inches per mile.
Right? 2 miles, right? 2 miles tops, right? Yeah. I'll be generous.
Okay.
And then after that, man, it curves, bro. It has to curve. That's the geometry that we're dealing with. And that's cool. It has to curve, bro. And it don't curve is where I'm at. Hey, guess what, man? Besides only not curving, it's not spinning, bro. I checked that out too. It's not spinning.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
How do you know it's spinning, bro?
A gyroscope.
A gyroscope's what? Does everybody have a gyroscope?
So wait, hold up real quick. So you can't see something 7 to 10 miles out, and so therefore the Earth is flat.
No, I see.
Did you see the bottom of these oil rigs? Like what? Like how do you know what portion of them is sticking out of the water?
Does somebody want to go into the fucking Black Swan? I don't.
Oh no, he's doing the bottom of the oil rig shit.
I've seen it.
I just can't.
I'm not
Oh,
gonna.
there's Heretic.
Can't with this. Yeah, I can't actually. Literally can't. I have to go and meet somebody. So I'll cook you later on this. Peace out, buddies.
Thanks, Heretic.
So you think the Black Swan, you cannot see the bottom of the oil rigs?
Are you asking me that question?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I'm just wondering. No, I was asking Flat Earth Dude when he looked out to these oil rigs and he could see them with his naked eye. Was he seeing like the part of the oil rig that met the water?
Yeah, and beyond it, and beyond. Okay. That's the problem. That's. Did
you ever move back and see if you could see like any more of it, or any like? Could you see the same amount if like you moved further away from it?
Wow.
Did you ever try that? You ever test that?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I did, but all I can say is, man, water's level. Airline pilots all treat the Earth as stationary and level. And if anybody has any evidence to the contrary, man, we'll be here. I appreciate your time, effort.
Yeah, man. Thanks for talking.
Contributions. I appreciate everybody. Let's check out Earth, man. Earth is an amazing place. Let's check it out. Let's go.
I agree, man. What do you think about that final experiment shit where they went to Antarctica and apparently viewed the 24-hour sun?
Yeah, I had a friend up in I think he was at 79 north latitude. It's way up there, man. What, dude? 11 degrees.
Is this different than the?
He saw a 24-hour sun up there, man. I know that for a fact. I watched him do it live on a live stream. I'm like, oh my God. Here's the 24-hour sun right here in the north, bro. Bitches. Take that. And I was like, okay, cool, man. Now we see one in the south. Oh my God. There's one in the south too. Apparently. That's what we saw. That's what all of Earthers saw. There's a 24-hour sun in the south. There's a 24-hour sun in the north. Cool, man. Great.
At different times too. Different times in the
different times of the year for sure. 100%. That's a fact. I'm gonna back it up, man. Let's go.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Let's go. What
do you think about that? Like how is that possible?
What does it prove, man? Exactly.
What does that prove?
Yeah. What does it prove? Exactly. Now
that's a good question. I don't know if it proves anything, but I think it gives credence to some theories, at least. I think it proves some predictions that a certain model of the thing we live on.
Yeah,
true.
I think you're right. There's some predictions how this would work or how that would work. Those guys had 400 years to figure it out, man.
And it's really hard to correlate that with a flat Earth, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Well,
very, very hard. I don't know if I could draw something up.
Just remember, man, those guys had 400 years at least to say, hey, man, we can figure out this how the sun works, the moon, everything. and we can we can present it as, hey man, this is how it works, bro. And
who are we talking about?
We're talking about the fact
who had
that
400 years.
They had 400 years to figure out what the sky's doing versus the Earth, bro. What we see
400 years ago?
400. They had 400 years of this shit, man. We got like.
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Who are you talking about?
Eratosthenes.
They had 400.
Hey, fuck, you want to go back? You want to go back 2,500 years? I mean, we can go back in time, man. Have you guys ever gone back in time? Anybody?
Yeah, man, I went back in time last week, dude.
Do you think music can bring you back in time?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, right?
No question.
So
anytime I listen to Jimi Hendrix, dude, I'm in
back in time.
I'm there at
1967. Yeah.
Listen, man, I think the evidence from the people that allegedly went to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun is sort of hard evidence that I don't think it proves 100% that the Earth is round, but I think it makes it very, very difficult to make any model of the Earth that is flat. So,
where's the model of the globe Earth? You know.
So you're saying there is a curvature there? So you're saying that there is a curvature?
What?
Are you saying that there is a curvature?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that the evidence that they gathered from the southern pole makes it very hard to fit the Earth to a flat model.
What was the evidence?
24-hour sun.
24-hour sun.
In the south. In the south.
In the south.
Yes, I understand that, but and so the Earth, if it's measured flat, so what that has to do with it?
Okay.
Something happening in the sky. Who cares?
Draw me up a model that has a 24-hour sun in the southern pole of the Earth that is flat.
All right.
So you show me a model. You show me a model then that 24-hour sun, it's a globe.
Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch?
Look,
pull up Google Earth, I guess.
Look, it breaks down. No, look, it breaks down to if you're talking about the flat Earth or Earth, why don't we measure Earth? So why don't we look for curvature? That's what we're really talking about. So if you don't have curvature, you don't have a ball Earth, and you don't have a model that you're claiming, and then you don't have this 24-hour sun at the South Pole based on a globe. You see, it's all based on a globe. So if you can't measure curvature, you don't have a globe.
Listen, I'm not saying the models are perfect.
I know, obviously. So basically, I'm bringing it right back down to the brass tacks. Where's your curvature? Measure curvature.
Brass tacks, baby. Brass tacks. I love that.
You guys always come back to the measure the curvature.
No shit.
No shit. Sure.
What else are you gonna do? What else can you do?
We live on the Earth.
So if I measure, how would I measure imagine for a second the Earth is a oblate spheroid. Just imagine it's a sphere, actually.
Imagine, bro.
Who gives a shit?
Imagine, yeah, it's all imagination, right? Okay.
How would you measure the curvature of that?
You said before 8 inches per mile squared. You said before, right?
What did you say?
You said before 8 inches per mile squared. Where we see that?
I would do it over a flat stationary lake, like Salt Lake, and I would project a light beam from one end of the lake to the other.
Oh, I see. We just go simply back to the black swan. At an observer's height of 1 foot, the max distance of the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. But we see platform habitat at 9.41 miles and platform hill house at 6.21 miles. And we see the horizon well beyond the 9.41 miles of platform habitat. So how in the fuck are you measuring or observing any curvature?
I
when
haven't
the
observed
horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Is the Earth too big?
I haven't observed anything. So.
Oh, I put it in the chat. There's a picture at 8 minutes after the hour.
I put one as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's geometry.
Oh, I found it.
Geometric.
Right. I think most globers would bring up atmospheric diffraction here, but I'm not
awesome.
I'm not well suited to that, so
Yeah.
I won't do that.
Here's why.
I don't know
Here's
why. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was a dick. Go ahead.
Oh no. I was just saying I don't know shit about diffraction, especially of light and how the atmosphere affects it. I know you guys have a problem with atmo.
No.
Here. So
I hear you.
I mean, air.
We don't have a problem with atmo. We have a problem with atmosphere.
Sorry, the sphere part of it.
The word refraction is what you're talking about. And the reason that refraction doesn't matter is because you would have to tell us what type of refraction causes the horizon to be where it is. Because every type of refraction has nothing to do with the place of the horizon. It has everything to do with the respect to objects to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Again, I don't know. I don't know the science behind the.
It's not science. It's not science.
Diffraction isn't. Isn't there an
refraction?
For this?
It's called refraction.
Sorry, refraction.
Yeah, it's refraction of the atmosphere. Yeah, and the light and blah blah blah. But
you
even
sound
if
like you know what it is.
No,
What's the equation for it?
What? No, it's there are equations and blah blah blah. But the whole point is, that if you look up types of refraction, they all have everything to do with objects with respect to the horizon to appear lower or higher, not the horizon itself. So in this black
when
swan
I think of refraction, sorry.
No, it's all right. Go
interrupted.
ahead.
Oh, so when I think of refraction, I think of light passing between two different mediums, I guess, of different densities.
The atmos, there is only one medium. There is no two medium. Exactly, you're right. So there is no refraction in one medium. It has to be two mediums. That's called the Snell's law.
Well, what about the water right above the ocean and the water?
Still, it's one medium. It's one medium. It's not two medium.
These would have different refractive indexes?
Well, you would have to then describe the definition of the word boundary of different mediums, right? It's one medium. Where's the boundary?
Right. Again, I can't.
I know.
I
It's
just
technical.
I assume that the amount of water vapor in the air correlates to the amount of refraction that
you're
has, right.
You are absolutely correct. But here's the thing. It goes back to the whole point. Look up all the types of refraction, how they're explained, how they're described. They have everything to do with objects in respect to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Objects can appear above or below the horizon, but that has nothing to do with the horizon itself. And the distance, shit, we're seeing it way behind the objects. An object that is 9.41 miles, and we're seeing it way behind it, the horizon, way behind it.
So it's impossible for light to bend behind something.
Hold on. The point is, at an observer height of 1 foot, the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles.
Okay, the geometric horizon, but we're talking about the apparent horizon, right?
Obviously, but the goddamn horizon is way behind an object 9.41 miles away.
In the globe, it has to be geometric because it has a shape, it has a distance. It has to be geometric.
Why can light not bend around a curved surface?
Here's what you're missing, and I've said it many times, and I understand. It's understandable that you.
I'm here to learn.
I know it's totally understandable that it's healthy to reject a belief, but understand that every type of refraction has everything to do with objects with respect to the position of the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Okay.
That's what's important about this picture. Now, here's another thing, and I'll give you this olive branch. You cannot see this image every day. Hell no. You can't see it every day. That's why it's called the Black Swan. You only have to see it once. Because people say all swans are white. No, this is the black one. You only have to prove you can only. If I take a picture of a black swan, that proves that not all swans are white.
Oh, I agree with that.
But look into refraction. All the different types. There's looming, stooping. There's what are the? Someone chime in. Looming, stooping, sinking, towering. And I missed it.
You know a lot about refraction. Why can't you tell me the equation of what a refraction is?
Oh, there are. You know that. All right, you're talking about it. So you know about it?
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. There is. And what people do is they just have this formula and they zoom in and, like add more refraction. The Earth must be round, so therefore there must be more refraction. So if you see too far, the light must be curving more. That is inherent in the formula.
So my argument to that is that I've seen similar pictures to what is posted in the chat, and every single time the amount you can see behind the oil rigs is different. Why would it be different?
Because it's exactly.
So it refracts. So there is refraction.
Wait. There is something. It's called visibility. When you check your weather forecast, they will tell you today's visibility is 7 miles. Today's visibility is 6 miles. Today's visibility is 15 miles. Depends of the weather. If the weather is clear, you will see more. If the weather is clear, you will see less. If it's foggy,
more moisture in the atmosphere.
Yes, if it's foggy, you will not see even maybe 100 feet around.
I've seen the same picture, no fog, but different distances can be seen behind these oil rigs. No fog isn't obscuring it.
Yes, I know. But the atmospheric condition as well, it affects, right? Because if it's rainy, if it's that's what they put in the weather forecast. That's what they put you. They have a section. They put the visibility. Check
day.
on your weather forecast every day. It changes.
It's called visibility report.
I thought you guys were trying to put a hard limit on the distance you can see.
No.
On any specific day.
No.
So it does change.
Yes, that's what I said. Look. I'm not being a dick. I'm
I'm a little slow. I have ADHD. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I said it before. Not every day can you see this image. You cannot see this image every day. That's why they call it the black swan. Because they say all swans are white. But if you take a picture of a black swan, then you're
using this to prove something is flat. How can you do that when the distance you can see between the oil rigs changes daily?
Yes, exactly.
How is that possible? How is that a black swan then?
Yes, because as I said, again, I'm repeating myself. It's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. If you look into every type of refraction, looming, stooping, towering, sinking, and there's another one I'm forgetting. None of them have anything to do with the horizon's location itself. It has to do with the position of the objects with respect to the horizon. That's critical to understand. That's why this picture was chosen. And if you see, Miggy posted below my picture a much clearer image. Where
this is what I've been looking at the whole time.
Yeah, that animated image. It's much clearer. Where the one I posted, it shows distortions and shit.
Sorry, that first one has been so overposted so many times.
That's deliberate because it's bait. Because everyone's refraction, and then it causes this exact conversation.
I've had this conversation before.
But look at Miggy's. Look at his image. It's crisp.
That is what I'm looking at.
But it's the same shit. Look at the horizon. It's way behind it.
No, well, I mean, unless these are flipped, I mean, we would have to flip this on the x-axis, right? Because the apparently platform hill house.
Left to right to left. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I don't even know what Miggy posted. It might not even be the exact same image. Oh no, it could be, but from a different position. Yeah, left to right.
On the other side.
The observer. No, from the observer.
You're on the other side of the ocean, bro? You're on the fucking
No.
Atlantic?
This guy might be more to the right filming, not more to the left. Not the exact position of the filmer, but I don't know.
You're talking about your picture?
No.
You would be more to the right? Miggy's person would be more to the right. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They could be the same damn oil rigs, but the position, the location of the filmer.
My picture, it was 8 feet height of the observer. The first one, it's 1 foot high. Mine, it's 8. That's why it's different.
Yeah, and he's probably
Could be right there, Oblivion.
Yeah.
He might be more south, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay.
See, we're not lying. We're being honest, you know?
No, I don't think you guys are lying. I think you guys are raising good questions. I just think that there's like equations behind this that we can use to predict shit like this. And that since none of that is ever brought up.
No, there isn't.
What makes me a little concerned.
Oh, dude, it's been brought up. It's been brought up ad
It hasn't been
nauseum.
brought up in this conversation, I guess. So I'm here to learn, bro. I want to know how do we measure this? How do we know the amount of refraction that is occurring at a certain point in time? Because we can obviously see different distances behind these oil towers. Sometimes you can't even see. I've seen pictures where you can't even see like the legs.
Yeah, because of differences in temperature of the water versus the air and the humidity.
Right.
That's why the other guy. Yes. This is the everyday weather report. They always have a visibility report. Yeah. Max visibility.
Right.
These conditions are optimal so you can actually see. But the whole point is it's beyond the geometric Earth.
But I mean, this is still consistent even if the Earth was a sphere, because
it's not.
Refraction of light could curve around a spherical Earth so that you could see beyond the horizon. I mean, this is still consistent with the spherical.
No, here's the thing. That's the glitch right there. Research every time. Again, I'm repeating myself. Remember, every type of refraction: looming, stooping, towering, sinking, and I'm missing the other one. They have nothing to do with the horizon's location. It has everything to do with the objects with respect to the position of the horizon.
We would have to get into that then. Because
no, you need
fall refraction is
dude. You got to look into that.
Okay, I will.
That's the key thing. That is not disputed.
Okay.
That's the one thing that's not disputed.
Okay. I'll look into it.
That's why it's the black swan. That's why everyone makes a big deal about it. It's amazing.
Well, thanks for talking.
No sweat, man. I'm not trying to shut you the fuck up. You know?
No. All good. It's just these conversations always devolve into kind of like we can see too far, and then it goes into refraction, and then you guys bring up the black swan, but there's no model presented ever for what a flat Earth would be like, and so
yeah,
that's what kind of
okay. I give you something else. I can give you something else. What about latitude? You know about it?
I do opposite of longitude.
No, latitude. You know how you get latitude?
It depends on the poles. Am I thinking about longitude? Pole to pole?
Yeah. No, it's the latitude is taken from the North Pole, which is the Polaris. Your angle to Polaris, and your angle is measured by angles. Two straight lines.
Wait, can you get your okay. I see what you're saying.
So
these guys are getting complicated. If you think the black swan is complicated, these guys are gonna fuck you up. They're gonna blow your mind.
No. I was thinking like so. Usually, longitude, right, is the ones that run north south, right?
No.
Yeah, longitude is taken by the sun. Yeah. The movement of the sun, right? And the latitude.
Bring out a compass. Can't that measure your north south?
No.
position?
The compass is only show you where is the magnetic north.
Right.
But to take a longitude, for example, if you're a sailor, you're in the sea, and you're gonna know where you are. You lost, so you take measurement to Polaris. If you see the Polaris, right? If you are in the north side of the equator, you see Polaris, and you take angle to it, so you know your latitude. And the latitude, it's triangulation. It's like, so there is no curved lines involved in the triangle. So there is no curvature involved in all this mathematics to find out where you are and to save your life and the life of your crew. This is how the navigation, celestial navigation, work.
Yeah, I've never used a sextant before, so
It's very easy. You can create one with just a straw and.
Oh, what? You've done it before? That's awesome.
I studied it.
Oh, okay. You never tried to make one with a straw?
No, because I'm not a sailor, but I know how they do it. I studied that.
Fair enough.
If you want a little like
I live in a desert.
a little
I live in a desert. But even all the celestial navigation that they do, they all use elevation angle, and it's all straight lines. There is nothing curvature, no curvature involved in that.
That's a rabbit hole right there, man. Trust me, I've been down that rabbit hole. It'll blow your mind.
You used a sextant before, Oblivion?
No, hell no. The concept alone will blow your mind without even having to use one.
Yeah, very cool.
Kind of like it's kind of like the idea how you set up a sundial. You have to kind of find out where you are on Earth to make it accurate.
And even if you go back to, I don't know, Eratosthenes, they say that 2,500 years ago he measured. He only took elevation angle to the sun, which is, again, right angle triangle. So there is no curved line involved in it. But he assumed, he started to make calculations after that. He had to add things from his mind. In reality, everything is flat. Horizontal, let's say.
So wait, one question I have, we were talking about Polaris, right? And you said if you're in the northern hemisphere, you would measure to Polaris. What do you do if you're in the southern hemisphere?
There's other stars that you can use to navigate.
What, you can't use Polaris?
Once you come to equator, after the equator, you cannot really see Polaris, even though there is people, they say that they saw Polaris beyond the equator to the south, 5-10 degrees or something like that. But there is other stars that you can use to navigate.
Why can't you see Polaris if you're more than 5 or 10 degrees south of the equator?
Because every time you go away from something, it goes down from your eyesight.
What?
So if you are, for example, 45 degrees from Polaris. The Polaris is like 45 degrees above the horizon, and then you go a little bit back, it will be more down. But nothing has to do with the curvature of the Earth.
But why is
No,
it a hard line at the equator, though?
Yeah, good question. That's a very, very good question. But, Mig, let me ask you, do you recall what angle people prefer to use with regard to navigation?
Usually they don't take any angles after 15 degrees down, because the movement of the star, it changes, because it doesn't go down anymore. It kind of stays on the same level, like it goes down less and less. And I don't know how to explain that. And that's why they always take the stars that they can see above the horizon more than 15 degrees.
The more
they don't take,
yeah,
they don't take for example, if I'm 15 degree to Polaris or 10 degree to Polaris, I will not take Polaris as my guiding star. I take another one because it's more effective.
So I guess people are referring to refraction. So we're not referring to. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not refraction. It's because you see, it just get smaller and smaller, and because it's very close to Polaris, to the horizon, and because you see, I've been in many places and took many photos of stars and things like that. So when you're taking the stars that they are close to Polaris, you see that they don't move 15 degrees an hour anymore. It changes. It goes like less and less. Instead of 15, it goes like 3, 4, 5. So that's why they don't take that stars that they are under 15 degrees.
It's less reliable. It's less reliable.
Yes, that's the word. It's less reliable.
So they give it a word, a term, a phrase, like refraction or whatever. But
it's not refraction, but yeah, you can. The Globers usually that's what they do.
Yes, that's my point.
Yes, yes.
A word, a phrase, a term, refraction. So people don't use angles below a certain angle.
Yeah.
Because they're not reliable. That's real life examples.
That's fair enough. Again, I'm not a sailor, so I have no clue about navigating with stars. So
me either.
And I've been on a boat a few times, with sailors, but back then I didn't care about these things. I didn't know about these things. I was just happy to be on the boat. And no, it was I had a friend in Tenerife, Canary Islands. He had a boat, and we went out sailing with them for a week and things like that. He was doing all these things. I mean, for me, it was just like I was happy to be on the boat and enjoying that journey. I mean, for me, it was back then. It was not a problem. I mean, I didn't.
Do you have any honeys on there?
Excuse me?
Did you have any women on there?
Yeah, we were like 2 couples.
Oh, very cool.
With a dog. Max.
Oh, dog too?
Yep. They had a dog as well.
Yeah, dude. Navigating on the ocean is something outside of my expertise. I do have one question though. So, why can somebody in Australia see the Southern Cross and somebody in South America also see the Southern Cross when they're both looking south. Because they're apparently supposed to be at two opposite angles, two opposite points of what would be a flat Earth, right?
Yeah, every time your back is to the north, you're looking to the south, right?
Exactly. Right.
So if you are looking south, you're gonna see that. We don't know. You see, this is the thing. We have the celestial sphere, and we have all this. We have motions happening in the sky, but the ground is not curving. That's a problem. Whatever is happening in the sky, it's happening. Is the mystery. I call it the mystery of the sky of the heavens. We don't really know exactly what's happening there.
But for some reason, anybody that's south of the equator can see the Southern Cross, even though they're looking in completely opposite directions. We just don't know why that happens.
What's your explanation for that?
That the Earth is round, is a sphere.
Why?
Your explanation
people in the southern hemisphere would see the same stars because they're looking at the same direction.
Yes, all of them, they are looking south, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't work on a flat Earth though. If the Earth was completely flat with the magnetic north
Why
in the middle and the south curving and the south going to the edges.
How do you know how it's how the sky is working? Do you know how the sky is working?
That's a broad question, I guess. Do I know
exactly?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Exactly. We don't know what's happening. That's why I said it's the mystery of the heavens. We don't know heavenly bodies what they are doing.
I know that if you look south in the southern hemisphere, you'll see the Southern Cross, and if you're in the northern hemisphere and you look south, you will.
Let me just add to that. What time of day is this? So, like, somebody on one side of the world, like, you can't see the stars at night, right? So the other side of the world's daylight, so they can't see the southern stars.
So a certain part of the Earth can see the stars at night since it's nighttime at a certain half of the stars. That's another thing too. How can a certain part of the Earth be night while the other is day on a flat Earth?
Ugh, dude, this is why I told you. You remember how we started this whole conversation? I said, let's get down to the brass tacks.
It just doesn't make sense to me, dude. I'm just trying to imagine it on like
Exactly. So let's get down to the brass tacks.
It works so. Remember, night and day works so perfectly on a spherical Earth.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It actually doesn't. But let's get down to the brass tacks. How do you measure curvature? That's how we started.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about night and day.
I know. Now you're getting beyond that.
That's not how you tell if the Earth is curving.
That's what we're talking about. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Because you see, night and day happening from the sky, not from the ground.
Yes.
Let's stick on the ground and check the.
So you have a reason why you think that there's night and day, and that would be that the Earth is a ball, right? A sphere.
Sure.
That would require the surface to be curving, right? So let's see if it's doing that. If it's not that, then your reason for night and day is out the window.
Okay, fair enough.
You're getting ahead of yourself. You're getting ahead of yourself. Measure curvature first.
Okay, curvature out the window. The Earth is not a sphere. What is it then?
Flat, not curved.
Okay, then how does night and day work on a flat Earth?
Good question. That is a very good question.
So you don't know. Just say you don't know then.
Yes! We don't know.
That's the most fucking annoying thing when talking to you guys, because you guys don't provide it. You just...
Oh my lord.
Most maximum skeptical position.
Okay,
so all you do is deny the... You know.
Okay, what you're saying, you want another explanation for your belief, right? Okay, I want to give up this belief, but give me another belief so I can believe in that. You just want to give up the belief to another belief.
I'll tell you
why. So you just
want
another story that suits your mind.
Yeah, the Earth is concave. It's something else. It's ridiculous. It's like whatever.
Okay,
let's get down to the brass tacks. Seriously, man, what's your best? What's your best globe Earth proof?
Oh man, night and day, the stars rotating in different directions depending on which hemisphere.
Oh, they do not
any of this shit, dude.
Dude, they
planes
do not
dip down. Planes don't constantly fly downwards. I mean, dude, pick anyone.
Come on, stars do not rotate opposite directions depending on the way you look. Come on, man.
No, not the way you look. The different.
So, are you saying that the stars in the southern side of the Earth coming from the east, from the west to east?
From the west to east that would be the
and then opposite.
From west to east. Okay, you have to bring a citation for that, or you have to prove that.
He's doing the whole.
All the stars, all the celestial bodies go from east to west.
Yes.
There is nothing goes from west to east. We have to show that.
If you're looking at.
Well, it's hard to say west to east because it's like a three-dimensional object.
Dude, he's doing the whole clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I said. East to west and west
We're talking
to
about a
east.
three-dimensional object here. So what way are we going here, brother man? We need a compass. We need to draw like 3 points so we know what we're all talking about.
I have no idea what I'm talking about, so I'm just asking questions.
It's like some maths. It's like maths to calculate.
No idea what
like
maths are, but I know what math is.
Well, maths are like the accumulation of math, or one math,
an American
two math, three maths. Yeah,
Plural.
I know.
Math plural.
I just never actually answered that joke before, and I realized, wow, I can.
It's plural to math.
Yeah.
Anyway,
sorry,
if you
I
look
got a lot
north,
of questions, dude. A lot of shit just does not make sense. I don't know, to me, with a flat Earth, and things seem to make sense with a round Earth, even though you can't measure with your eyes that the Earth is curved.
What are you talking about, man?
I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking now. Sorry, you guys go ahead.
What doesn't make sense if you've got all these reasons for things in the sky, you know, why they do what they do, right? And all these other things like seasons or anything. If your reasons for all these things is that the Earth is curving, then the surface should be curving, but it's not. That doesn't make sense. That's what doesn't make sense, right?
It's just the debate between is the Earth curving or is the sky curving? You know, you're both curving in the globe model.
The sky curving would just be an apparent effect. It would be an actual thing, right?
Observing a plane from a plane.
Hey, T-Dub, you're in Australia right now, right? I'm guessing by your accent.
Yeah.
You've talked before too. I know you. You're a good guy.
Yeah.
Is it light outside? Can you see the sun right now?
No. It's cloudy. No, but no, seriously, it's just starting to get dark now.
Okay. So in I guess in America, we can't see the sun. Why? Why can you see the sun and I can't?
Well, it's above you and not me.
The sun is above me, so I can't see it.
No, I thought you said if you're in America, you can see it, right?
No, it's very dark here.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't see it. All right. Well, obviously somewhere. it's above somewhere, right?
Somewhere somebody can see it. Yeah.
I got the sun. It's mine today.
Why is that? Why can some people see the sun and I can't?
Good question. Don't know.
All right.
We see it wherever it is.
Obviously, the sun moves. It changes its location, respective to.
Is it a physical
ground.
thing, or is it? What is the sun?
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
This is really weird. It's just, if you're going to claim a globe, then you have to claim why you see sun where you do. Do you understand?
Right. Well, I mean, I can give an explanation, I guess. Why certain people on a certain side of the earth can see the sun while others can't. I can give you an explanation. But I mean,
what about giving us proof? Because sorry for this word, any idiot can give an explanation.
Okay, well, the proof would be, I think it's light right now in the UK. I'm sure somebody in here is in the UK right now.
Just about.
So there you go. It's dark on the
because the sun is above UK.
Huh?
Because the sun is above UK. It's not above Australia. It's not above America.
Okay, but if the sun was above a flat Earth, you should be able to see it at all times. Angular resolution does not matter.
How far is the sun?
Good question.
The thing about the globe model is it's technically infinite distance with the math, right? Like, it doesn't matter how far away it is. It's all about the angle. So you can translate that into a flat Earth model. It's just an apparent, non-physical location.
Well, I mean, it depends on if light ever stops traveling.
Yeah.
Can light travel an infinite distance before it hits
not
an object?
Not through an opaque medium.
True.
There's like a cut off inverse square law kind of thing going on, right? So further away, less intensity. Right. Like, I know from living in England, there's a point the sun can set, or the sun can be like 2 hours from setting, and it can just disappear, right?
So the sun is like somewhere like somewhere above the Atlantic Ocean right now, I'm guessing, right?
Geometrically.
Geometrically. So why it must be in the northern hemisphere, right? Because people in the south can't see it.
Right, it's summertime. Yeah.
Right.
No, I think South Africa, maybe it's light as well.
How does that work? How could we map that to a flat? How could we, I don't know, predict that with some sort of model?
So are you
That's really
saying?
what I'm looking for.
Are you saying if it's light in England, it's dark in South Africa?
No, it would also be light in South Africa.
Yes, that's latitude.
Observed, right?
That's latitude lines, right?
Right.
Yep.
So is the sun like in the middle between the UK and South Africa, so that they can both see it, so that it's not too far away from either position?
Looks like it. If both of them they are seeing it. But Me in America, I cannot see it. T-Dub in Australia cannot see it. So it must be there. Because you have this idea that the sun is like so far away that it has to illuminate everything on a flat earth. That's idea that you have in your mind. But you don't know how far is the sun. Now I have the moon just coming up from behind that house. It just came up. And it will go away in a while. But we don't know how far they are.
Okay.
This is how the conversation goes. It's all about like your location, right? Whatever the shape is, and the location of the sun. There's some correspondence there with how we measure things, right? Just like sundials and, you know, how we navigate the stars or whatever, longitude and latitude lines, elevation angles, this and that. And then it all ends up just with perspection, as I should say, like what's the interference, what's causing it, why can't I see it? You know, why does what's the size, the elevation, so all that. Sorry, I didn't really explain that too well, but it usually just ends up with the same channel of conversation where we.
But all these elevation angles that they are taken to the moon, to the stars, to the sun, they are all triangulation. 90 degrees, ground position to the observer, and there is no curved line involved in that. There is no curved mathematics involved in that. It's all straight lines, horizontals. It's all taken from the horizon, the sea level. It's pretty simple, but you know, some people they want to make it because they have to keep their belief in it. Like he was asking for explanation. I mean, why I have to give you explanation of to replace your belief? The reality is different. Doesn't need belief.
You know, pull up an old like image I made like probably like a year ago. It's like you can translate the angle on both a curved surface and a flat surface.
But to translate to the curved surface, they have to make extra calculation and extra. They have to put other stuff to add things that doesn't exist. But for the flat earth, it's or horizontal. If he doesn't like the word flat, we can tell him horizontal, level. It's much easier. This is how it works. Aviation, navigation, building, your perspective, your experience, not rotating, not moving, not spinning. It's like there is nothing of the globe heliocentric model that they told us we experience. It's only in imagination. That's what he was asking. Imagine this, imagine that, imagine. You have to imagine, not reality.
Well, hold up. You're going to reduce my argument to that, dude? It seems pretty brutal.
Yeah, but you
Turquoise Dragon. 1 second. Sorry. I have a problem with this image, dude, that you posted.
Yeah, it's not to scale. that's
yeah.
Right.
And that's the thing, dude. These are so horribly out of scale that they
But if you took a horizontal line, if you was on top of one of those buildings and you took a horizontal line, the buildings with this equal height, equal elevation, you'd also like be able to see, like, draw like a laser line, like a line of sight to the other top of the building if they're the same elevation.
Right, you should be. What's the distance between the buildings? These buildings that are on the drawing are fucking like they go into space, brother.
It's like 2,000 mile high.
Yeah. So look, I mean, yes, there will be a difference between it, but like the amount we can measure, you know, the resolution of our measuring devices is limited. So
that's where a lot of
I'm not a I've never used the thing that surveyors use. What are those things called?
theodolite.
Yes. Never used one of those. I don't know how they work. I know they're pretty precise. I don't know how far they can measure with accuracy. I don't know what their precision is, but I know they can probably measure pretty far.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be hundreds of miles, you know.
Right.
Because then you involve lots of, like, you know, atmospheric conditions, temperatures, this and that. And
right.
Like even the frequency of the light you use, or if you use infrared or not, you see it's different.
Right. Anyways, I don't know anything, bro. I just want things to make sense, and I like having something that makes sense, and that you can make predictions off of.
Well, how about this? For like celestial navigation, say you're like in a well or a cave or something, you can still celestial navigate. You don't need the horizon. You just measure up. It's just the zenith.
Which is I'm not a sailor. When am I ever going to use celestial navigation?
Right, but the idea is that they use a sextant or some kind of, like, you know, measuring device or angle measuring device, like in that image, and essentially there's two ways of doing it. Even if you can see the horizon, you measure from the horizon up and put the calculation in, or you measure from down the zenith angle, which would be like a plumb from the observer, like parallel to the surface.
You know, even in the Sahara, the Badus that they used to transport salt or whatever they were transporting with their camel, they used to use the stars. They used to celestial navigate in a Sahara. No horizon, no sea. But they know where is this star, and they know where is that star in this time, in that time, and this is how they used to navigate. They used to travel. I mean, imagine you are in the desert. There is nothing there, no light, nothing. They had to navigate, so they look to the star and navigate.
Was it in Indonesia?
A pretty good horizon in the desert, dude. Pretty sure you could find a horizon in the desert.
Or like a valley, yeah, anything you can navigate without seeing the horizon, because it's
well, you use a bubble sextant, which automatically assumes a horizontal plane that you're measuring off. So
it's an artificial construct, yeah. So you can be like in a hole in a well,
sea level,
and still figure it out.
But if you're at sea, you use the horizon to establish the level.
Even before sextant, they had very, very simple instruments. Like there was something, it's called kamal. It's just like piece of wood with a string inside it. And they used to measure the height of Polaris with their position, and they used to make knots. So if I'm so far with that they used to make a knot and they used to travel like that. It's called Kamal, Kamal. You can check that as well. That was much before Saxon. It's not very difficult once you know the heavens, the stars, you can navigate.
It's like you could measure the distance between all your light fixtures in your house. Even if you didn't know, even if you couldn't see the floor, you could still measure the distance between these light sources on the roof, on the ceiling. Just from angle.
Usually this method they used in the Arabian Sea, in the Indian Ocean, around there. It's just a piece of wood. They used to put the string in their mouth, and the wood, it's like a rectangular, and they used to put it in front of them with their hands. For example, they take the Polaris with the horizon. Okay, I'm so far from horizon. I'm in this port, for example. I take this measurement. I make a knot. I go to another port. I take another measurement to Polaris with the horizon. I make another knot. Very simple methods.
But dude, no, you can't measure the angles without a horizontal baseline. You can't just measure angles from one line.
No, you have
two straight lines.
It's two straight lines. Yeah, it's above.
Yeah, no, just not you do the other guy.
Oh, okay.
Said you can measure an angle with one line. You can't. You need a horizontal baseline, dude.
Yeah, you need, because in the Kamal, that the one they used to use, the bottom one is the horizon, the top one is the Polaris or whatever star they would. Yeah.
Have you got a? Can you post something of that?
Okay.
I forgot your name. Sasha. Is it Sasha?
That's Mega Wigo.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, you just post something if you like of that Kamal method or whatever. Be good.
Let me find it, and I have to check for it. It's been a long time I didn't use that one. Let me find it. This one I just googled it, and I have in my other phone, but this one it explains. It's very simple, the way it works.
Yeah, wow, that looks so primitive.
But it works.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know if you remember Bacon. One time I was
Bacon?
talking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was telling him what this was, and he told me yes, but with my system, I will be faster than you at home, and I will see your wife before you. I said, yeah, My wife will be there waiting for you with with her gun to shoot you. Because he's saying that this system is like very, very slow, and his method of navigating is much faster and blah blah blah. Yeah, but it works. I don't know what happened to him. He came back and he left again, and I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, he kept getting his ass kicked. So, yeah, why would you want to come back?
Probably they like that. To be their ass kicked.
This reminds me of that. Have you seen that video of the guy who pulls up in the car and goes, "Shut up, you piece of bacon," and drives off? Have you seen that?
And there was another guy as well, man. He was another bacon. And what was
Are you
his
talking about the squad? Eh?
Not Jesse Pite of Light, but the other guy. He was, I think, Romanian.
Yeah.
Peter?
Not Peter.
No.
Yes.
No. Peter.
Me.
Embo.
Embo. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hello, I am Embo. You stupid flat earthers. There is no such thing as flat earth. I can prove you wrong in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he just talk like this all the time, like a Rob Buddy wouldn't shut up. He just talking one tone.
Yeah. Embo. Oh my God. But you see, they're not coming anymore, but they don't want to give up their belief. That's the sad thing.
Yeah, very staunch, fanatical. I mean, it's almost sort of.
But I'll tell you what, you can use celestial navigation, simply a couple of stars, this or that, and using the globe model or even just the math behind it can tell you where he is. You know, like that's navigation, right? So it works either way. Whatever, if it's use a model, you know, to simplify reality, and that's kind of what it does.
No, it doesn't work either way. It only works one way.
Doesn't mean we live on the model, but the angles work.
Yeah, the angles work on horizontal. It doesn't work on a ball. You have to go to the center of the Earth to measure your angle. It's not. We're not in hell measuring angles, so.
Yeah, it's
only works on a flat plane. You need horizontal. You can't measure an angle without a horizontal. It's fundamental to the process.
I disagree a little bit because, like, by virtue, you just need the vertical, and then you've induced the horizontal. You know.
Yeah, you can't have an angle is not one line, dude. You need two. Sake.
Wait, if you got the reference,
you can't have one line. It's not an angle. How do you get an angle from one line?
Because the reference
from horizontal, it's two lines. You're referencing vertical from vertical. No, you're measuring the angle from horizontal. That's if you no.
It's like you can even measure the angle up from the horizon or down from the zenith, you know, to the object.
You need a 90-degree GP position.
Yeah, you get that.
No, not from where you are. You need a 90 degree underneath that star that you're referencing.
Well, that's what I'm kind of hinting at. The model puts the star infinite distance away at 90, at the zenith, and on the flat model, it'd either be the flat ground and the flat sky. The
It's
kind of
not
idea
about models. It's not about models. It's about what you do in reality. Reference the surface of the Earth, and you got surface of the Earth and the star. And it's got to have a GP. And what you're talking about would involve like a tangent plane where the GP is out in space somewhere. Or like Daz said, you go into the pits of hell, cutting the Earth in half. Yeah, nobody's doing that.
Like today, when Castle King, he was saying, yes, Samoans, they were traveling in the seas and they knew that it was a globe. I mean, come on, man. Nobody traveled the seas on a globe Earth. It's all measurement is taken on a flat Earth, like horizontal, let's say. Okay, maybe they don't like the word flat, like Bev and all these things. They don't like the word flat. Because one time I was talking with Bev and Elder Bear, and I said, okay, if you don't like the word flat, what about if we are living on a horizontal plane? Oh yeah, I agree with that. But the word flat makes them some kind of go out of their mind, it's...
Yeah.
That's crazy, it's like...
I'm not too sure with them. Do they love words? Or do they hate them?
I mean, I don't know. It's been a while. I'm not.
Yeah, flat is like too blunt. There's no sort of wiggle room in there.
Right. It's definitive.
Yes.
Right?
Boom. Yep. I like that.
Yeah. Now he's coming and saying that, we live on a globe because globe is not a shape as well. It's a descriptive word.
What that's what you call people. Globes. Oh shit! It'll come to me. It's been years. But...
Like he came to Flatzoid, I don't know, a few months ago, and he said, "I can tell you that we live on a globe because globe is descriptive as well. I can describe it any way I like. It's like." And then when you Google, the first thing will the word globe, the first thing will come, the shape of the Earth, which is the sphere. I mean, they will show you that ball.
Well, you can't say sphere because it's not.
He will not say a sphere. That's why. And he was going to go and challenge Flat Earth Dave and take his 3 Bitcoins because he could prove that he is living on a globe and not on a sphere, of course. But he would prove him that he can live on a globe. I mean, it's idiotic sometimes, It's I don't know. It's something to do with like ego or something. I don't know. I used to like him when he used to talk about horizontal is parallel to the horizon, level its level. It was good. I don't know what happened to him.
Right.
Anyway. Like you have this Daza guy. He keeps saying that the distance with the triangle will fall after a distance. What are you talking about?
He's talking about the image I linked. A little paint artwork.
So not the elevation angle.
Well, he's more talking about the left image, the fact that they're a 90-degree base to the surface, but they're not 90 degrees to each other. And he's right. He's right. That's the whole point of the scale. But the model shows says it should work because it, like you said, it worked. Like they said before, it's all measured from the center of the Earth because of the way the math and the mechanics of the model work.
Oh, he was talking about your images that you posted, the one from Hell and the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, just the the image on the left is like identical to the one on the right, but obviously distance and scales way off.
Yeah, on the globe doesn't make sense, right? Because this is not is this for elevation angle that you are talking about, or just an angle of buildings and things like that in the terrestrial?
Yeah, it was more for the left has like a GP, for example. It has like a physical location above it. That's the orange angle. Yeah, that is 90 degrees from the building on the right, creating a triangle. But the base of the buildings isn't 90 degrees over that distance. Is what he's saying. Which is true. Yeah, because the idea is it's arc angles, right? When you're measuring distances in the sky, you like overlay it on the globe model or the spherical model.
Yeah, if you put it on the spherical model, it will not.
The angles are right, but the correlation between the two buildings, and the surface isn't right.
Yeah, but when you're taking elevation angle, you're not. When you're taking elevation angle, you're not assuming a globe, right? Because there is no globe calculation involved in that.
Well, with the navigation, he realised that you know the distance between the two buildings to begin with, to put into the calculation in a way, to make the triangle essentially. because there's a known GP location of the left building, and then you're assuming that's the surface of the Earth. So it's parallel, like the image on the right, but on the globe model or whatever, it's an arc.
Yeah, but when you're taking the elevation on the left, on the right, are you assuming anything, or are you just taking the elevation angle?
Yeah, no, it's straight up elevation. You're just measuring from the zenith or from plumb, because that's the only reference you've got. Well, that and horizontal, I guess. But.
Yes, because when you're taking anything plumb, horizontal have to be there.
Yeah,
you cannot take plumb without horizontal.
Exactly. As long as you have one part of the equation, you can. It's algebra.
You see, this is another point that I always talk about, like sometimes, and because the plumb, the vertical cannot exist without the horizontal, but horizontal can exist without the vertical. I can take horizontal with the level tool, right? The water level or spirit level or level. Or water level. I can take a horizontal. I don't need a vertical. But to take a vertical, you need the horizontal.
No.
That's why the horizontal comes before the vertical. You cannot have horizontal. You cannot have vertical without the horizontal. But I can have horizontal without vertical. I don't need the vertical on the level of the lake. But if I want to take a plumb, I need to have the horizontal to make 90 degrees with that horizontal, with that plumb. I don't need.
I think it's
I don't need 90 degree anything with vertical when I'm making anything level. But if I want to put a plumb, I have to have a horizontal reference. Otherwise, I cannot take plumb. I cannot take 90 degrees vertical.
I disagree.
So the horizontal is more important than the vertical. So it's always, everything starts with horizontal.
No, I disagree. I think the only thing that's true is the zenith, but then the horizontal, you could be in a well, and it's an artificial horizon.
Okay, how are you gonna be sure that your plumb is plumb? You need the horizontal.
No,
but I can have horizontal without having any plumb.
I don't know about that. I think just it creates itself. Like
no, it creates itself because there is a horizontal plane of reference underneath it. Otherwise, you cannot have a plumb. Now, because we know that the plumb it comes with horizontal, you are assuming that if I put a plumb, horizontal is not needed. On the contrary, you cannot have the plumb without the horizontal reference.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not needed. It's like one infers the other, one creates the other by virtue, right? So
no, the horizontal doesn't need a plumb. I can have horizontal with just the water.
Right. No. Right. Yeah. There's multiple tools to measure horizontal or vertical, right? And you can use a spirit level, and you can define the horizontal or vertical from that. You're right. And I can, translate that from a vertical angle into what horizontal is, just because it's 90 degree difference of separation. I don't think
for the plumb, you need the horizontal. That's what I'm saying. For the plumb, you will need the horizontal. But for the horizontal, you don't need the plumb.
No, rewind. Rewind that.
You need to establish horizontal to measure the angle. You can't measure an angle without establishing a horizontal first.
Right.
Like in celestial navigation, you have to define. You have to establish the level first. You can't just assume a plumb. I mean, you're not going to use a plumb bob on a boat, are you?
Right, there's different tools for different occasions, but you can, because there's just 90-degree separation between horizontal and vertical.
How do you know if you don't have the horizontal? How do you know that it's a plumb?
Because this law of just like the spirit level is just to do with pressure and elevation from either side of the spirit level, right?
Yes, the spirit.
Your plumb bob doesn't negate or invalidate the practical methodology use of a nautical sextant.
The horizontal is much more important than the plumb. Without the horizontal, you cannot have a plumb. That's what I'm saying. You need to have the horizontal to establish a plumb.
Migo, I understand. We're literally just talking like the chicken or the egg situation here. Like they both infer each other, and they both is just as important to each other. But
it is important.
Elevation angles are from the horizon, right? I'm with you on that.
Yes, but to establish horizontal, I don't need a plumb. But to establish a plumb, I need to have a horizontal. So the horizontal is more important than the plumb. So the horizontal, it comes before the plumb. That's what I'm saying.
That's correct, dude.
I'm kind of with you. You're on this. You're on team egg, and I'm on team chicken. And we're like, which is more important? Kind of that's how we're going with it.
Well, if we talk about celestial navigation, then establish horizontal. Any navigation, you need to establish horizontal to get the angle. So it's not chicken or the egg, dude.
No, but you can't say it's more important when you can. One infers the other, like.
Yeah, well, vertical is perpendicular, horizontal, and vice versa. They both.
Yeah, that's what we're agreeing
about, right? To get that.
We're going.
Yeah.
Around the areas here, yeah.
You can't just get you can't just pull a zenith out of your ass. You need to establish your angle from a horizontal first. Then you get your zenith and your ground position.
So that's why the horizontal is more important than the plumb. I mean, both of them, they are important. I'm not saying that the plumb is not important. But I can go around my life with horizontal only. But to have a plumb, I need to have the horizontal baseline.
I'm just replacing these horizontal and vertical with chicken or egg, and it still makes sense. We're just literally talking about.
No, it doesn't, dude. It doesn't work on a globe. Your globers come in and say, and think you can do celestial navigation on the globe, but when you asked to go through the step by step, you just can't. You got no idea. That's my experience anyway with globers and celestial navigation.
Yeah, I'm not relating to any globers.
You make a lot of claims about it. Oh, I don't need a horizontal to do this, that. But then when you're pressed on it, you don't know what you're talking about.
Like when you measure with celestial navigation, you like aim at the horizon with your sextant, and then you add some math on top of that.
You have to get your horizontal first. Yeah.
But the only true measurement is zenith, because that's related to gravity or the relationship between you and the surface, right? 90 degrees.
No gravity
measurement is
needed.
the angle measurement.
With the sextant, no gravity needed, man.
Measuring the zenith. Measure angle to the star, which then gives you to a zenith to the ground position.
How can I get weird angles with the horizontal baseline?
I think he's trying to put the refraction index into it, because that's the math you need to put onto it if you measure from the horizon, which is like.
No need for let's just be clear. You need horizontal for an elevation angle measure.
Yeah. But you can infer an elevation angle from the zenith because it's minus 90 degrees.
No, that'd be the what do they call it?
It's been a while since I've looked at SatNav.
It's called the co-altitude.
That's the one. Yeah.
You're taking the co-altitude, but
you can navigate with
the plumb. You're establishing horizontal to have the plumb.
Yeah, establish. Don't know about that.
Other things that the horizontal baseline doesn't go forever.
Yeah, it's artificial. It's an artificial plane where you stand on and then you measure.
The horizontal plane is the one you have it first, and then you have all the others.
But it's not artificial. It's the actual surface that you're measuring from, not an artificial.
If you want to relate it to the surface, it's
actual surface.
Horizontal, parallel, yeah. I get that, but I'm not even talking about the surface. I'm just literally talking about an angle to an object from whatever you're standing on can be measured from the up to the angle or from horizontal upwards.
How do you know that your plumb is a plumb? Is 90 degree? How do you know?
I don't know what.
Because the whole point of what you'd be doing is to find your location on the surface in relation to something else. So, right, you can't say, "Oh, I don't need the surface for anything." Yeah, you do.
First, you need to have the horizontal. Then you have all the others: the plumb, the elevation angle, whatever you have.
By plumb, I just mean artificial, because they're all artificial lines. There's no like lines coming out of your head, right? So it's an artificial line that's produced with a force. I'm going to call it a force that is down or up, whatever. It's like it's in relation to you and the surface.
Yes, with you and the surface, the horizontal surface. Otherwise, you don't have that plumb.
Well, your point on the surface, which is like coordinates or whatever, longitude, latitude, and
how you have latitude. How you have latitude without the horizontal, or longitude without.
Go sailing, dude. Go sailing, right? And you got nothing but a plumb bob. I'll just give you a plumb bob. Off you go, up in the middle of the ocean with a boat. Just give you a plumb bob. There you go. You should be right. Bye. You should be able to navigate yourself around that. No, you don't need a sextant or anything like that. Just a plumb bob. Just a ball with a string. Should be right, mate. See ya.
Hey, hello?
Hey.
Is it the usual crowd tonight, or are there any Globers here besides me?
Looks like you are the only one so far.
Damn. Well, rest easy, because I know there are Globers like me all around the world.
Oh, you're killing me. Oh, stop.
Thank you. I just thought of that joke myself. I didn't think it would go over that well. Kind of pleased with myself, to be honest.
Oh, so my coffee's coming up my nose, brother. You killed me.
Yeah.
And then we get into the topic of what does around mean? Like, around what? Like, can I walk around my
Around these nuts?
Well, round is nothing to do with sphere, so it's fine.
Yeah, got him. Kill confirm, lads.
Shut it down.
So, what's your best of the globe then?
I actually Googled this a while ago. I could look it up again if. Wait, sorry, Siri is like messing up. Sorry, wait, shut up, smartphone. Okay, so I Googled something recently, and it was like a couple of months ago. I can look it up again if I forget. But it was basically like this race, like these boats, these guys with these fancy yachts. They like race, and they see how far they can go around this island. And they do this like once a year, every year. Have you heard about this?
Which island?
Yeah, it's called Sydney the Hobart Yacht Race. I heard of it. Is that what you're talking about?
Sydney the what? I'm sorry?
Oh, Sydney to Hobart. It's a yacht race in Australia.
Sydney
is that
to
one?
Hobart. I'm not sure. I have to Google it. What's Sydney to
Okay,
Hobart?
that'll be good.
About that?
Oh, it's a yacht race.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about another one.
Maybe that's what I was thinking about. I'm not exactly certain. But there's this yacht race where they go all around this big island thing, and they do this every year, and they try to see how fast they can do it. And the island is this this thing called Antarctica. I think it's Latin for something, but I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, Antarctica. We've heard of that. You say that like you've never heard of it. Like it's.
I've never heard of it before. It's like some sort of island, but it's like this island made of like white stuff, and
ice.
They try to go around it. They try to go around it, which is like, wait a second, you can't go around that thing.
It's not actually an island. It's an archipelago, I think, and it's covered in ice. If you want to consider the ice mass an island, a floating ice mass, right? But
no, yeah, that's
underneath the land mass underneath is actually divided land masses. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Like an
I actually
atoll.
didn't know that. Yeah, I learned something today. Thank you so much. I didn't know that. But yeah, they go all around it, which means that it's like it's something you could go around. I mean, unless they're lying, of course, or they don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're going in circles. Maybe they're not going around it. Maybe they think they're going around it, but they're not. Right? I don't know. I thought it was interesting. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I've looked into that, and it doesn't look like from the maps and the charts and that they're going around the whole of Antarctica. They're just kind of sort of, going from here to there. They're not going all the way around. They're sort of going around near it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I need to look more into the name of this race because I've heard about it like a few months ago, like I said, but I forget what it's called and like what they do exactly. Like how do they measure how far they've gone? I'm not sure, but I'll get back to you. Okay.
They use plain sailing, so that assume that Earth is flat to do plain sailing.
Yeah.
But we don't claim that the Antarctica is a wall or something, or it's not a wall that goes all around. I don't know. Could be. Could be no wall. There could be. It could be a dozen walls. I don't know. But that's not our claim. So just saying, Antarctica's an island doesn't debunk.
Did you say narwhal? A narwhal?
I'm not gonna try to like pin down like all of flat Earth or anything because I know you flat Earthers you disagree amongst yourselves. It's totally fine, right? Like one of you can't speak for all of you. I
We know you globers like to pick boogers and eat it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, don't say you flat Earthers. No, bro, don't say that. Man.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like, no, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be better. Okay. I'm trying to improve as a person. It's hard. What were we talking about? Anyways, yeah, I mean, so like they're trying to the governor.
they say, anyways, that they've scaled like all around Antarctica. If that were true, then like there's not an ice wall, obviously, but there's some sort of like barrier that they should see, right? Like some sort of container for the gas pressure that they would like run into at some point, right?
Has anyone actually thought about why they think the Earth is flat? In the sense that maybe it's a trust issue, a deep, deep, deep trust issue? As in, flat earthers, they think that...
Yes, it is. It's a very deep trust issue that when I look out at the ocean and it looks flat and somebody tells me, no, it's actually curving, I have a deep trust issue about that. Yes, exactly.
What if it was
hold on.
curving,
Wait,
but it was like... Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. So, the issues must run so deep of trust that other actual... There must be levels of things that you don't believe in, such as in what I'm saying is, since we have satellites, we understand satellites are real. That's why we have cell phones, right? So, if we have satellites,
No, it's not. No, it's
if
not.
satellites are used for cell phones,
cell phones operate off cell towers.
which their signals are bounced from Google's.
No, they're not. No, satellite phones would operate off satellites. Cell phones work off cell towers.
All right, you're not wrong. You're just missing a piece of the information, which is that there are cell phone satellites that relay the message from one space spot to another. Towers will not carry the signal from one space to another, like New York to...
That's right. That's why there's black spots with a lot of cell phone companies.
So, see, that's what I'm saying. The levels, it's weird because there's mathematical proof and evidence, but you guys will just say, no, that's not true. So I think it's just at every level.
What's next week's lotto numbers, bro?
No one knows.
Well, you know what I'm going to say. So yeah, I just assumed you'd know other things like next week's lotto numbers.
Well, no, the reason I come from my perspective is because if there's evidence about something, say the Earth is... Did he leave?
Did who leave?
Oh, I thought you left. No, the reason I was going to say that is because those who believe that the Earth is flat, which is fine, they just choose not to accept reality, which is math, and that there has been mathematical science evidence to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Math is abstract. Math's not reality.
See, that's what I'm saying. At some point,
you think math is reality?
What?
Do you think math is reality?
Yes.
I got a.
Can you show me -3 apples?
Say that again.
Can you show me -3 apples?
-3 apples from what?
0.
Well, you said math is reality.
Yeah. Hey, let me help this guy.
I've got 0 apples. I've got 0 apples. I want you to leave me with -3.
Yeah, Quantum.
That's not how physical reality works.
Yeah, dude, you're not paying attention, homie. Okay, math is a tool, is a language. It can represent the physical natural world or even the abstract. You could mathematically define Superman's flight speed.
How do you build things? How do you build things like structures?
Okay, dude, you gotta pay. This is a key point. If you can't understand this point, is virtually a disqualification in any topic, not just this one. Math is a language, and just like all languages, abstract. You can use it to describe things in the physical and natural world, or you can use it to describe anything. Where'd you get this? Who told you? I gotta know who in your life failed you that you thought that math was actual wasn't math anymore.
Yeah.
It was something other than math. It was like you said, with a physical reality. Who told you that?
I taught math as a mathematician for 10 years.
Not possible.
So, what do you mean not possible? I'm 40 years old.
Yeah, if you knew any level of math at all, like arithmetic even, you would know that math doesn't represent reality.
Everything in reality can be broke down mathematically, all the way down to the Fibonacci sequence, which is the basis of all life on this earth. So yes, math can dictate physical reality because math itself dictates physics.
No, even physics doesn't work there, dude.
Show us -3 apple, man.
Yeah, so where did you get this? That's the air. We gotta find what happened that you became so poor educated in this topic.
No, it's okay. So I'm gonna share my perspective, and then if you agree, awesome. If you don't, awesome. I just share my perspective. But here's where I got it from. Again, I taught math for 10 years, and everything that is fundamentally that we know that is physical reality.
Okay, you're just repeating your mantra at this point. Just get out, dude. It's pointless talking to you. Citation himself. Just holy shit, dude.
You keep saying reality. Okay, show us -3 apple. It's not much for a 10-year professor of mathematics. It shouldn't be very difficult.
It's somewhere along the line, someone's really failed this dude. And he thought math is this abstract thing that he doesn't understand. That's like magical. That it's some sort of magical thing that you can use to represent physical reality. But not just represent it. It is. Like the Matrix. This dude's really thinking that he's simulation or something along those lines. But he just came up with a different idea. To start breaking down like imaginary numbers and all the other abstractions in mathematics and be like, is this real? Is this real now? Is this real?
Well, hey, Miggy Wiggy, right? So if you got 0 apples, right, I'm going to take 3 away from you, right? Now you've got -3 apples, right? Then you find an apple, but you don't actually have 1 apple. You have -2 apples. Right, you need to find another 2 apples before you have 0 apples, and then you can begin to accumulate more apples in the positive, and then you'll actually have apples. But until then, I'm sorry, that apple in your hand is not real. It's negative apple.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so malformed. Like it's such broken, malformed logic that it's like, wow.
And what Fibonacci sequence has to do with with the mathematics? I don't understand that as well.
I think he's going to go into some sort of like God. The Fibonacci sequence is sometimes called the fingerprint of God.
I know. I was trying to tell him maybe he can tell us something, but.
It's like the best you could say is like math describes reality. It isn't reality itself. Just like any
describing Describing and being is the completely different story.
Oh yeah, totally.
I can describe, but it is it? Like you said, I can describe how fast Superman flying and everything, but is it reality?
I don't understand.
What? What don't you understand?
So, why does everyone sound so low? Is it me? All right, can someone talk?
Testing, testing.
Ah, yes, that's better. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, mic check.
Yeah, awesome. Everyone sounded really low for some reason. Weird.
We had like a drought of communication for like 5-10 minutes.
So the mathematic guy, he left. Mathematic reality.
Yeah, he's gonna work out. He's gonna work out what he's having for breakfast.
I mean, I confess there was a time I used to believe in that shit as well. Yeah, I that things it's all equations. Everything is like equations and mathematics and this and that. But you get out of it if you think about it a little bit. I mean, we have Matthew learns that he's a professor of mathematics as well, and What Al-Biruni observed, man. Tell us. Daza, tell us what you observed. He took a measurement of a flat earth. Yes, tell us. Daza is not even in a VC. He's only in the chat.
So, does anyone have any anecdotal stories to tell? Any experiences that they've had, like maybe in real life where, you know, this topic's come up or anything like that? Just if you're interested. If not, well, I'm just trying to maybe get something going, conversation, bit of airtime, content for the YouTube.
Shit, all the time, almost every day for me.
Yeah, it comes up in conversation every day.
Almost every day. Like, I don't know if you remember a couple of weeks ago, a girl I invited, I was at her house and I just sparked up a conversation at random. It usually happens like that with me.
Oh, sorry, man.
Because I
One sec.
usually
You're
talk to
coming in
people.
a bit robot-y, that's all. Like I can almost, yeah. You might have to just drop out, come back in. Give it a try now.
Yeah, I would say like, I don't know if you remember, I invited a girl, to the to the show, and while I was at her house, it's like one of her neighbors. We sparked up a conversation about flat Earth, and it usually happens like that for me. It's like random, but it happens all the time for me. But it's like random most of the time.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good that you're inviting people in here too from, like, you know, from your daily interactions. But how did it go? Like with that neighbor, how did it go?
Oh, so far, like I received text messages from just about every day. So he asked her for my number, he received my number, and now we talk on a daily basis about flat Earth. He's still a Glober, but we talk every day.
Oh, that's cool. So, like, it doesn't end up heated or anything like that.
Almost never, and that's just that one guy recently.
That's good. Yeah, cool. Yes, yeah. It's still good for, like, you know, people to, like, to have it in their mind, because, like, at least it's challenging, right? Their paradigm, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and especially like I use different approaches for different people, and usually, like I said, it usually never gets heated, but there's always that little that moment where you're like, oh yeah, he's thinking, and you recognize that, and then usually you expect him to be like, yeah, I want to talk more about this, and that usually happens. But almost never it's like on the internet where people start insulting you and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't get much of an opportunity to, like, I mean, just, I don't bring it up very much, like, so I have before, and other people may do with me as well, but, like, very rarely. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe I might need something to wear that might trigger, a response or something, to get more interaction in my daily life, with my interactions with people in real life.
But yeah, that may very well work because usually it's like uh, it's like I'm being witty about it. Like we'll be talking about something completely different, and then I just slip it in, and then we'll start talking about.
Yeah, I had this one friend like occasionally like because like he he's a little bit into the conspiracy stuff, right? Like, so occasionally he'll bring up something about like a fleet of alien ships is apparently reported on its way to Earth and all this sort of stuff, right? And he'll look at me and he knows, right? Because we've talked about it before, and then he'll go, "Oh yeah, that's right." Like, and he goes, "So what?" And then he'll might let's say, "So what do you think? Like what's out there?" Like I don't know, not aliens, but alien ships. That's just science fiction, man. Yeah, but he's not really that interested. I can just tell he just wants to move away from it real quick. I went through the Black Swan with him one day, and he was like looking at me like with the fluoride stare, but nodding along. Yeah, and as soon as I got to the conclusion of it, like he was just like wanting to just move on to something different. He just didn't want to know. Like, yeah, so it's like, okay, I get you. And there's like no hostility there, no animosity. I sort of just get it. I get it. You don't want to talk about it. That's cool. So I won't bring it up.
Yeah, you get that a lot. Yeah, you get that a lot, but with those people, it's cool because you know that you planted that seed, and like with your friend when that thing came up about outer space and that fleet of aliens, he knows and he thought about it, so that's good enough.
Yeah, his now ex-wife. One day there, my wife and I were visiting them, and we were leaving, right? And so we were still in discussion as we were leaving about something, right? And his wife said something like, I can't remember what it was exactly we were talking about, but she used the term flat earther as derogatory towards like, oh, that'd be like being a flat earther or something like that. Like, oh, because we're in agreement about something being ridiculous, like that was unrelated to flat Earth. And then she said something about, yeah, that's just like being a flat earther or something. And I went, hey, I'm a flat earther. And she's like, oh, right. Like, I don't know if she did it deliberately or not, like knowing. I don't think she remembered. I don't even think she knew I was at that time. But yeah, I said, I'm a flat earther. And she's like, I just don't understand how anybody could think that. And we were leaving, so I said that's a discussion for another day. Never happened though, because anyway, they broke up and that now. She was a piece of shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
Occasionally.
It's almost the same. I don't know if anybody remembers because maybe it was a couple of years ago, but my ex, she was a Glober. And her best friend one day when she came over, she was like, yeah, we don't want to get into that because we know he's a flat earther. And then she was like, oh, me too. And she was like, what? It was like her best friend's a flat earther. And that's all I talk about and listen to. And then she was surprised. Like, she's like, oh, you don't want to talk to him about that because he'll start talking about flat earth. And she's like, oh, well, I'm a flat earther too. And she was like, oh, my, and that's my ex, mind you.
Oh, that would have hurt. That would have bit like she, and I bet the jealous clause came out then too. She's like, "Oh shit!"
Oh, definitely.
my man and my best friend are both flat earthers. Urgh.
And she was one of those ones like I'll talk about it and then it'll start make sense. And she'll be like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't want to hear about it anymore. It just doesn't matter." She was one of those.
Right. Yeah. That's right. It translates to, I think it's a globe, but I can't prove it.
I have a friend like that. Like, he's my best friend, and he's. So when I told him about the flat Earth, he started to laugh. Oh, you're crazy, you're this. So we used to go to the same school in Thailand, yoga school. So it's been 10 years now. I'm not going there, but he's been going there a lot. And he asked his guru, let's say, what do you think about flat Earth? And he told him, yeah, I think they're a little bit right, And so he called me now. He asked me about things about flat Earth, and yeah, it's he didn't believe me, but when the other guy told him that it can be flat, and now he's interested about it. He's in Australia, by the way. He lives in Melbourne now, but I don't know if he left
awesome,
or something, because he's a diver. He's my diving instructor as well. So he dives, and he went. I don't know. He went to work a little bit there, and he goes back to Thailand. So I might go and meet him in the end of the year, and let's see what happens. But at first, when I told him, he was like, "Oh, you're crazy, man! What you're smoking? All these things and blah blah blah." But now he's interested. It's nice. Oh, there's what are you talking about, man? This Daza guy is crazy.
Bro. Daza, get in. Like, fuck. We don't even really want to talk to him. Just a chat skank.
Okay, I was going to come and talk, so I remember his name. I know him. I know his name, but
he might be listening on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I've got a lot of those guys ignored, so I don't get, if I want, I can see what they've written, but after I don't even want to just engage with them anymore.
I mean, he thinks like baseline doesn't go forever. Triangles, I don't know. I don't know. I think he's coping, so it's fine. Last time I talked to him, I said, "Man, there is a lot of flat earthers in Melbourne as well. You want me to send you some some connections and you go and talk to them?" He goes, "No, not yet, not yet. I have to learn more." So maybe soon.
Oh, your friend? Yeah.
Yeah, my friend.
Right, yeah, well, Daz 68 is in Melbourne. Timbo's in Melbourne. Yeah. Don't know about anybody else.
But he has a work in. He found a job in Perth diving, so he was going to go there probably. So I don't know if he went there. I talked to him like a week ago, so maybe I give him.
Salt Lake Stacey's in Western Australia.
But I mean, he's been around. Like he went. He did his instructor license. He did it in Byron Bay.
Byron Bay, yeah, that's just a little bit north of me.
Yeah, all the way up there. Yeah, he went all the way up there to do it. And but lately he was working. He went to work in Tasmania, but it was too cold there. And then he went to Perth. Lately, 2 years ago. But then he went 1 year to Thailand and back to home, and now he's back to Melbourne. And he said he found a job there, and I don't know if in Melbourne or Perth, so I'm not sure. It's good. I mean, he was telling me, "Come, man, you can," because I'm a diver as well. I'm a dive master. Come and work here. You know, I mean, you can make good money, like 600-700 a day. You know, it's like Australian dollars. So I don't know. I might do it soon. It's good money, you know. I mean, you make quick money, and then you take a year off. You do whatever you want, traveling around. Especially if you're traveling in Asia, like, you know, Thailand, Cambodia, or Malaysia, Indonesia. It's like cheap. You can live for a while, and I don't know. We'll see. But I have to renew all my license, all my things, and it's been a while. Because now I'm living in Las Vegas and there is no diving here, so it's been a while I didn't do any diving. I have to renew everything and study new things, and the thing is, the way I got him in, it was when I talked to him about the gas pressure without the container. That's what flipped him around. He didn't believe me, all these things, and when I told him that, how can you have gas pressure without the container? He said, oh, you cannot have it. I said, oh, how come you are breathing pressurized air? He goes, what are you talking about? I said, think about it. So it went silent for like a couple of minutes maybe, and then he goes, are you saying we are in a contained environment? I said, yes. Oh yeah, man, that makes sense. So this is when he went and started to ask around, and you know, everybody has his own things. Me, it was the water 6's level. When I saw that, I was like, oh man, how did I didn't see that? Because I used to live in the Mediterranean Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea it's not very big, it's small, and sometimes we used to have like flat surface, like we could see miles and miles and miles away, you know, like from one side of the country until the other side of the country, you know. It's like, but I never thought about it. For him it was a gas pressure, like Kiwi.
Well, I guess his profession, right? He should. Yeah. Well, the water thing should hit him because of his profession, and the gas pressures thing should hit him because of his profession. Definitely, right?
Because I talked to him many times about the curvature and this and that, and he was like, oh, what are you talking about? That this doesn't make any sense, blah, blah, blah. And one day I was like, oh, but gas pressure, and then it clicked to him, you know, and he was like, oh yeah, damn, now it makes sense. Yeah. And you know, in diving it's all about pressure and underwater, you know, how deep you are going, how much you're gonna do your safety stops and all these things, you know. And so it clicked to him. That was his thing to click.
Yeah. The moving thing was one thing that really got to me, like just at first, right? And it like even still just a little bit on the fence, you know, I like that hit me really hard. I was like, and it was at the end of 200 Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs, he's like, you know, the music's all serene and he's sitting there talking softly. He's talking really softly, and you know, he's like, sit still for a minute. And he's like, what does that even mean? sit still. And he's going through the whole notion of us hurtling through the universe at all these preposterous speeds, and that really clicked with me. I knew that. I that's something that I expressed to my siblings. I'd tell them, sit still, and they'd say, I am, and I'd say, no, you're not. You're actually, moving at 700 kilometers an hour in that direction, and they were like, what? And I'd go through the whole thing about all right, rotation, axis of rotation and orbit, the sun moving around the galaxy. I go through all that with them, right? And I'd never really sat down and listened to my fucking self saying all this shit, right? And someone else says it to me, right? And I'm like, oh shit. This is something that I do not experience. Never. And how could I? And when would I? How would I ever observe the Earth moving? Right? What basis? I know that they say, of course you can't because, there are reasons, excuses and all that, right? And if you could get away far enough from the Earth, you could see it moving and all this bullshit, right? I don't think that's even true, right? But, not even within their own paradigm would it be that apparent, But anyway, look, what hit me was, what grounds do I have really, based on my experience of reality, what grounds do I have to accept that's true? And I really had to be honest with myself and say, none. None.
Exactly. You see, I used to do a lot of yoga and meditation and all these things, and all in these things you have to sit still. Like to meditate, for example, in the yoga or whatever you're doing, you have to sit still. How can you sit still while you are moving 1,000 miles an hour or, I don't know, 800 miles an hour? You're not sitting still.
Right?
Imagine you're sitting, you're meditating like, oh, you don't want to move. Like, you have to calm your brain, everything, no movement, nothing. I mean, if I'm moving 1,000 or million miles away, miles an hour, if you take all the rotations that they told us about, and we're not feeling this. I'm still, man. I'm not moving. I'm not doing any movement.
It's absolutely ludicrous.
Exactly.
It's a joke.
Yeah. And I'm happy that at least, okay, he didn't believe me. At least he went somewhere else and he tried other people and he asked other people that he trusts, and they told him, yeah, it must be flat. I mean, it can be flat. Now I told him, okay, find me interview with your Swami so I can ask him some questions, because the Swami is a very intelligent person as well. I mean, he's not like just a person going around bullshitting. He told him, yeah, it can be flat, but I don't know, or I don't know what he said to him, but he said, yeah, he told me that it can be flat. So tell me more about it. And then I told him about gas pressure without the container, and then he goes, oh yeah, man, that makes more sense, because it is, as you said, it's his job, it's his thing, and he knows about gas pressure and container and all these things, and yeah.
Yeah, that's that's the thing. A lot of people do start, when you mention certain things, they relate it to their experience of life, right? because what else are you going to like appeal to? You know, your imagination. I mean, that was like my father-in-law. You know, mentioned, you know, like gas pressure. You know, and he's like him being a working man. You know, understanding. You know, like he's going to have to pump up a tire, change a tire, whatever. You know, like on his tractor or whatever. He's like, yeah, I get that, right? You know, and I talked about level, you know, water seeking its level, and that was like, he's like, yeah, because like he's been like he's built things and you know, fence lines, like a lot of it, hundreds of miles of fence line that guy's built in his lifetime. I mean, but and a lot of it just by eye, right, and just you know, not even needing levels and things like that. But you know, he has had to use, you know, water levels and things like that in construction. And so yeah, he's like, yeah, right. That hit him, you know. And when I mentioned about the motion, you know, so you're moving so many kilometers a second, supposed to be moving. He's like, that's bullshit. He's like, no. Like just based on his immediate experience, right? Just sitting there talking at that moment, he's like, no, I don't believe that, right? So like he's already just like instinctively a fucking flat earther already, you know, just instinctively. Like, and it's just I just pointed it out to him really, and he's like, you know, but I still think that he holds like reservations about it all, like because he'll often bring up, you know, like. Well, they said, you know, about the rockets, you know, Elon Musk and the ISS and all this stuff, you know, like so. I think he still has reservations about it all, and he's not a really learned man. But I mean, you know, he didn't go to school. He did everything he learned for his like profession. He just learnt on the job, you know. Mm-hmm. So it's all life experience, and
it's funny when you said about the. Eric Dubé's 200 proof, and when I was in 2014, when I was in Thailand, I was in the yoga school as well in Thailand, and I used to watch a lot of conspiracies, especially back then. I was watching what was his name? English guy, the one who goes with reptilians and the queen is reptilian and all these things. David Icke.
David Icke, yeah.
Yeah, I was watching David Icke, but you know the YouTube is like I had on the YouTube and after that one it came Eric Dubé's 200 proof, and I said, oh man, another flat earth, what the hell is talking this guy? Let me watch, let me see what he's saying. And when he came to the water 6 level, and then I had this flash coming to my eyes, that because I used to go a lot fishing on the beach back home in Lebanon, Mediterranean Sea, and I used to see so much. And when he said water 6 level and you can see so much, and I was like, oh my god, yes, I could see like 60 kilometers, even 70, 80 kilometers, and oh my god, how did I miss all these things? I had all these flashbacks, and I was like, oh man, the earth must be flat. And I came back home from that journey, and I said to my friends, oh man, the earth, it must be flat. And they all told me, him as well, he said, they told me, oh man, you must be smoking too much, you must be tripping a lot and this and that. I said, well, okay, I don't want to talk about it, because all of them, they went against me. All my best friends that I trust them, and I was telling them this great news, and they laughed at me. Oh man, you're stupid. Okay, we understand that the government is this, government is that, but you were talking about, but you're telling us that the earth is flat. It cannot be. Come on, man. Because I used to tell them how beautiful is the sky, the stars. They found a new planet, and I was one of these guys. Yeah, I was a member of astronomy magazines. I used to buy them every month and watch what they found a new planet and this and that, and I was into this shit. And suddenly I changed, and they were going, "Oh man, I mean, it doesn't make sense. You are telling us, you were telling us, oh, they found a new planet, and now you're telling us that it's flat. So all this thing doesn't exist." So I was not very well. I didn't know much about it.
Yeah.
So I couldn't rebut, and I couldn't rebut them, telling them, yeah, this, that, So I said, okay, I have to learn about it. And then I got my green card to United States, and so I came back here, and I was studying a lot, and so we were far away, and the communication, it was not the same as before. It's not face to face. So I didn't really talk to them for a while, and then when 2021 all these things started, you know what I mean. I don't want to say it because it's not very friendly, YouTube friendly, and I was talking about them as well, be careful, don't do this, don't do that, and in the end, only him that he started to believe me. He didn't take any of this shit they were imposing in Melbourne. He said, "Okay, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but I want to ask my Swami. If he tells me," so he asked his Swami. The Swami told him the same exact things what I was saying. And now he start to believe me more because, okay, you're saying the same things that this guy is saying, that I trust him. And now he start to trust me as well. And then when I got him gas pressure without a container, that's when it clicked for him. And now he's not, I wouldn't say he's a flat earther yet, but he's at least asking the questions. The other day he sent me a thing about Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that, oh, the Earth is a globe because we can see the lunar eclipse. So I said to him, okay, check about Selenian eclipse. So he told me, yes, you're right, man. That doesn't make sense.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, where I live now it's me and my mother and my nephew. So all of them, they believe in flat Earth, and it's not. You see, they don't care about it. So that's why I say they believe. I mean, my mom, she has her own problems she's dealing with, diabetics and this and that, so she doesn't have time for this, but she listens to me. When we were in this crazy things happening in 2021, she got pneumonia. I took her to the emergency, and they were going to give her all this shit. She said, no, 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 no. My son told me I will not take anything. But she didn't take anything. So, and she trusts me. She believes me. But still, I'm the son. And my nephew believes me as well. So it's good. I mean, like tomorrow, Sunday, we have a meeting in Las Vegas. I created a small group, Flat Earthers, that we meet every month, once a month. We do events between us, and so
Yeah.
I'm trying to do whatever I can,
Yeah, no, it's awesome, man. It's like so I spoke about the father-in-law, right? But the mother-in-law, right? She when I first started getting into this, she's like, "Oh, flat Earth, that's silly." Like, but she's this devout, like Nazarene style Christian, but like really biblical, like, and really solidly follows like Sabbath and on all that stuff, right? And and she's like, "Oh, flat Earth, that's so silly nonsense," all right? And so I had to come at her with the because she's not like really educated, So I came at it from the biblical point of view. So I'm like pointing out, like these verses and stuff about not moving and all that, and yeah. And I don't push it with her because, like, I know she's really not interested. Like, she doesn't really care either way, right? Like, if God created a globe, He created a globe. If He created a flat, He created a flat. Whatever. Like, she's just worried about salvation, basically, and doing the right thing and following the commandments and all that, and being a good person, right? That's all that's important to her. But like, when I point out like verses to her, from the Bible, she's like nods her head and she's like, So that like gets her thinking about it at least, like, and she doesn't disagree, she can't disagree. It's like the thing that she lives by, like she's not going to deny what the thing she lives by says, and she'd read these things before. She just never thought about it, like in terms of physical reality, right? Like, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like next month, my sister and brother-in-law are coming, immigrating to United States, and I think they will be flat earthers soon as well because they kind of believe what I think, and they listen to me. So hopefully, they're gonna be flat earthers soon as well. And the thing is, you see, the only thing I learned that I don't want to force on anybody. Like my younger sister, she didn't believe me, and she had her own thing, and she did her own thing, and unfortunately, she passed away. But and I learned that you cannot change everybody in life, so they have to accept it as a free will, So I just say whatever I know, whatever I feel, whatever I can tell them, and if they find out that okay, what he's saying is right, or no forcing. It's like everybody has his own life. Everybody has his own choice to do in life.
Journey. Yep.
Yeah, and it's their own journey. It's like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like I spoke to my, I live very far from my siblings, and we were once really close, and now barely contact each other. But I did ring, I've contacted them, on the phone, spoken with them, and it's come up, right? So, two sisters are a little bit, like one sister, one of my sisters, after speaking to her at length about it, she said, "Well, you know what? I think it's a globe, but I can't prove it, and I'm not going to try and convince you, right?" I was like, "Yeah, cool. That's and the other sister was just like, "What? Really? What?" And she was like asking me questions and stuff, but that was going back a while. I haven't spoken to her for a long time, but yeah, she was like, "But you told me all this stuff, because I used to school them on heliocentrism, right?" She's like, but you used to tell me all about the universe. I know. And my little brother, right? I rang him up, and I didn't even have to mention it. He's like, we're just talking for a while, and he said something about flat Earth, and I'm like, "Yeah, what do you know about that?" And he goes, "Yeah, the Earth's flat." And I went, "You knew, and you didn't tell me?" Yeah. I said, "What? He knew before I did. He knew before I did."
I had a friend back home, and I used to talk so much about the out of space, and he was like so excited. And then he said, "Man, I want to buy a fucking telescope." And I mean, in Lebanon, he went and bought a telescope for $800, and just to watch the stars and the moon and all these things, And I saw him he came to visit his family, or I think he had I was living in California back then, and he came. He had a exhibition in Las Vegas. Now I live in Las Vegas, and when he came back, when he came to Los Angeles, and we went together out and hiking and all these things, and I was talking about him about the flat earth. I said, "What the hell you're talking about, man? You told me about the space and all these things. I bought this telescope, you remember?" I said, "Yes, I remember." And I'm teaching my daughters about the out of space and all these things, and now you're telling me it's flat and the outer space doesn't exist. I said, "But you remember when we went to the mountain and we took the telescope, we were trying to look to the stars and we couldn't see anything, man. It's like we could see only twinkling lights. There was nothing as we used to see on the picture in the magazine," because I used to buy the magazines. He said, "Yes, so it was not reality. It's like the magazine that we used to dream about. It was not the reality. The telescope, it was the reality. It was only twinkling lights. The pictures of the magazine, it was not reality." I don't know. I mean, I didn't talk about to him a lot, for a while now. I don't know.
Yeah, big disconnect there, isn't there? Like, look at this magazine. Look, let's get a telescope so we can see that, right? And then you get your telescope and you go out. It's like, hey, what's going on? Why can't I see it like that?
I didn't have money to put the $800 to buy a telescope, but because I used to talk to him so much about the magazine that I used to buy and show him the pictures and all these things, so he wanted to see this shit, and I wanted to see these things as well. So he went and bought the telescope. I don't know. I think it was like, I don't know how many inches. It was like big one, and in the end, we didn't see any of the fucking things that we used to watch we used to see on the magazine, except the moon. Yeah, but nothing. The planets, okay, they were nice, but they were not the same as the magazine that they were showing us. It's like it's not the same thing, and I don't know. Maybe next time he comes back, I tell him about flat Earth as well more. And I was so much in love with the space, man. I was like, oh my god. I was even dreaming like, oh, I want to go and sign up for these people that they want to go to Mars, one-way ticket. I said, okay, I'm not married, I don't have kids, so why not? I can go, you know. And it's crazy. No, I didn't spend a lot of money. I met my friends to spend the money. Ultimate FE final boss. I didn't spend the money.
Yeah,
my friend.
But the idea of space made a lot of people spend lots of money about space.
Yeah. My friend, like they spend the money. I didn't spend it. Yeah, you see, because I was so excited about it, and I used to believe so much about it, and I used to talk so much, and to how you say it, enthusiastic about it. So they went.
And enthusiastic.
Yes, and they went and they said, okay, we're gonna see if this guy is talking the truth or not, and we were disappointed actually. Me and him, the guy who bought the telescope, we went to the mountains, you know, away from the light pollution, and because I knew about light pollution, because in the city Beirut, we were not going to see anything because of the light pollution. So we went to the mountains, and we were trying to focus on anything. We couldn't. I mean, it's like, okay, we could see things like, you know, twinkling lights only, nothing as it was mentioned in the magazines. And I was like, oh, why we cannot see? Because they said with this telescope you can see this and this and this. Even the telescope that he bought, it was like a good quality telescope, and there was like a manual with it, and it says like you can see this, you can see this planet, you can see these stars, you can see these things. We didn't see any of it, and we were like kind of disappointed. Yeah.
The pictures in magazine, in newspapers, on television, they show you good pictures of space, so they make you excited. So you start believing in space, and then you spend lots of money. But when you buy a telescope and you look, it's entirely different to what you've been shown in a newspaper, magazine, television.
Exactly. But back then I didn't know about flat Earth, but I was still in this heliocentric model, right? I had in my mind, or we had in our mind. So we thought maybe, oh, they lied. You know, the telescope is not big enough. Maybe we have to spend another $1,000 buy the bigger telescope, and you know, all these things. That's what we were thinking, instead of thinking of flat Earth or of other ideas. But we had this idea of heliocentric model in our mind, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I used to love space before I knew about flat Earth. Before I knew about gas pressure. I used to love space and the idea of space, going to space, going to Mars, and all that. And as soon as I found out that was all just bullshit, then you just have to let it go, don't you?
Oh yeah, you see, I didn't have the problem to let it go, because at first, I mean, you know, my awakening didn't start with a flat Earth. It was more the governments, they lie. 9/11, it was not what they said, you know, all these things. And when I came up to flat Earth, that was not a problem for me to say, oh, okay, they lied to me on this one as well. Even though it was hard to swallow, but I already gave up because when I was kid, I used to think like, oh yeah, the governments they are there to help me. That's what I thought. My government is not good, but if I go to another country, I traveled when I was like 18 years old. I escaped with the civil war in Lebanon. I went to Greece. So I thought, oh yeah, of course, the Greek government, they are much better than my government. And then I went to Spain. I said, oh, the Spanish government, they are much better than the Greek government. Of course, they will not lie to me, these governments, all these things. That's what I had in my mind. But when I find out that they are all liars, they are all bullshitters, so I start to give up all these things. So I didn't have problem to let go of the heliocentric model that I used to love. For me, I used to still now like, okay, let me take a picture of what I'm seeing now. The moon is just there with a beautiful cloud next to it. That was my thing. Yeah, I used to watch with my own eyes. Whatever I used to see, it was my fantasy. I used to love to watch the stars and the sky, and the magazines. They used to give me more boost. That what I'm seeing, it's amazing. The only thing is I don't have the right instrument to see whatever they were showing me. They were showing it to me. And when I found out that it's all bullshit, okay, it was a little bit hard, but I didn't hesitate to give it up. And I think that was a little bit why my friends, they were like, what the hell you're talking about? You were saying like 2 months ago, you were saying, oh, everything, it was beautiful, and now you're saying, oh, all this shit can be wrong, can be fake. And that's why they throw me out, and they said, oh yeah, you might be tripping, you might be on drugs or something or whatever. It's like, I used to do a lot of drugs back then as well. I don't disagree with that, but it was not difficult for me to let it go. But for them, it was difficult. I don't know why. Let me see this one. Let me get this picture. It's beautiful.
Because some people can't let it go because when you're young as a kid, they tell you all these stories, and then you grow up and you believe it, and the indoctrination is so strong, and it's very hard for some people to let it go. Some people can let it go, and some people can't. So, but at the end of the day, it's about truth. So people want truth. They don't want to be bullshit all the time. So there we have it.
What if it actually is true? And you're the one with a false belief. Would you want to let go of something that is true?
Hey, Mez, I'm not talking to you. The other day, you asked me for proof what reality looks like. I showed you 3 videos, and you denied it. So there's no point in having a conversation with you. You asked me proof, and I showed you what reality looks like. Last time we spoke, you asked me. Yeah, so there's no point in me.
I'm talking to you. You were said
you
something
deny
about
everything, Mez. You deny everything.
The rocket on the moon, or something.
So there's no point in me showing you.
So this is what I'm seeing now. You see, I'm sitting in my backyard. I can see the moon. I can see the trees, I can see everything, and I can feel no movement, and I am still sitting where I am. It's so beautiful. I mean,
You think you
of
should be able
course,
to feel movement?
if I'm moving, I have to feel it.
Are you sure?
Have you been?
So when you sit on a train,
Yes.
like a particularly smooth train, like the ones in Japan, you think you feel it moving?
Okay. You tell me, have you been anywhere moving and you didn't feel the movement?
Yes.
Where?
So sometimes when you're in a car, you can't feel it moving.
Oh,
Sometimes
really?
when you're on a train, you can't feel it moving.
How come my car, when it's moving even 5 miles per hour, and I feel it, and when I stop, I feel it?
Because you feel
I
acceleration and deceleration, you don't feel movement.
So acceleration and deceleration is not movement. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. So you feel acceleration and deceleration, you don't feel movement.
So when I'm in my car,
you have to move
I'm
to
not
accelerate
moving.
or decelerate. So that's just retarded.
Wait.
Do you understand the difference between like a velocity and acceleration?
Do you understand that you would?
sitting in my car.
Are you dodging the question because you realize you just said something very, very stupid?
You are moving. You agreed with him. Migawigu said. So are you saying that deceleration and acceleration isn't movement? And you said yes, exactly. What the fuck, bro? You okay?
Tito, but are you really going to hang yourself with this? Do you understand the difference between acceleration and velocity?
Are you okay?
What
I'm okay, Tito, but you don't seem to understand the difference between a velocity and acceleration.
Get out.
Oh, wait.
Come on, Tito. Why don't you answer it? What's the difference between acceleration and velocity?
No. Wait.
Accelerating, that they're not moving.
Yeah, because movement, you're not necessarily accelerating when you're moving.
Go away. Don't talk to you, bro.
No, wait.
Okay, I mean, it's okay. Look, you realize you said something stupid, and now you're running away from it. It's okay. Just don't say it again, okay?
Okay,
you said something stupid, you idiot.
I don't think I said something stupid. I said you feel acceleration and deceleration. You don't just feel movement.
What's the difference? What's the difference?
You could be on a moving train, okay, and not feel it. Because the train's
Migawigu asked you, are you saying that if you're accelerating or decelerating that you're not moving? And you said, yes. You're an idiot.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay,
yes, you did.
No, I didn't. And I think I've pretty clear that he's not pine position. So why are you still hung up on this?
Okay, Maz, you're in the train that is moving. The train, is it accelerating or is deaccelerating?
Well, if it's at a steady speed, it's not accelerating or decelerating.
What?
If it's at a steady speed, it's not accelerating or decelerating.
Wait. No. That I didn't ask you that. If the train is moving, do you feel it or not?
This is a stupid question.
Oh.
It's like if I'm wearing a shirt, is it red or blue?
Okay. Moving is not acceleration or deacceleration, right?
No.
So what is it then?
Moving is moving. Okay. You have a velocity. That's like the speed that you're moving in a straight line. Okay. And then you've got acceleration. That's you increasing your speed, or you've got deceleration, which is decreasing your speed.
Okay. I'm sitting on my chair. Am I moving?
No.
Okay.
Well, in relation to the Earth, you're not moving.
So I am sitting in my car. Am I moving?
Is it on? You've got the accelerator push down.
It is on. It is on.
You're driving down the street.
Yes.
Okay, then it's moving.
Okay. Am I feeling it?
I don't know. Can you feel it? Are you accelerating? If you're accelerating, then you probably feel it. If you're not,
of course
then you
I feel it. Of course I feel it because it's moving. Of course I feel. What is a movement? Movement is from going to one place to another place, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're accelerating or not, or you're deaccelerating. You're moving. You're going from one place to another place. Are you moving or not?
If you're going from one place to another, you are moving.
Then you are accelerating to go from one place to another place. So you are moving.
Okay, you don't understand what accelerating is. Accelerating is when you're continuously increasing your speed.
Okay. Wait, I'm sitting in my chair. I'm sitting in my chair.
And the more you accelerate, the more you're going to feel it.
I'm sitting on my chair. I'm not moving, right?
Yes, in relation to the Earth.
I'm going from here to the other place. From A to B. Am I moving or not?
Then you would be moving.
Okay. Am I accelerating to go from A to B, or I'm not?
You will have to accelerate, but once you've reached your speed, then you will not be accelerating.
What? If I don't accelerate,
do you understand that? Like, okay, so imagine this, right? You're in your car, you sat in your driveway. You're moving at 0 miles per hour, and then you push down on the accelerator, and you start accelerating.
Can you
then you
move
accelerate to, let's say, 30 miles an hour. And then you stay at 30 miles an hour until you get from your driveway, or from wherever you've accelerated from your driveway, to your destination.
Let me understand
that?
No, let me understand you. If I'm 0 miles per hour, I'm going to, I'm point A. I want to go to point B.
Mm-hmm.
I am moving to point B, or I am standing still. I'm not moving.
If you get from point A to point B, you're going to have to move, okay?
Yes. To move, what action I have to take?
To move, what action do you have to take? Well, you're going to have to accelerate. You're going to have to increase your speed. Yes.
Yes. So, do I feel that acceleration?
Yes, you will feel it. Well, as long as you're accelerating past a certain amount, you will feel it.
If you are still, if you are sitting still, you're not moving, you're not feeling any acceleration, any deceleration. But if you're going to move...
So we agree that you feel acceleration.
If you're going to move, you need to accelerate to move.
Correct.
Otherwise, you cannot move.
Correct.
Right?
Hang on.
Okay. When you are in this process, are you feeling it or not?
Yes, if you're accelerating past a certain amount, then yes, you will feel it.
Thank you. You need to feel it.
No, you don't. If you accelerate very, very slowly, you're not going to feel it.
How slow you mean?
Well, I'm not sure how slow, but if you accelerated, say...
I'm accelerating 5 miles per hour.
1 millimeter per second, then you're not going to feel that.
Are you moving... are you moving that speed or more than that?
I'll just give you a hypothetical. If you're accelerating very slowly, you're not going to feel it.
Oh, yes,
do you understand that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you okay with hypotheticals?
Imagination is good. Imagination is only good in the mind.
Because that means we can think about things and say, okay, if this happened, what would happen? You know, if I didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would I feel? And if we can't answer that, then we've got a problem.
But imagination is only in the mind. It's not in reality. In reality, you have to put effort to move from one place to the other place, right? And the effort that you are going to put, you will feel it. Doesn't matter how slow it is. You're going to feel it.
It absolutely does matter how slow it is. Because, you know, when you're on like a roller coaster and it accelerates really, really fast, you get like pushed into the back of the chair and you like feel
even
like,
if it's very, very, very
But then like if you're in like if you're on a granny mobile and you accelerate very, very slowly, it's a nice like stable ride and you don't really feel it.
Yes, but you're going to still feel it. Doesn't matter. You're still going to feel
it. It absolutely does. So you understand that like when you're on a roller coaster and that accelerates really fast, you feel that very strongly. Yet when you're on something that accelerates very slow, you don't really feel it much. So the slower something accelerates, the less you feel it. Do you understand that?
You still feel it. You still feel it.
Do you understand?
Slowly.
Do you understand that the slower something accelerates, the less you're going to be able to feel it?
But you still understand.
Just yes or no. The slower something accelerates, the less you will feel it. Do you understand?
Doesn't matter.
Yes or no? I just want a yes or no. The slower something accelerates, the less you will feel it. Can you answer this? Yes or no?
Even if it's a slow,
Not an even if, that's not an answer. Yes or no. The slower something accelerates, the less you're going to feel it.
You're going to feel it.
Not you, that's not an answer. The slower something accelerates, the less you will feel it. Yes or no?
You're going to feel it. Yes, you're going to feel it.
That's not an answer. Just answer. The slower something accelerates, the less you will feel it. Yes or no?
You're going to feel it.
Yes, okay, great. So the slower something accelerates, the less you will feel it. So if something accelerates slowly enough, you're not really going to be able to feel it, okay?
You're going to feel it. Doesn't matter how slow, you're going to feel it.
Prove it.
You don't feel it
prove me that
because
you
it's
go
not
from
spinning.
A to
How about
B.
that?
You're going to prove me that you go from A to B
You
and
just
you don't
asserted that no matter how slowly something accelerates, you will
Doesn't
always be
matter.
able to feel it. So go on, prove it.
You have to prove me that you go from A to B without feeling it. You have to prove me.
No, I don't. You just made a claim, okay, that you will always be able to feel acceleration no matter how slowly you move. Or how slowly you accelerate.
To prove me that you go from A to B without feeling any movement.
No, I don't. You have to prove your claim. You prove that you will always be able to feel acceleration no matter how slow it is. Yet you can't do this.
Of course you have to feel it. Of course you feel it. Of course you feel it.
That's not an of course at all. If we understand that the slower something accelerates, the less we will feel it. And logically, it seems to follow that if something accelerates slowly enough, we won't be able to feel it.
Show me you go from A to B without feeling it.
No, you need to show that. That's your claim.
It's your claim. Why I want to show you?
No, it's your claim. You claimed that no matter how slowly something accelerates, you will always be able to feel it.
You said if I go from A to B, I don't feel it. Doesn't matter
That's
how
not what I said at all. I said you feel acceleration and deceleration, that you don't feel movement. If you move at a constant velocity, you won't be able to feel it.
From A to B, you are moving. Are you accelerating to move, or you are not moving?
Yeah, you will have to accelerate to move, but once you're at a set speed, you will not be able to. You will not feel it. You don't need to accelerate anymore.
What you're saying doesn't make any sense.
Of course, this makes sense. This is completely logical. Acceleration is the change in speed. If your speed isn't changing, you're not accelerating.
Is there acceleration in the movement or not?
Not necessarily.
So how can you move without acceleration?
Because if you're staying at a set speed and your speed isn't changing, then you're not accelerating.
How did you start your speed?
We're not talking about how you started your speed. You said, can you be moving without accelerating? Yes, you can.
Okay. From 0.
There's no O here.
From 0 to 100.
Yeah, if you're moving if you're accelerating from 0 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour, yes, you're accelerating. But if you're going from 100 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour, there's no change there. You're not accelerating.
How you are moving without the acceleration?
Because if you're at the speed that you want to be going, and this speed doesn't change, you are not accelerating.
Which speed I'm going?
What do you mean, which speed you're going?
I don't know. You're telling me that if I go.
Well, this guy's like bricked, so he clearly can't follow anything. So does anyone else have anything?
I'm in zero. I'm zero. I'm zero speed. I'm sitting on my chair. I want to go.
Very good. Okay, look. I can send you some links, some citations about acceleration if you want to read them. But I think we're done here.
I don't care, man. Can I ask you a question? I'm sitting on my chair. I want to go from here to point B. I'm point A.
I think we've been over this.
How I'm gonna go there without any acceleration?
We've already been over this. I've already told you.
You didn't tell me anything.
You're struggling to understand it.
No, but you didn't tell me anything.
Well, you can watch back the live stream, and you can figure
what live. What live stream?
What live stream? Are you on Discord right now? Do you know where you are?
I'm talking to you. That's live. Tell me how I'm gonna from A to B without any acceleration.
I've already answered this.
That's all you have.
I've already answered it.
That's all you have.
Watch back the live stream.
That's all you have. So you don't have any answer. That's all you have.
I told you. I had an answer, and I've already answered it.
Oh.
So I'm not going to engage with you anymore because you're clearly not responding to anything that's actually being told to you.
Shut up then. Go on mute.
No, you shut up. I want to talk to someone else. You're bricked.
No. You tell me how I'm going to move from A to B without any acceleration.
I've already answered this, okay?
Tell me
if you're not satisfied with the answer, then I'm sorry, but you're going to get the same answer again.
Tell me again. Sorry. Tell me again.
Oh, we'll go watch back the live stream, okay? I told you about 3 or 4 times.
I don't want to watch anything. I don't want to watch anything, man.
Well, okay, then you're not interested in the answer. Then I'm sorry. But if you're not willing to learn, then there's not much we can do here.
And there is nothing learning. From zero.
I know you're not learning. You're not listening.
Zero.
You're not responding to the things being told to you.
Because you're an idiot. You're not saying anything.
I'm not an idiot. I've told you the answer. I've answered all of your questions in a perfectly reasonable manner.
What was it?
All the questions you've asked me.
What was it?
Okay, you bricked.
Yep. Okay. Go on mute then.
So, Tito, do you understand the difference between acceleration and velocity?
How can I go from A to B without acceleration? How can I?
I've already told you.
Oh yeah, I know. You told me. You told me bullshit.
Brilliant. So then remember what I told you, okay? And then that's your answer.
Yes, I know. I know. You didn't tell me anything. That's what I know. No? Well, that's what you think. You can say anything you want, but no proof. From zero, from A to B, no acceleration. I'm sitting down, I'm going to B without acceleration. How can you do that? Oh, I told you. That's all you have. If you had a concrete and proof, you would say it again and again and again and again. But you don't have it.
Why would I say it again and again and again? I've already told you about 4 times, and you struggle to grasp it.
4 times? Oh my God, 4 times! It was 1 time, now it's 4 times. Are you saying
I never said it was 1 time.
You said 4 times now.
Yeah.
All right.
Either way, I've told you multiple times the answer to this.
Multiple times now. Multiple
so if you want to go back and watch the live stream, yes, multiple times.
Yes.
If you want the answer again, just watch back the last, 10 minutes.
I don't want any answers because I know from A to B.
Of course you don't want answers. You want stubborn incredulity.
Because you're an idiot. Because A to B, you
I'm
need
not
to
an
have.
Idiot. If you don't understand the difference between acceleration and velocity, that's a problem with you, not me. I understand the difference. You don't seem to.
Acceleration and velocity. Now, acceleration and velocity. Oh, yes. That's what you said. So nothing to do with acceleration. So if you go from A to B without any effort, like you're sitting, now I know, because the earth is moving anyway, so you don't need to move. You sit down and the earth moves you.
We're not even at that point yet. If you're struggling to understand the difference between acceleration and velocity,
you're not saying
we can't even get into the whole shit about the earth spinning and that.
You're another idiot.
That's way above your pay grade.
Oh yes, I know. That's why you don't have a straight answer.
I've given you a straight answer.
Yeah, from A to B, no acceleration. You just move without any acceleration.
That is not what I said at all.
Of course.
So now you're lying.
Well, you're not giving me an answer.
I've given you an answer. If you're struggling to understand the difference between acceleration and velocity, that's a problem with you.
Acceleration and velocity. Oh my God.
Yep, those are the words I said.
Oh my God. Yep. That's what you said. Acceleration and velocity. So when I'm moving from one place to another place, I don't have any acceleration. I have velocity.
Well, if you think that, well done.
No, I'm not.
If you'd actually like to educate yourself,
I'm trying to find out what you think.
Or just Google it. We've got the internet.
I don't want to Google anything. I know what I'm doing. I'm sitting still.
No, you don't.
There is nothing moving.
You don't know anything.
Well, teach me.
Can you tell me what velocity is?
No, teach me from A to B.
You said you know. You said you know all this shit. So go on, educate us. Tell us what velocity is.
Did I say I know everything?
Yes.
Did I say that? Did I say I know everything?
You said you know anything about this? So go on, tell us what velocity is.
I'm just telling you that from A
Tell us what
to
velocity
B.
is. Go on.
If I want to go from A to B, I need to have acceleration to go from A to B. If I'm standing still, I want to go from A to B, I need to accelerate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So?
Tito, I just watched this little link that you put in the chat. Do you know that the words that you've written in the title aren't the words that I said?
Did I put anything in the chat?
You know when I said T-Dub, that's another person in the chat. That's not you. You can't even you don't even understand your own name.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? What did you put in the chat?
My God. I'd love to see some of you guys do like an IQ test. Just how does your mind work? I just observe you throughout your day to day.
Okay, I have zero IQ. I have zero IQ, man.
I believe
Please
that.
help
I
me.
believe that.
Help me to get like
I can't help you with that.
1%.
Sorry.
If you have 1%, please give it to me. You can help. So you just have the words, right? So from A to B, no acceleration, right? I don't have to accelerate to go from A to B, right?
I already answered this.
Oh yeah, I know.
And the answer is no. You do have to accelerate.
Yes, I need to accelerate. So what's the problem? See, they come in like they think like they gotcha. What the fuck you talking about, man? Velocity is different than the acceleration. Whoa.
I was going to ask, was he saying that acceleration isn't movement?
That's what Mingo Wigo asked him, and he agreed. He said exactly. He said his words, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard.
And then we don't understand the fucking thing. All I'm asking, if I'm accelerating from one place to another one, do I feel it or not? I answered you that. Oh my god.
Well, everyone is quite aware, like even if it's like not immediately like apparent to them that you know, like they're not having the sensation of like accelerating or decelerating. They're quite aware that they're in motion, right? And then when they stop, they're quite aware that they're no longer in motion.
He was telling me that if I'm driving in my car 5 miles an hour, if I would feel it or not. Of course I would feel it. I fucking drive my car fucking 11 hours an hour a day. Like I do 125 miles, 200 miles, 150 miles a day. Driving my car. I can feel when I'm accelerating, I'm deaccelerating, I'm stopping or not. He wants to convince me that all these things, I don't feel it.
No.
Because there is velocity or whatever he wants to fucking bring it up in it.
The change in velocity or direction would be your acceleration or deceleration. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is the thing, you know. Do I feel the Earth is spinning? No. Why? Because its velocity is whatever. You know, they're gonna bring all this shit about. Man, if I'm accelerating or I'm moving, I can feel it. Doesn't matter if I'm in a car, I'm a train, whatever I am. I can feel it. In a plane. This is another thing. Oh, in a plane, you don't feel you're moving. How? What the hell? I've been so many times in the planes. I always feel that I'm moving. I've been so many times in the trains. I feel I'm moving. In cars, don't tell me. Every day, my life is in my car. I feel even a small acceleration or stop or whatever. No, you don't feel it. What the fuck? Where these guys they are living? I don't know. They drive different cars than I drive, or they are in the planes that different than the planes that I am.
There'd be no such thing as car sickness if that was the case. If you couldn't feel any movement in the car, there'd be no such thing as car sickness. And I wouldn't get car sick. And it sucks, I tell you. So, no. Car sickness proves feel the car move.
I mean, man, doesn't matter. Even anything, any movement you're gonna do, you're gonna feel it. Doesn't matter if it's in the car, if it's in a plane, if it's either on a bicycle. If it doesn't matter where you are, you're gonna feel it. How? I don't know. I never been in a situation. I never feel that I'm moving or not, except when I'm sleeping. It's crazy. Now he's gonna tell me, "Oh, you've been in the train in Japan." So in the Japan, the train doesn't move. What the hell? Or velocity is different. What the fuck? Oh, sorry, my language. I don't know. Have anybody of anyone been in a place that is moving and they didn't feel the movement? Anybody, guys? I mean, I don't know. Am I the only one that is crazy that I feel every time I move? Even in a plane, I've been so many times in the planes. I feel moving. Trains, I feel moving. Cars, I feel moving it. Even the slowing down or whatever. You feel you're moving, you're not moving. Oh, now they're gonna tell me constant speed. Show me that doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know. The only way I don't feel movement is when I'm standing still. Like I was saying before, when I'm meditating, I don't feel I'm moving. Now we have a new guy. You can't feel movement in the internal frames. The things you feel is shaking, which acceleration, not movement. Man, I don't know what these guys are doing. Can you tell me one time that you moved and you didn't feel the movement? Doesn't matter if you were in the car or in a train or anywhere. Can you tell me any place that you were moving and you didn't feel that fucking movement? I don't know. I've been so many places. I've been in so many. What do you want? Trains? I've been in trains. Planes? I've been in trains. Cars? I've been in cars. What? You move and you don't feel movement? What the fuck? Show me something that where I cannot feel movement. All you have is fucking ideas, not reality. In reality, any movement you do, you're gonna feel it. You move your fucking eyebrow, you're gonna feel it. You're gonna move your hand, you're gonna feel it. Are you telling me you are in a fucking train that's going 500 miles an hour and you're not feeling it? Are you telling me that why the coin doesn't feel the movement? Really? Do you feel the movement? Or you are a coin? Maybe you are a coin. Why should I talk to you? Idiot.
Yeah, so Mez probably should have chosen his words more carefully. He probably was not meaning what I clipped him as having said, right? But he did say that, right? Now, obviously, he's going to, in retrospect, he's going to listen to that and go, well, okay, yeah, that's retarded. Like, that's not what I meant. Because you have to be moving or in motion, right? To be accelerating or decelerating, right? Otherwise, what the fuck, right?
I mean, T-Dub, how can you go from A to B without any acceleration or any movement? You have to accelerate.
Yeah, but that wasn't his point. His whole point was about like not sensing, like so our physical senses, like our vestibular system, or whatever.
Yeah, but how can you not sense?
Right, but it's not detecting. It's not detecting just motion, just period. Right, so you could be at a constant velocity and not perceiving it that you are at a constant velocity. Right, that you're moving. You're actually in motion.
Okay. Right? Have you ever experienced that?
No. Like you're always aware. That's what I said earlier. You're always aware in some manner that you are in motion because you. Like,
Exactly.
It'd be someone would have to have like drugged me and kidnapped me, then blindfolded me, and then set me on some device that is actually moving at a constant velocity, right? And me be unaware, right? That's the situation that I'm in, right? If they could do that, like potentially they could even have me turning, right, very, very slowly, and probably my senses probably I would not perceive it, right?
Have you been in that situation?
No.
Have you experienced that?
No.
Have he been experiencing that?
I don't know. I cannot speak for him. I mean,
any move, I don't know, man. I never experienced not moving which I was moving. It's when I'm moving, I always experience movement. Doesn't matter.
You're aware that you're moving, right? So, but the thing is, right?
If your eyes are closed, teed up. If your eyes are closed, you're moving. You feel it. There is no train track. There is no plane. There is no car. You will never feel the movement. You will always feel the movement.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's all in the imaginary mind that, yes, if I go in this speed that it is constant, I would not feel it, blah, 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 blah. But in reality, it never happens. It never happens.
That's fine, but I don't know what I'm guessing that it was leading to not being able to perceive, or having the sensation that you're not in motion, right, does not equate to you not being in motion. That's what. So he can't. He wanted to turn around and say that because you're on the earth and you're not experiencing it to be moving doesn't mean that it's a good argument to say that it's not in motion, right? That's probably where he was going. But if we take the claims that we're given, right, because he will then say that, well, it's because it's constant velocity, blah, 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 right? But no, because the Earth's claimed to be a ball and it's claimed to be rotating on its axis, right? So just that alone would be a change in direction, constant change in
of course,
direction.
Of course.
So that is going to be acceleration. So he doesn't have an excuse there, but then he'll say, well, it's just at an imperceivable rate that the change in direction is so fractionally small that it's imperceivable, right? So you're not going to experience that still. So people like that will just keep piling on excuse after excuse, because then you'll mention the orbital velocity and the orbital change, right? And it being elliptic, right? So that's, and it's circular and it's elliptic. So there is change there's acceleration, deceleration right there, right? And then you've got your galactic, your sun, your solar movement around the galaxy, and then the galactic movement. You've got all these different movements, but they would just keep piling on excuse after excuse.
Yep.
So that's
what he was trying to do.
If you're claiming that there's this imperceivable motion of the universe, right, and this body that we're on, you're going to have to give us evidence that motion is actually taking place, right? It's not enough of an argument to say because that'd be like saying, well, how we know it's not, how we know it is moving is because we can't feel it moving, right? No, that's not going to be their argument. That can't be their argument. There's got to be something else that they're going to appeal to in order to make the argument that we are actually in motion, but we just can't perceive it.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment 100%. I believe that's exactly where he was going. That's why he was trying to say that acceleration is an imperceivable motion depending on the how fast you're going.
And exactly that's what I'm saying. In reality, we never experience. In reality, we never experience movement that we are moving without feeling it. It's impossible. I mean, I've been in my car so many times that I went 5 miles per hour, and sometimes I go. You know what I do in my car? Sometimes I go like 1 mile per hour, just turning around, wasting time until I get another order, right? And every time I move, I feel it. Doesn't matter how slow it is, I feel it. He cannot show me any movement that I cannot feel it. In the train, in the car, in a perfect whatever, it's always you feel it. That's why he wants to come back after that the earth is moving in a constant speed and you are not feeling it. The earth is rotating, it's spinning, it's not constant speed, it's constant changing vector. So you always feeling the movement if you are in that situation. Otherwise, when I'm sitting in my chair, I'm not standing still. I am moving in their in their perspective. I am moving even if I'm sitting on my chair, not moving. That's the problem. That we are always moving in the heliocentric.
Yeah, of course. My
Dimension.
problem with that is sometimes like it just comes across so pompous, and proud, and like he wants to like take the conversation to where he's in control and he's the one schooling you. You're the idiot flat earther that needs to be.
That's why.
Right. I just hate that attitude. Like it's
That's why
just
he
bugs
was telling me velocity is different than acceleration. Tell me the difference between velocity and acceleration. Okay, if I'm not accelerating, what is the velocity? If I'm not accelerating, I'm sitting down in my chair. What is the velocity? He always has to bring it to a place that I should not feel it. Because, they have this thing that Einstein, he was in a train when he was passing through whatever, and he saw these things that all these stupid equations and all this shit that they're going to tell us. It's fucking unbelievable. Any train, any fucking thing I've been in, I felt the movement. Doesn't matter. I flew so many times in the plane. I've been in so many trains. I've been in my car so many times. Even when I'm walking, I'm feeling the movement. It's just like they want to bring it to a place that, oh yes, there is some place you cannot feel it. Where? Where is that? Show me that.
How do you feel about that, heretic? This is pretty deep.
We don't feel movement. That's it. I mean, we don't feel the movement of the earth.
I do.
Oh, really?
You have to prove that there's actually motion of the Earth to perceive or not perceive in the first instance. Anyway.
Do you feel that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Oh, tell me where, man. I want to go there and
Where do
feel
I
it.
feel it? How do you mean?
You feel the Earth is moving.
Yeah.
Where?
Are you asking me where on my body I feel it?
Now, where you are feeling that you are moving.
I'm in Brisbane, Australia.
And you are moving.
Yeah?
I don't get it. It's like the mainstream scientists come out and say that you can't.
Quake before.
I mean, you find out that these people have done experiments trying to prove Earth's motion.
No.
You look into those things, you find that out. And
What about you? You.
Yeah, have you ever felt an
feel you are moving? Forget about the people that they did all this. Do you feel that you are moving?
Right now, I'm in bed.
And you are moving, right? Do you feel that movement?
I'm moving my feet, yeah.
Do you feel the movement?
Have you ever heard of an earthquake, Migo?
Earthquake is different than the movement of the Earth is different, man.
This is what I'm talking about.
Was that true?
You're not gonna.
what are you saying, T-Dub? I can't hear you.
One sec.
T-Dub, do you have an earthquake as well in Australia?
No. Can you hear me though?
Yes,
yeah, you're coming in clear now.
Yeah. No, this is what I'm talking. Brett, you're not going to do this, all right? You're not going to play games. You're not going to you're not going to try and control the conversation with your fucking cryptic shit and asking people to explain and all that shit. You know what they're talking about. You be straight up. You be honest. We can just fuck off.
Hello. Yeah, okay, it's fine. I just thought I'd lighten the mood as I'm the only Glober here right now, you know.
It's okay to be Glober, but do you feel the movement of the Earth? That's the problem we're asking about. Are you feeling that you are moving when you are sleeping? I guess no, right?
To answer your question, no. If I was standing on an object that was rotating once every day, I would not feel it.
So, you don't feel the movement. That's good. That makes my life. You don't feel it.
What about if it wasn't moving? Would you feel it?
Who's that for?
He said that
That's for you, Mr. Britt.
If it wasn't moving, would I feel it?
That's correct. If it wasn't moving, would you feel it?
What am I supposed to be feeling here, sorry?
You're supposed to be feeling no movement.
Can you feel no movement? That's a bit of a silly question, isn't it, Batman?
You turned around and you said that if it was moving 1 revolution per day, you wouldn't feel it. So now I'm asking you, what about if it's not moving? What would you then say?
Well, I honestly, I'm baffled by the question. If there was no smell, you wouldn't be able to smell something. If there's no movement, you wouldn't be able to feel movement. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
because he's saying that you
my
believe
point
there's motion
exactly.
of the earth.
That's my point exactly. You're saying you can't feel it moving 1 revolution per day, and I'm saying that if you weren't moving, you ain't going to feel it either. So it's the same predicament, isn't it? So now
Yeah.
you've
So
got
we
to turn
agree.
around.
So we agree.
No, I don't
Through the
agree.
fact that you
No,
don't feel the rotation, it could go either way.
no,
It could still be rotating or
no,
not rotating because you still wouldn't
no,
feel it.
no. That's you. That's you. That's not me. I've been on the rides at the arcades, and I can tell you that the closer you are to the center, the less you feel it. The further you move out from the center, the more you feel it.
I didn't catch that. I'm outside right now. I went outside.
Yeah, he's just explaining your idiotic logic about how the motion of the earth 1 revolution of the day, we wouldn't feel it. And if we weren't moving, yeah, we wouldn't feel it. It's this thing. It's dumb.
I didn't say that if we were moving, we just wouldn't feel it. I'm saying there are some circumstances where things can move so slowly that yes, you wouldn't feel it, especially if your entire species' existence has been on the same place, right? There are some
Yeah,
things
it's
that
just your
happen.
belief
How
in the
would you
earth.
know?
It's just
Right?
your belief
Think of a smell, right? Think of a smell. We know.
What is that?
No.
What
We're talking about movement in relation to the earth only.
Hold on.
No,
We're not
your
talking about
entire
smells.
Give me a
We're talking
second.
about
existence.
There's
movement
about
of
5
the
people
earth.
talking to me right now. Give me a second. I'm sure one of you in here has a very bad smelling room that you have just adjusted to, right? And someone walks in and says, your room stinks of shit, right? But you don't smell it anymore because you've been accustomed to it. That kind of thing. But like a lot more extreme because we're talking about multi-generations of species that just wouldn't have to like account for that feeling anymore. They would want to adjust to
Yeah,
not feeling it,
smell
right?
and movements don't equate. Yeah, your analogy doesn't equate. We're talking about movement specifically, something you would feel. Acceleration, you notice it.
Yeah. You would. I don't know what your case is for that
And as
because
long as you
there's two
believe
main things, right?
the story
One,
surrounding
it's
your
so slow.
worldview, you
Two,
apologize for why you
even
wouldn't
if you
feel not moving.
one is it's so slow. Two, even if it wasn't slow, right, and it was quick enough to feel it move, there'd be no survival strategy for us to want to feel the Earth moving. So we probably would just
Yeah,
discount
cool
it.
story, bro. That's the point. Cool story. Cool story. We don't feel like we're moving, so we're not moving. We don't have to apologize or make up a story for why we feel like we're not moving, but we are moving. As long as we believe we're moving, then it's fine.
You feel like
Hey,
you're not
Bree.
moving, so you're not moving. That's your argument.
Hey, Brick.
Not very
Okay,
convincing.
just hang on a second, all right? Can you tell me how fast the sun moves around the galaxy, the universe, or whatever you want to call it?
Before that, when you fart, will your fart will go and take or make?
Sorry,
Let's not talk about smells, okay? Let's talk about movement, okay? How fast is the sun traveling?
No idea, dude.
It's very, very, very fast in relation to the so-called movement or rotation of the Earth. Now, we are also following the sun as it's moving through the galaxy. That's another movement on top of the supposed 1,000 miles an hour rotation. That's 2 movements, and you don't feel a single thing.
Yeah.
One
And
movement
that's your
I could
evidence. Sorry.
understand. One movement I can understand. Two movements, no. Three movements, definitely no.
Well, there we have it then. Okay, so the Earth's not moving; it's stationary because no one can feel it.
Yeah,
Why don't we
it
just
goes
come up with
along
a
with
test?
your experience.
Why don't we come up with a test, right, where we can test if the Earth is rotating or not? Why don't we do it all together?
Yeah, people have. That's the first thing I said. People have, and they've failed, all of them.
I seem to recall a flat Earth that proved the Earth's rotation. Adrift? Do you remember?
As long as you believe another cool story, bro.
Yeah, you can believe that. You can believe that, Brit, but that's not what Bob said. And if you want, I can actually link you to his actual conversation.
Okay, you're free to send me that. I'll see the whole thing. If you can post it in the chat or something.
When I get home, I'm driving at the moment. I'll be more than happy to send you the whole conversation. Now, Brid, how about you look up the speed of a comet or the speed of a meteor and actually look at the tail that's produced by the speed of that object. Yet the Earth doesn't have a tail. The sun doesn't have a tail. To me, that's telling me that the whole fairy tale religion is false.
Now, I know you don't find that argument convincing. Well, why do meteors have a tail?
Realism.
How do meteors have a tail?
That's a very good question. Because look at the speed that they're traveling and then correlate that to the speed of the Earth following the sun through the galaxy. Yet, in all the so called pictures that we have been provided by NASA, which isn't many, there's no tail. There's no tail on the Earth. There's no tail on the sun. When you put a filter on a camera looking at the sun, there is no tail. It's just a perfectly round, well, maybe spherical object. I don't know if it's spherical. It's definitely a round object. No tail, mate. No tail.
It's very bold of you to say that the sun might be spherical. Oh, well, meteors, don't they burn up because of the friction with the atmosphere?
So you saying that there's actually atmosphere where the meteor is traveling? What about comets? Comets.
Comets are made of ice. So the tail is just...
What about Halley's Comet? Have you ever checked the speed of Halley's Comet?
It's not about that. It's made of ice, so it's heating up when it gets close to the sun.
What about when it gets close to the Earth?
What do you mean?
Well, occasionally we see comets, don't we? You know, you get news stories of this comet is, going to turn around and fly within 2,000 kilometers of Earth's surface.
Yeah.
And it has a tail.
Yeah, I told you comets have a tail because they're being heated up by the sun. No, they're not like they don't have to be super close to the sun to be heated up by the sun. It's made of ice, remember? Ice.
Yeah. And so
What about the
ice
sun?
has a tail. Ice has a tail, does it? When it goes really, really, really fast. It doesn't melt. It just has a tail. Or what about the Earth? What about the sun? Why don't they have tails?
Because they're not made of ice.
So, do we have the Antarctica made of ice?
Antarctica is made of ice.
It's at the South Pole, apparently, is it not? According to your globe model religion, right? It's chasing the sun. Where's the tail?
Well, Earth.
You're fucked, dude.
Well, it depends because, like,
I backed you into a corner, mate.
well,
totally.
It's not really fucked because Earth is in a dense medium and a meteor, not meteor, a comet isn't. It's through the vacuum.
Struggling to find a correct answer to this fairy tale religion, aren't you, Mr. Britt?
It just wouldn't make any sense. I mean, like, the physical processes are different.
Of course it wouldn't make any sense. Both are flying through the vacuum of space. Both are supposedly solid objects. Both have supposedly got some ice on them and some water on them, Doesn't make sense, does it, Brit? Just admit it. When you haven't got a nice, clear, precise answer, just admit it. Yes, I can't explain it. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Being honest with myself,
there's lots of
no,
different.
never.
There's lots of different differences here. I mean, like, a comet wouldn't be able to even hold on to its ice, whereas the Earth can. Just asking why doesn't you might as well just ask why doesn't our atmosphere just like disappear?
A comet can't hold on to its ice. Therefore, the ice is gone, and what's left of it?
Meteors can burn up.
You just
wait. What can burn up?
You're unbelievable, I tell you. You just won't admit it when things just don't make any sense.
If Antarctica was floating through space and it was hurtling towards somewhere close to the sun, it would have a tail. If that's what makes you feel better,
it would possibly in fairy tale land, maybe.
A comet. A comet has ice surrounding.
You're roboting, Batman. Is it just, are you just roboting from there, or are you roboting?
That a comet is actually a block of ice hurling through space. No, I'm roboting because I'm actually
it's largely
driving.
ice. It's largely like. Let me put it this way, right? Because we're just going in loops. It's largely ice. The sun hits the comet and hits material off it, or I guess material comes off it, and it forms a tail. Earth has an atmosphere, keeps things on the Earth, right? We don't just rain doesn't just fall off the Earth. We don't have a huge tail coming off the Earth. That's okay, right? But there's different physical processes. Earth's
is anybody counting all the claims
Earth's
yet?
big, comet small. Earth atmosphere, comet no atmosphere. Right?
We've got air to protect Earth from going millions of miles through a galaxy. Just the air.
Yeah, they're stacked too high. The claims are stacked too high at this point.
Atmosphere and gravity, yeah. But there you go. I don't think comets are going to be a very good argument, are they? Like for why?
Not really, because you need to prove that they're in a vacuum of space to begin with. So
you can do that.
You can say that it's in a vacuum of space.
How long before you understand that you don't have an argument? That's the problem here.
I do. I have an argument for why the Earth isn't flat.
Mountains.
You know.
No, you haven't.
Oh, so he's just dumb
in the 4 years or 5 years that I've been on
That's not very nice.
I have not heard a single argument.
I can't hear what you're saying. I mean, I can sort of get it, but like it's just a bit hard to hear right now at this point. I don't know. Daz, are you there? Daz68, wake up.
Yeah, I'm here, dude.
Okay. Did you hear QE last night?
No.
QE said...
a little bit. Why?
Well, me and QE got into a bit of an argument, right? Because he said that you can't prove a negative, right? Or he said non-existence, but by that he means you can't prove a negative. And I thought that was absolutely bonkers because you can prove... Like, let's say if I say, if something was true, then this thing needs to be true too, and it's not true, and there's a contradiction with our reality, therefore that thing isn't true. You just proved a negative. That's just like a proof by contradiction, yeah? I was baffled.
Your brain
Huey didn't know that.
Your brain is a pretzel, all right? All your thoughts are like pretzels. Just go round and round and round, inside out, back to front. If that means this means that you're just not very clear on what you're talking about, dude.
Okay,
you know, you say, the Earth's not moving because we can't feel it moving.
Oh, that. Okay, never mind.
Is that it? Is that it? Can't feel it moving, so it's moving.
I wouldn't say it's not moving. It's moving because we can't feel it. That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what else you got. That's all you got. We can't feel it. We can't feel it.
Yeah.
But it's moving. It's it. That's all you got. So as far as you got no Coriolis effect, you got Jack. I wouldn't feel it anyway. Then you turn around and say there's a pendulum. You're saying that Earth rotates under the fucking pendulum, and you can see that moving. But no, you're on a plane, you can't feel it. Give me a break.
Yeah, you're right. Earth's not moving.
You can't prove the non-existence of something. It's not.
Of course you can. I just told you how you would do it, or not non-existence, but but negation. You can prove a negation of something, of the negative, right? You can prove a negative claim, and you can do that through proof by contradiction. Show that there's a contradiction if you take it to be true. Therefore, it's not true.
Well, easy. Have that Coriolis effect. So you should have a Coriolis effect. There's no Coriolis effect, so we're not moving. How's that?
Here's an example, right? How you would disprove
There's no effect of motion. We don't notice. There's no reading or measurement of motion at all. No visible. No visible. Shut up. No visible effects of curve of rotation. Nothing.
Yeah, I've got this one right. If you hold on. I'll show you.
What?
I'll prove that the Earth is not curved, right? So if you were going to say if the Earth was curved, then you'd expect to see this, and in reality this isn't the case, then by contradiction with our reality the Earth isn't curved. So for instance, like the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, one of QE's own arguments is an example of taking something false by contradiction, right? Although usually you want to have two premises.
Science, though. Is it science? You can't.
What do you mean?
You can't prove the non-existence of something through science. Is that what QE is saying? Because I agree with that.
Well, in the sense that, like, if you were going to say, But
really, what's it got to do with
here's an example.
Earth, though, dude?
If you're going to say there's no no black swans, then there could be somewhere in the universe where there is a black swan, and then in that case, you can't prove the non-existence of it, right? You can only prove that there's evidence of absence. But if there were some things that we do know that you and I both agree on, like for instance, my argument for why the Earth isn't flat is based on two things, which is distance and known distances and circumnavigation, and because they are known things, that you don't need science to demonstrate that the Earth isn't flat, and you can prove it by contradiction. Prove the negation by contradiction.
Flat. So circumnavigation is not flat. It's going around the North Pole. That's what it is.
Yeah, but when you have
around the ball.
Yeah, but when you have that
the North Pole, which would be a flat plane. You're going around it.
When you have that, though, it has it entails something, right? If you're going around the North Pole and you keep going around, each time you go around, you're forming a circle, and that circle will get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that means something for distances. That entails something for distances. That distances would get larger, right? As you approach
circles of equal altitude. Yeah.
That's
it's not a claim that the Earth is round overall shape. It's not. I can see where you're going here, because you say, "Oh, circumnavigation, you circle, so Earth's a circle."
No. You're thinking of something else.
Oh yes. That's your argument. Oh, it isn't. Oh, it's something else. You've changed that argument. Have you?
No, you're thinking of
because it was retarded.
You said circles of equal altitude. You're thinking of I forgot the word for it. Celestial navigation. I'm talking about that.
Navigation.
Yeah, I'm just talking about circumnavigation, which just talking about going about to point in a circle, right? And as you get larger circles and larger circles, and you approach the periphery of that circle, then distances will increase. That's just geometry, right? And then with our shared understanding of geometry, that would entail something called known distances. In reality, we do know known distances, and we can circumnavigate. Therefore, if both of these can't be true on the flat Earth, the Earth can't be flat. By contradiction, I've proved a negative.
Not about mixing paradigms.
Just pretty base.
No, don't mind.
So, have you met any new Globers recently, guys? Any new names on the field, or? Because I've not really been doing it much. I've not been arguing flat Earth for some time. Occasionally, I'll come in, but yeah. All right, don't all ignore me, guys. Come on. How about you?
No, you're still the king, bro. There's no other Globers that come near you. You know, you're the best. You're the best they got. And
have you been cheating on me with other Globers, Daz? Have you been cheating on me?
Mm-hmm. No. Whatever you saw was just refraction.
Refraction makes the moon appear in the sky. Refraction makes boats appear from down around the ball. Makes a lot of things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't use line of sight in the military. You can't launch rockets to the moon because you really don't know where it's at. You can't track it because it's not there, especially during eclipses for you guys.
Okay.
You know, I don't think I'm the best Glober in the world, but I'm
I would say, and I don't know why, because I feel like T-Dub doesn't agree with this one, but I'm pretty sure I'm one of the least most annoying ones there is, personally. Right, I think so. But, you know.
Top 10 most annoying Globers. I don't know if you'd make the list, dude. I'm not sure. Maybe. You might squeeze in there, but he would be number one, I wonder.
I wouldn't be annoying for. I don't think I'm an annoying Glober. Although, then again, I think I might be, but for a different reason. Like,
no, you kind of annoy me. So I don't know if my vote means anything.
No, you're my too. That's loves me. That's loves me. I'm his prodigy or something. An annoying Glober would be like a Glober, who has like a snarky attitude but doesn't say anything particularly intelligent, right?
Like you?
I don't have it. Well, first of all, I might have a snarky attitude, but I think I'm more of the theatrical type than a snarky person. And secondly,
yeah, I'd agree with that. Putting on a bit of a show.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you're very sort of uppity yippity, whatever, you know. Some of the Globers are very narky and angry and stuff. He seems to be sort of jovial and
yeah,
to some degree. But some might call that passive aggressive. Depends.
Yeah, I guess. I remember when I spoke to Larry. You remember Larry? I spoke to him once, and I was just having a conversation with him, and he said something like, "Will you please stop condescending in that accent?" I was like, "Larry, this is just my accent. I can't do anything about it. This is how I talk." And I started to speak in an American accent to make him feel more comfortable.
Okay.
And that felt condescending when I was going like, "Yeah, Larry, so about this flat Earth thing."
That's an American accent.
Yeah, it's the best one I could do anyway.
Can you do a southern accent?
I feel like they have such a special way of talking. I don't know if I could imitate it. Amen, brother. Something like that. Or like Witsit. Witsit says idea instead of like idea. I've noticed that.
Do Christopher Walken, go.
Oh, I can't do that.
Nah, people have mastered that, and it's like, do Christopher Walken, it's like, you seen what's out there? Man, it's too high, too hard. But yeah, you like to pretzelize everything. You put everything into a pretzel shape, and it goes in and out and back to front, and this meant that must mean this, back and forward, and you're all excited and stuff. And it's kind of like Corinthians, you know. If you ever read Corinthians, it's like, what's he talking about?
Well, I think that's probably
that. It's a bit sort of like, I can't tell you, a bit hard to follow.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Because me and Heretic were talking about like things that annoy people in debate, and one thing that me and Heretic agreed on was like people use big words, and I don't think I do that. But what I do is I'll take someone on a journey, like towards an argument, and I think sometimes I can not explain where I'm taking someone, right? So that can be a kind of a flaw that I do sometimes. I need to make sure, like, I kind of try to keep things more concise.
You said do.
I do exactly. Yeah. So I need to make it more concise, make it like simpler, straightforward, and quicker to like explain. You know.
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Did you say I made a doo-doo? You can't swear in here, man.
So people in the real world do not believe that this channel exists.
Oh, they don't?
Flat Earth.